The protagonist clearly remembers this feeling. The moment when his life was cut off. The young man opened his eyes. He found himself in a large hall, in the middle of which the door was visible. The young man faced his eyes around, not understanding where he got. He says he is convinced that he has already died, so he may have become a slave. But it cannot be. Suddenly he notices a rainbow ball. He was curious about the ball, so he decided to touch her. Suddenly, it seemed to hit the current. He covered his ears and shouted. The pain was unbearable. From unbearable pain, he fell to the floor and choked heavily. Suddenly, 2 wings grew behind his back. He kneeled and quietly said that he understood everything. After that, he said, "Menu." A system of the systems suddenly floated before him. He decided to discover his true essence. His name is Yuki. Race, Archdemon. Level 1. The class is the owner of the demons. His unique skills, all-eyed eye, understanding of languages. He also has skills, magical hiding places and basic analysis. Level 1. Title, Lord of Demons from Another World. Yuki carefully studies everything that is written. Now he is Armwezimun, which means that no longer belongs to people. His luck is almost 0, but agility is much ahead of all other characteristics. This place is really a completely different world as he suspected. Now he is the master of demons. The guy closed his face with his hand. In other words, in his past life, he exactly died. And here, in this new world, was born for the 2nd time, already like a demonic bishop. In this world, there are many dungeons scattered in different corners, and the owner of the demons is just another name for the owners of these dungeons who manage them. No matter how cool, the dungeon is a living creature. The newly created dungeon almost always has weak protection. It is very easy to destroy. And in the nucleus of the dungeon, there is a lot of magical power. That is why many people and monsters try to penetrate the dungeons to seize these incredible treasures. So, in order to protect against enemies, and of course, to increase their chances of survival, the dungeon called the one who is able to gain power over it. This is what the owner of the demons became. If the dungeon is destroyed, then the owner of the demons will perish with him. However, this system works vice versa. Based on the data from this small creature, they created a special menu, similar to the game, to make it easier to manage everything. That is, now the dungeon and the main character in a common life. The stronger he has the skill of analysis, the more details he is able to see, and the volume of his magic box depends directly on the amount of man he has. And the ability to understand languages works exactly as its name sounds. I have mana. This is the basic skill of my race. It allows me to see the level of mana from the enemy. The hero understands that this skill is nothing to him because it simply has no one to apply it. All his skills have already reached the highest 10th level. So he decides to look at the DP catalog. A window with countless goods suddenly appeared in front of him. The young man could not believe that all this was really sold, and most importantly, it was possible to buy anything for his underground scores. It even acted here, and he was able to call monsters. This reminded the hero of some of the past. He became interested. What does he look like? Going to the mirror, he was surprised to look at his reflection. Where did he come from, and why did one eye become bright red? It began to seem that this world was someone else's and uninvited. Yet after all, this area gave him a second chance for life, so she would definitely protect him. The heart of the dungeon became a second heart for him. The next day, the hero woke up and noticed that when he was lying, his wings could disappear inside him. So he hid them. Then, taking advantage of the subject box skill, carefully collected and removed the bed. He went into the DP catalog and bought bread for breakfast. In this store, almost everything can be purchased for DP, so it will definitely have no problems with food here. But he understands. Now the main thing is to earn pod meal points. It is very fond of testing the function of Gacha. But how do you get these cherished glasses? The appearance of other monsters in the maze, those who were not called by the owner of the dungeon himself, will help. When the owner of the dungeon defeats uninvited guests, or when the dungeon absorbs the bodies of monsters or any other food inside, it is able to recover independently. After reading this information, the protagonist realized that it was time to go outside. Coming out of the cave, he opened his mouth with surprise. Before his eyes, an incredibly picturesque landscape spread. He took advantage of his ability to analyze. He saw a white fly agaric, a mushroom that explodes if you eat it. He also noticed shell-me grass, a very healing plant. The hero dreams that he will once be able to fly in the sky. And so unexpectedly his carefree journey ended. Since a mighty dragon can kill him with one blow, Yuki fades from shock in front of a giant white dragon. Yuki, looking at the dragon, offered to solve everything peacefully. However, the dragon remained dissatisfied with this idea. He strictly asked what class the one who broke his peace belonged to. The protagonist was stunned by the fact that the dragon was able to talk. He tried to calm down, convincing himself that even the dragons should have a status panel. This is his second life, so some weak dragon will not win it, especially if you apply the analysis skill. The hero learned that this creature belongs to the race of ancient dragons, and his class, a high dragon. The dragon level is 987, while Yuki, only level 1. The guy could not understand what a strange game he got into. The dragon wondered which class belongs to Yuki, and asked about his abilities. The guy honestly confessed that he did not understand anything in these ranks, but confidently stated he was definitely a demon. It is said that when a person is frightened to the edge, his face becomes calm and motionless. That's what Yuki looks like now, who is watching everything with an expression that he has never had. Instead, the main character frankly panic. The dragon was indifferent to how strong a demon is ready to drive anyone who dared to disturb his peace. But the young man was interference and suggested that the agreement concludes. The creature wondered why the man was silent. Yuki replied that he could not overcome him, but that does not mean that he would agree to such death. And Yuki asked what the demon would offer him for his stomach. The hero stretched him a chocolate. The dragon carefully inhaled the smell of the object and was interested in wondering that it was a wonderful aroma. The young man laughed cheerfully and joked that the dragon seems to be a great sweet tooth, the smell of honey, just like that yellow bear in a red jacket from a book. The dragon asked if there was such a bear. He added that even if he was hungry, he would not destroy the bee nest. The young man immediately noted that the unhappy dragon could not lie, so he decided to act. He unfolded the chocolate and gave a strange creature to try a piece. The dragon's eyes became even larger. The dragon was passionate about saying that this sweetness is incredibly pleasant, 100 times better than any honey. The aroma is just charming, and when the delicacy was melted in his mouth, he felt a real delight, realizing that such deliciousness exists in the world in general. Yuki raised his hand and stated that if she promises not to take his life and not touch the cave in which he lives, he will get the right to eat this chocolate at any time. It was a really favorable offer. The dragon became interested in such an offer and asked if he could eat as much as the soul desires. The hero replied that he would not be able to eat so much food to feed her giant body. Hinting at the benefit, Dragoni asked, "What is that mutual benefit?" The protagonist replied that it was favorable to both, and still noted, "It is unlikely that anyone in this world would treat him with chocolate." The dragon agreed to leave him alive. Suddenly, a huge dragon turned to the girl. Because the girl was naked, the hero turned away shyly. She asked what happened. He looked confused and replied that it was simply surprised that she could take the human likeness. On this, a girl with a smile said that it is not difficult for her to turn into a person. In addition, she does not need a lot to be happy in this regard. He promised, so he should treat her with chocolate. The young man agreed and asked her to remain silent, pulled out a t-shirt. He reached out to her girl and said, "Wear my t-shirt first, because otherwise I will not know where to go my eyes." The dragon nodded as a sign of consent, assured that he would not attack her until she stays in this form. The protagonist brought her home. He wondered that it is probably worth buying clean clothes for her. The girl suggested that in the dungeon he had only these rooms, so the class appeared recently. The hero confirmed her guess. A new class appeared yesterday. He did not have parents who would give birth, though he was not sure of it. The girl explained that demons occur in places with a high concentration of magic and take a similar shape to other living creatures, having a nucleus inside. The strength that the demon receives at birth gives it the opportunity to control the dungeons, which becomes its nucleus. In addition, the space is filled with mass. The guy did not suspect that the demons were so weird creatures. The girl noted that, at their time, there were many demonic families where children were born from ordinary parents. But finally she said, "Enough about it. It is better to just give her a chocolate." He took out the chocolate and handed it to a delicious one. The girl accepted treats and confessed that she could no longer wait to try. However, as she did not try, she could not really enjoy this juicy pleasure. She also asked him not to call her just a dragon, her name Lafios. The hero decided to turn to her shorter, Lefai. The girl recalled her real name again, but he replied that it was too long, so he shortened it. She can call him Yuki. She confessed that she was first named. She added that he was an extremely strange demon, because most demons were usually aggressive, arrogant, and prone to meanness. Life believes that a walk with the subjugation of the dungeon was a great idea, so she not only dispelled the boredom, but also met a strange demon, like him, who offered her an agreement. Yuki thought it was risky. If she did not love Sweet, he could die the next day after the degeneration, just because she was boring. The girl said that it had already happened, and asked him not to make false conclusions. Lamuizing chocolate from her fingers, the young lady stated that she really likes it here, so she is also going to settle in this place. The guy was surprised. Lifa noted that these rooms are much better than those she had previously destroyed. In addition, it is very cozy here. And this is great, because she had long dreamed of changing her nest. In her old, it was already uncomfortable. Yuki was confused, and asked her not to rush to the conclusions. He was not sure. Maybe she didn't like it. So Yuki suggested that she think about again. Lefasios came close to the boy, put her hand on his chest, and quietly asked if she was not allowed to stay. Tears shouted in her eyes. Under this pressure, the hero surrendered and agreed. The second day passed after he turned to the owner of the demons. In the meantime, his dungeon has already settled the older demon who lives at another's expense. Life slept just on the mattress laid on the floor. Yuki decided to act. After the unbridled degeneration, a whole world of new opportunities that he seeks to explore. Today, he decided to understand how the dungeon menu works. To begin with, he chose the cave where he will create his dungeon. The space suddenly began to expand, and the hero looked around in surprise. Therefore, he immediately felt the mood in the air after expanding this place. Although he wanted to increase the dungeon even further, the DP reserve was not enough. He remembered how to get points thanks to uninvited guests. Therefore, he sincerely thanked Leofi for considering him a violator. This was what made it possible to earn extra points on it. The guy decided to try to call a monster. To begin with, you should test the system and buy the simplest, cheapest creature from the catalog. When the guy pressed the desired buttons, everything suddenly came in light. He could not hide his surprise. Suddenly, the first monster appeared before them, and it was a slurry. Yuki recognized in this creature the famous mucus membrane, which he read so much in the books. He became interested, so he began to touch the mucus membrane, gently stroking and pouring it. It seemed to him that it was incredibly cute. The guy decided to call her Shia. The young man learned more about the SHIY and was surprised that he belonged to the mucus race. She did not have the class, as well as special skills, and the level, only the first. But most of all, the guy was surprised that the figure of luck in the Shia was much higher than that of himself. The guy fell to his knees, despair, thinking that he would be smaller than mucus. I went to the hero and lightly touched his legs. The guy decided that I was trying to cheer him up. The protagonist grabbed Shiai and pressed firmly in his arms. He called the boy a cute creature, and suggested becoming a real child. But suddenly the young man heard something. Suddenly Cerberus appeared. The young man realized that he was a stranger before him. She became ahead, and he immediately rushed to defend the owner. The young guy noted that it was a good move on his part. He was not at all embarrassed that a high-level rival. His own Pokemon is still weak, but thanks to his mind and skill, he will definitely be able to put his opponent in place. But Cerber has already started attacking. With frantic force, he threw her against the wall. The hero rushed after, screaming out, as it was an ensured to do so with his mercy. He hit Cerber on his head, and just flew as if it weren't. The hero was filled with blood. Before him lay the remains of Cerber. The guy looked at this sight confusedly. It turned out that between them the whole abyss, a difference of 30 levels of force. Perhaps its characteristics are much higher than it seemed at first glance. It seems that it has just raised the level. The hero received a new skill, martial arts. This happened because he used a blow to some? However, his luck indicator remained unchanged. But even so, if its characteristics are considered high, then the dragons are even larger. And yet to the level of the super monster he is far away. Then the hero realized that it is not time to think about it now. He rushed to Shia. He slowly slid along the wall. The young man breathed lightly, learning that everything was fine with her. This is all due to the ability to recover. The slug reported that she was in order. At least, the hero guessed that he wanted to say something like that. The guy tried to come together with thoughts. Chia was his favorite, and he was aware. It is wrong to force a pet to fight with monsters. Pets are created to give love. If someone has to fight, then it should only be himself. The hero sat and studied something carefully in the system. Meanwhile, Lei Fei teased Xia, trying to raise it. The guy returned to the girl. He asked her to teach him magic. After all, if you are already in another world, why not take the opportunity and not master the magic you have dreamed of? Yuki asks Lei Fei to teach him magic. He had quite high magical abilities, so he hoped that he would be able to create something at once. But everything turned out to be not so easy. The girl realized why he behaved so strange at the beginning. The reason he considers it an easy task is that he just sees his indicators now. If I'm not mistaken, he also has analytical skills. The hero wondered if she really has this skill. The EU has confirmed with a smile and added, "Who is mastering this useful skill is able to learn any form of life." The young man wondered why she did not even guess that before her. The owner of the demons when they first met. The girl asked if he really meant that she was checking every insect she meets. The young man with a smile confirmed her words. Lei Fei said she still wanted chocolate. The protagonist noted that if so, she will have holes in the teeth. The girl just smiled and said that such an ancient dragon as she could not get any bad changes in her properties. The young man was surprised that the presence of curry here adversely affects the reputation. He threw something to her. The girl caught the subject and noticed that it was definitely not chocolate. She asked what it was. It was a package of cookies. Yuki told her first to tear the transparent wrapper and then to taste. Holding the cookies in her hands, the girl asked if he was sure that these lumps, like clay, could really be eaten. She dared and ate one. The girl blushed and confessed that it is incredibly delicious. Sweet, crunchy, and melts just in the tongue. She did not regret leaving the previous house and moved here. The feather beds here are incredibly soft, and the owner himself seems surprisingly interesting. The hero, meanwhile, mentioned his characteristics. He is convinced that his magic is quite high. Lei Fei claims that he is not weaker, and maybe exceeds the power of any monster that is found in the south of this forest. Although he acknowledges there are enough creatures that are stronger than him. However, it is even less than her own 12. The girl ate all the cookies, and right afterwards she agreed to teach him magic, and the main character in response stretched her a pack of cookies. This proud dragon intended to create the most prominent magician in the world. She asked the boy to give her hands first. To begin with, she will show him how to feel the mana of this world. Suddenly, everything was shown around. The guy was astonished with surprise. He feels something unusual in his body from Lei Fei's right hand to his left. It's a mana. It is not at all like the one that flies in the air of the dungeon. Mana Lei Fei seems cloudy, like a turbid stream. The girl noticed that the guy was holding well enough. The hero was surprised that she called it good. She explained, as soon as the force awakened his Manu. If he couldn't stand her peculiar sauna, his head would have exploded for a long time. The guy imagined it, and he immediately started panic. He asked her what she thought when she did such a terrible thing with him. She replied that she believed, since he was the highest demon, nothing wrong with him would happen. She even suggested that he try himself, because she was almost sure he would definitely succeed. Now he can start managing the mana as it is convenient for him. Lei Fei noticed that it is now in a state when mana was active. This is the basis of witchcraft. She asked him to imagine what she would say as much as possible, and then convey her words. She asks to imagine a distant, distant land where the sky merges with the horizon, and in the middle of the empty space is growing a lonely flower. Now imagine how carefully it breaks this flower and holds it in his palm. Now he had to open his palm and say, "Kukanaida, Asa," and a flower appeared in his hand. The young man was surprised by her beauty, but in a moment he threw a flower away and asked that it was a fool. Why should he create a flower during his first time? She has nothing more. The bodice explained, "This is a simple trick for beginners. Now the guy needs to imagine the fire, and this time the spell will not be needed. It is enough to imagine the vividly how to make fire. In a home lighter, the flint cuts a spark that set fire to gasoline. Then this light moves to a wick and opens a flame. Suddenly, a flame broke out on his finger. The guy said in surprise that it was really cool. Drakonitsa explained that she awakened his magic in it. However, she did not even seem that the guy was mastering the magic so easily. Apparently, it was suggested that he was a higher-level demon. The guy is passionate about the magic of fire is incredibly cool. When he applies well, he may even be able to use the flames as a joking weapon, as if from a video game. Will turn his palm into a real flamethrower. And suddenly a real fire flashes out of his hand. The hero asked Lifa how to stop it. She explained that it was necessary to stop nourishing this in a mana. This should be stopped by the circulation of mana in her own body. That is, he needed to change the direction of the energy he had previously felt. And he succeeded. He stopped the flow. Luffy confessed that he really likes to surprise her. She also advised to be careful and better monitor her strength. After all, in order to master magic thoroughly, it is important to learn how to use Manu rationally when spelling. If he takes it in his head, it will be very painful. The guy thanked her. So far, she only showed him the basics of magic. But the most important thing he needs to keep in mind. It all depends on his imagination, and the spell only helps it. Recently, many people and even demons mistakenly believe that they need to focus only on honing. But in fact, if the hero is able to imagine something, he can create not only flowers or flames with a man. It all depends on his abilities and imagination. The main character already has the ability to magic earth and fire. But whether he can master other elements, it is unknown. Everything will only become clear when he tries. She reassures him. She says not to worry, because he will always support and help, so he can safely experiment with any magic. Water. Warm, just a degree that is ideal for the bath. Wind. A gentle, warm breath that dries the hair perfectly. The rest? The hero hesitated. Whether he has such a desire, or maybe he does not notice him. After all, nothing happens. Luffy thought he would usually be able to use magic, but he said he could not, so it turns out. The hero believes that he could use water magic much more original. But the main difficulty is that the witchcraft in this world requires a truly rich imagination. And the easiest way to imagine something is to remember the technique that you used in the past life. He seems to be able to force water magic to levitt. He would like to try it at least once. So far, he can only leave water for the bath and draw a water dragon. Luffy, I asked the guy what he was doing. He replied that he was washing his head. To do this, he purchased a whole set for the bathroom: wooden bucket, shampoo, air conditioning, soap, sponge, and towel. Meanwhile he settled in the bucket, and the young man, laughing, asked him if you could eat water with bubbles. She recently ate a plastic wrapper from cookies. She seems to have even liked, so perhaps nothing wrong. Leifei asked her to do the same thing, to soap her head. The young man agreed, and added that she had taught him the art of magic. While the hero washed the dragon's head, she said with a smile that she did not mean it at all when she promised to teach him magic. Suddenly she felt that her eyes began to cut. She asked in surprise what was the matter. The young man explained that that is why he asked her to close her eyes. After that, he carefully washed the shampoo and dried her hair with a gentle breath of the wind. The girl was racing in the forest, and the man chased after her, but quickly exhausted. He only had time to exclaim what happened evil. This girl ran into the enchanted forest. He said that if they lose the product, they would definitely have a sweet thing. The other replied that he understood, but if they follow her, they may die. The voice went that the ancient dragons suddenly woke up again. The girl rushes hard without stopping for a moment. Where will this forest trail get a little girl who dared to go into the thicket? The hero asked Luffy to look at the house. It can eat the food he left, but only all, without a rest. The girl assured that she understood everything. And Yuki himself. What will it do today while the powerful dragon is watching their home? Yuki asked both she and Luffy to oversee the house, and AI agreed to help. The girl was lying and playing a game. She noted that this entertainment, which everyone called game, was quite interesting. The young man could not imagine that even a mighty dragon could be so crazy from Tamagotchi. He only called her because it was the cheapest solution. Today's topic is how to pump DP dungeons properly, because no one has come here yet. Maybe it's because everything is covered with ice leaves. There are almost no animals or monsters here. Most ways to get DP points in the end are completely dependent on the appearance of invaders. That is why he decided to fill the map and gradually expand the dungeon further. Now that he has Luffy, he believes that there is no need to spend on traps or monsters to protect against uninvited guests. Its plan is simple: to use the DP obtained from Luffy to expand the dungeon and increase the main area for the accumulation of DP. And when he collects even more DP points, he will finally take up the real dungeon. All this is very reminiscent of some kind of play. The hero intended to reduce the castle. But suddenly, he felt something bad and shuddered. He instantly used the abilities of invisibility and search for enemies. The danger was quite close. The hero was genuinely pleased that he had mastered these useful skills at one time. How to master skills for beginners. Just do something related to this skill. There are still special scrolls. You impregnate the scroll, and the magic pattern painted on it is remembered. And a new skill is being mastered. Fortunately, the DP catalog has a whole mountain of such scrolls. What you will not find. Suddenly, the hero noticed the tiger. He looked truly threatening. Given the difference in level, he was convinced that he would see him in advance if the predator would come closer. Today, it is better not to get into a fight. The hero began to meet extremely powerful monsters. Has he already left Levi's possession? The dungeon extension is completed. Now he only has to fill in the card, because he spent almost all the resources on it. The guy climbed into the fridge in the kitchen, the one that appeared here recently. The refrigerator was to be clogged with meat for a whole week, but it was empty inside. The guy called Levi loudly. She stood in front of him. He asked if she wanted to tell him something. She assured that everything is not the way he thinks. This hides a good, complex, and inevitable reason, so she did nothing wrong. The young man asked to explain what his mistake was, and even promised to forgive her if he understood the situation. Leif has admitted that the meat looked so appetizing that she could not stay and ate everything until the last piece. Everything was incredibly delicious. The hero only shook his head and said it was a bad dragon. The girl asked why he called her bad. He replied that a person at her age, having lived as many years, still behaves like a small child. And besides, he magnifies himself a higher dragon. Like, she would have a conscience. She screamed that everything was following her plan, because she is a majestic dragon, a creature capable of sending a disaster when she only wants. Could she be forbidden to do everything she pleased? Let him be the first lesson for him today. Let him feel how the sky can fall in an instant. The hero immediately realized that the girl was cunning, so he solemnly stated, he would never make sweets again. Never. Hearing this, the girl bent her head, sincerely apologized, and apologized. The guy sighs and says that it seems that today he will have to be hungry. He no longer has DP. The abdomen grunts loudly. He regrets that he did not put all his things in a box for items. Lefi assures that something will come up with. And then she ran somewhere, promising to return in half an hour. In less than half an hour before them, a whole mountain of fallen monsters stood. Leif replied that this would be enough to obtain the required number of points. The hero is stunned in place. He told her that it was too much. Although she won everyone here for the sake of having some points or something, but at the same time he was the first in the last few hundred years who dreamed of giving her a slap on her head. The hero noted that there should be a measure in everything. He pointed to her on a blood puddle and asked what to do with this mountain of monsters. It was here that the idea was sleeping. He can turn the bodies into pod meal points. Leifei noted that the hero is too corrupted. Yuki agreed, admitting that his fault was. Now he gently stroked her on his head and said that the pain would soon pass. Does he really consider her stupid? The young man replied that this time he would forgive her. He cannot constantly get food out of the air. The girl asked if it would be better for them to start hunting if they want to eat so much. But the hero replied that everything was needed in everything. What is the point of expanding the dungeon if all the creatures are killed around and so? Leofi promised to hold back as possible next time. The next day, Yuki was eager to destroy the monsters. Today, the dungeon extends and the map is completed. He realized that it is difficult to be a real warrior without endurance. When pumping fencing, you will have to try other skills. And he has a very useful skill, the Eye of Mana. Thanks to him, he sees the streams of mana so clearly that he is able to notice them before the enemy begins to spell. Maybe he should concentrate on magic? Since then, he could no longer take advantage of the magic of fire. Maybe somewhere deep inside, he felt that it was too dangerous for him. Now he has nothing left to focus on the workouts of the magic of water and earth. In addition, the number of points of the dungeon increased 3 times compared to when only was leafy. So the things went great. But suddenly he noticed a puddle of blood around. At first I thought it was a corpse of some monster, but looking at, he saw a girl who lay fainting on the ground, and her back was covered with a wound. He rushed to her, worrying about her condition. Noticing that she was still breathing, I realized that there is almost no chance with such injuries. The hero quickly decided to get something out of his hiding place. It was an extremely powerful elixir. It was enough to just pour it into the wound. That's how he did. The wounds on the girl's body were instantly dragged. Yuki thought it was good that he obeyed Leify and took a few poles with him. However, he couldn't just leave this girl. He brought her to his hiding place, where he also lived with Lefei. Draconizia noted in surprise that she could not imagine, as if he liked little girls. In response, the young man only eagerly quit that he has no time on her stupid jokes. Lei Fei said that this girl was a vampire. The young man nodded, supporting her words. The girl is called Erna. It belongs to the race of vampires and her class is a demon. Now she has the 3rd level and unique skill. Blood. Erna immediately noticed that the guy again brought something rare. Over the last decades, magic creatures, such as vampires and sububa, have found themselves on the verge of disappearance through people who hunt them and turn into their slaves. The children of the forest, elves, were not the best fate. Although there was a non-aggression agreement between them and people, everything changed when people began war against demonic human beings. Since then, ruthless attacks on elves have begun, and have not stopped. Erna opened her eyes. I seem to have noticed it. Yes, I wondered if she hurts. The answer was stunned by the vampire. Horror was frozen on his face. Yuki tried to assure that everything was fine. He did not bid anyone, so there was no reason. The girl, however, retreated away. Suddenly her gaze came across a little strange. It jumped the owner on her shoulder. Erna was very surprised by this, and the parquet invited her to touch the slim. She cautiously touched Shia, and in response, she immediately rushed to her in arms and began to tickle her. Yuki introduced himself, and then explained. Sluzniak is called Shiand, and that strange creature there, Lefizios. The dragon was indignant with how he dared to call it creature. Yuki wondered how to call a girl. She smiled and called Erna. Yuki asked her what she was doing so far in the forest. She replied that her evil people are haunted. The hero wondered if she knew where her home is. Erna lowered silently, and then she confessed that her home no longer existed. Her parents and grandparents have already died. She could not restrain her tears and burst into tears. Yuki tried to reassure her, assuring that everything would be fine. Lifa also noticed that this place is far from human settlements, especially if you are still a baby. So she survived something terrible if she decided to run away. The young man assured that there is no dangerous one here, so she can stay as much as he wants. Erna said through tears that the terrible people who seized her said that she should not live, and it would be better if she died. It was because of her, she said. Her mother and dad had already died. Anger was read on the main character's face. He was outraged that she was told. Leifs exposed the guy, pointing his facial expression. He immediately began to deny, they say. This is not true. He was convinced that she was insulted only because she was too good. He is clearly visible on his face. He is happy that she is alive. So the guy tried to reassure and assure the girl so she would no longer think that being soulless better. Erna agreed with him and first called him a brother. Her stomach rapped loudly. The young man wondered what she would like to eat. She replied that the blood of her brother wanted. He imagined a terrible scene and asked if the blood would be washed away. He completely forgot that this girl is a vampire. Erna confirmed her words. Lefay wondered if the guy was really sure. He only asked what was here. The dragon replied that there was nothing wrong with that, and added that he had every right to do as he wished himself. Eruna grunted in her stomach. The guy sat straight on the floor and opened his neck, as if inviting her to act. The girl leaned to him and eagerly began to drink his blood. The young man did not understand what was happening to his body. He tried to calm down like he was able. The elevator suggested that, as she guessed, the guy really has a weakness towards little girls. Erna ate well and thanked her brother for a delicious meal. He asked the elevator to take the girl to the bath, but she was very surprised that he had the courage to ask her to help without any remuneration. The young man offered her 2 packs of cookies, but the girl raised the bet and asked 3. The guy warned her that he would no longer prepare the flavors. Dragons had to agree only 2 packages. She called Irun and promised to teach her to use the bathroom. The girl thanked Lefay. She turned to the dragon Chan, but immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. It is not suitable. The elders should be respected. So the girl offered to call her Sister Lefay, and the dragon gladly agreed. The hero laughed at this scene. With the advent of another resident in the dungeon, it became more fun. Ever since the soap Irun joined them, the life in the dungeon has become more fun. The girl takes a toy and is interested in her brother what it is. He advises her to try to put a little sword in one of the holes of the wooden barrel. The vampire was surprised when the doll suddenly jumped. The young man explained that if you do not spend the scores of the dungeons, they will be enough for a long time. Since everything happens, it is time to try a real cunning technique. The hero decided to start with 1,000, because the amounts of 10 or 100,000 points of dungeons for him are still too large. He is not particularly surprised, but noticed. No list of objects or chances of falling out. In the meantime, it activates the right key. He got a magic revolver. Instead of ordinary metal balls, this revolver shoots magic balls that require a mana. The strength of the shot depends on how much the man is loaded into the revolver. The drum contains a maximum of 7 balls. This is a real win. Yuki glowed with happiness. Does this garden bring so much luck? It seemed that his golden strip finally came. He decided to try again because he felt, this time he would really be lucky. But the hero lost everything. Absolutely everything. He even forgot about the most expensive. His luck fell lower than Shiei Mucus, which is the most innocent monster. Erna wondered that it was a transparent panel in front of him. The young man explained that it was his menu. He wondered if the girl also saw him. She answered and asked her to try the thing that creates objects. Yuki agreed to give her one attempt. He has very few points of dungeons. Grun had his knees and asked what he had to do next. He showed her where to press. This is exactly something important. Suddenly, a white wolf appeared from nowhere. The guy cannot believe his eyes. She managed to tame Fenrir himself. The girl is glad to run to the beast, and the hero hurries in a hurry so that she does not rush without thinking. Erna said everything was fine. From Mr. Wolf, he did not rush. Yuki wondered where the girl had such acute analytical abilities. In addition, it's not just a wolf. It's a Fenrir. Leifi wondered if the hero did not cause any horrific monster again. The guy wondered what that means, guessing that this Fenrir is incredibly strong. The girl replied that Fenrir was more powerful than everything he could imagine. The boy was still a child, but in the future, he was destined to become a legendary monster as she did. She was already fighting with him and does not want repetition at all. Even if Leifa thinks Fenrir is really extremely strong. In addition, with all its capacity and size, it is only a baby. What a terrible creature is. He asks Leifei if she sees his menu is something like a list of dungeons. Leifei replies that it is different from its status panel, but it does not see it. He noticed the same as Ilun. The dragon immediately realized what was the matter. He also performed a wedding ritual with this young girl. In short, Ilun sees this thing because she has become a family, but she still remains alien. Yuki again asked her how the wedding rite was going. Blood is one of the most important things that causes their body to work. Therefore, for a vampire, drinking human blood is rather an intimate act, not just food. In fact, to quench their thirst, they can also do the blood of animals. Therefore, for a vampire, drinking someone's blood is the same as a wedding rite. The guy asked why she did not tell him about it before. She also replied that she was sure that this girl also desires him. The hero stated that Leifei was a bad dragon, and he also warned, there will be no sweets for 3 days. The girl was outraged against such unfair cruelty. Going out, a young man widowed that nothing was extraordinary. Today, the main dish is this thing. He decided to check if he would be able to charge her 10 units of mana. He brought the gun on the stone and pressed on the descent. The manatee only scratched the surface, 100 units, left a dent, 500, punched through, and thousands were enough to destroy half a stone. With 5,000 mana, he easily shake the stone to the ground. Thanks to this revolver, he played all the losses in Gacha. In addition, he can charge several rounds with different magic and weapons, and even when he personally checked energy, he did not see any leaks. This means that the enemy will not be able to feel it. At this point, the hero noted Fenrir. He realized that he finally remained alone. The hero apologized for the inconvenience. This creature is called Mofurir. Erna called it, because of fluffy fur. The young man once again apologized to the animals, promised to call her Fear. But the beast confidently stamped his head. Yuki asked Fenrir to demonstrate his unique abilities. The unique ability of divine speed allows you to move instantly at incredible speed. For a short time, the user moves faster than sound. The chain of eternity causes the right being and gives full power to control it. Physical transformation. The user can change the size of his own body at his discretion. The hero exclaimed that he was simply incredibly cool. The truck swept the tail with joy. Suddenly, the hero had a brilliant idea. He called the truck and ordered to catch a plate. He immediately responded and cleverly picked it up. He was happy, but suddenly he was illuminated by an unexpected thought. Then the boy threw another. He smiled and said that he was not angry. Fenrir cheered up and felt true joy. Fenrir's physical capabilities are simply striking. For such a proud creature as him, Defeat is unacceptable. But does it matter? The main thing for him is to enjoy life. He only needs to obey his instincts and act as the heart suggests. Yuki wondered if he could feel the menu of this dungeon. From this point to the very top of the mountain is the territory of Lei Fei, and all that is below the foot already belongs to its dungeon. So while he is within the dungeon, let him live the way he pleases is his business. Although it can change its size, in the throne hall he still is close. But it does not upset him, because everything he caught in the dungeon will eventually turn into podmel points. Now it is a house for him. He will be able to come from time to time. We will be about to take a good time, or go hunting. In the throne hall, Erna is interested in where the Mofor went. She indignantly points out that it is unfair. She also wants to play with him. The guy apologizes in front of her and promises that the next time they will have fun together. The hero rose sharply from his throne. Erna turned to him. Yuki finally said what he has been looking for the answer for a long time. He lifted his fist, laughed loudly, and stated that he was no longer belonging to people. The young man tried to climb the sky on his wings, and he was failed. He cannot understand why he is not able to fly. He still knew that the wings themselves did not give him this opportunity, so he acquired a special skill. But this did not produce any result. In addition, this skill costs 10 times more than usual. He spent 2/3 of all his dungeons on such a vain skill. The young man knees in front of the dragon. She, as long as she asks why he came so humiliated to ask her for something. The guy does not deny and begs to teach him to fly like she is free and without restriction. The dragon is indignant and repels the appearance of a guy who has humiliated this condition. In addition, he remembered how unfairly deprived her sweet and forbade to eat for a long time, throwing despair in the abyss for 3 days. Therefore Yuki decided to smooth his guilt and treat it with the 3 best donuts. It was instantly interested in the dragon. She opened the box and could not believe her eyes. The donuts were covered with a variety of bright glazes. If she agrees, he will even treat the top with a castella. Lefai immediately realizes that their feelings are true and full of passions. She will make him a heavenly demon. From this, the hero does not by himself. Conscience hurts, because it is not so difficult to manage it. Erna was indignant that only her sister had reached the sweets. Life explained that it was a reward for teaching Yuki new. The hero reassured Erna. He said not to worry, because he would prepare her dessert in gratitude for help with dinner. When the girl came out of the cave, she was asleep. Sunlight blinded her eyes. The young man noticed that she spends almost all the time in his dungeon. Wouldn't she have to protect her nest or something? She settled here only because of delicious honey, and now she does not pay any attention to the nest at all. The young man asked if he could not, if he was more attentive during the expansion of the dungeon, accidentally touch it. Leffen noticed that the boy had incredible wings. He confessed that in their daily lives they interfere with him, so he usually hides them. Drakonitya cautiously touches the wings of the guy. She is stunned. All this time he hid such an impressive couple. What a vanity, she thinks. And the guy just looks fascinated at her own wings and thinks that they are much more beautiful. The girl blushed, but replied that flattery would not help him here. The hero suddenly realized that for dragons, a compliment about their wings sounds like courtship. Life said that he was like a simple donut earlier, even without powdered sugar. But now, when she saw the luxury of his wings, one can safely say that he became attractive, as if a cake with a generous layer of glaze. Compared to some other lower dragons, it could be considered good. The guy hesitantly thanked her. Lei Fei praised someone so that the hero could be proud of this distinction. She suggested going to the case and explained to the boy that he had to look carefully at his Mano Okam. Drakonitya unfolded her wings. The guy suggested that these wings were the same as she had a dragon. The girl denied. She explained that it was just a copy she made from Mana. Life. I asked the guy if he wanted to say something first. He nodded and agreed. He said that her wings are beautiful, like a month that shines through night darkness. After that, Lefei asked him to take good care of her. She unfolded her wings, filled them with her mana, and flew high into the sky. The hero was confused by surprise. The girl hopes that now he understood everything and calls for him to try to fly after her. Yuki mentally repeated what he needs to do. Gather his strength and direct them into the wings. Clearly following this plan, he began to act. For the first time, Yuki was able to straighten his wings and wave them. The girl advised him to keep this shape and fly all his efforts. The protagonist finally managed to take off. He tries to shout Lefei that he cannot stop. The girl explains that he poured too many mana into his wings and advises to relax a little. The young man obeyed her advice, and before his eyes a picturesque landscape opened. He struck his mouth in amazement. Lefay did not hide her admiration. The hero turned and looked at the girl, which was illuminated by the bright sunlight. He could not take her eyes away. Lifa returned to him and asked if everything was fine. He quickly replied that everything was well with him. In the meantime, the girl decided to show what really means flight. Alfiro, the ghost, which is located quite close. The action unfolds directly in the guild. It is here that someone reports an urgent task that came directly from the guild itself. The employee confirmed these words and explained that all the adventures of the Adamant Tainer adventure were now busy, so they decided to entrust this task to them adventurers with mithril rank. The adventure girl asked with interest what it means. Sitting in the room, Desperate discusses the events that have happened. Everyone understands. They have no other choice than to accept this burden. In the end, if you give up the direct task of the guild, you will fall into disgrace and lose the trust of the whole community. The guy said he heard a monster, which usually almost did not appear, began to get into his eyes more and more. To understand why monsters in the ghostly forest behave so strange, you need to know more. The girl noticed that the guy is a coward. She only prayed so that he did not have to face this monster. The man rushes the forest and finally realizes why the monster arises one by one. The guy shouted to him that he was silent and running faster if he did not want to die. The girl thought that something was wrong in this forest. Monsters, like this horned tiger, always lived in the notes of the forest. She does not understand what happened to this forest. The man stopped. He realized that there is no other way out. He will have to fight. Suddenly, as if from the air, Fenrir appeared and took the life of this horned tiger in one movement. Then he looked closely at this man. The man decided that his life had ended and regretted only one thing: that he never invited Cairo, that girl from a bar, at least one date. But Fenrir just turned around and walked away. The man spent his gaze in surprise. At first, adventure seekers stood in silence, and then one of them came. They were saved. They decided to leave this forest as soon as possible. This wolf is without a doubt of the monster of the highest level of danger. In addition, a collar is visible on his neck. This means that someone has tamed the monster of the catastrophe level. Meanwhile, Lefay asks Yuki for dessert chocolate donuts. Yuki saddled with the fur and immediately noticed how rapidly and carried it forward. Today the truck is hunting. The hero has spent all his points in the dungeon on the ability to fly, so now he has to replenish his stocks. Here is a map of a dam forest divided into 4 parts. The northern zone is the land of eternal ice leaves. In the western zone live the most powerful monsters. In the south, settled monsters. And in the eastern part there are creatures, which, although not the strongest, but not weak. The hero noticed a tiger with a horn and decided to catch him. He instantly activated the invisibility skill. He cunningly lured the creatures to the targets, and then flew upwards and threw his best in his back. It was the easiest way to hunt. However, the hero's sword broke. He understands that he needs a more powerful weapon. Still, he is a demon lord, and will soon become a master specializing in magic. But that does not mean that the sword for him is a taboo. He gets a strong steel rod and hopes it is enough. The hero escapes from the invasion of giant ants. It swears because these creatures are incredibly fast, and they are simply powerful. Yuki wondered how the fur feels and suggested that he get off, but he just shook his head. The hero added that at such a flight speed of the truck will still not go anywhere. Without spending time, he decided to immediately show these monsters what he learned from training. He called a water dragon, and he rushed on the ants. The hero began to mock the ants, but they suddenly attacked him, firing at acid. Yuki immediately regretted his words. He is aware that ants do not stop, and his magical energy is not enough to cope with so many opponents. The hero understands that he must invent something. He looks into his bag with things. Probably there will be something useful. He threw monster meat with ants and ordered to eat. It was a real delicacy, juicy and tender, almost like a sophisticated wag. The guy thought it was necessary to invent a new plan while they were busy. But raising his head, he suddenly saw that the pursuit had stopped. He was surprised that they really stopped eating meat. The hero sat in the throne room and thought out loud. It would be great if his worthless ability helped to exercise a little. He thoughtfully notes that the stick is easy to use, but somehow it is strange to watch how the demon lord swings such tools. The great sword looks quite decent, but the hero doubts that such a long and light weapon will last him for a long time. Suddenly, Erna ran to him and asked if he really was about to show another focus. He replies that he is about to become the owner of demons, who creates a new one. If he does not have a weapon, he will invent and create it himself. Life asked if he fantasized again about some nonsense. He asked her to be silent and added a few pinched remarks to her direction. He believes that she does not even know. Now he wears the title of the ruler of the supreme dragon. He managed to conquer a dragon capable of putting the whole world on his knees. The young man lists the main components for the creation of weapons. The quality of materials, rich imagination, the stock of mana, and the level of skill. For him, this is the perfect skill. Everything you need. In addition, it has the skill of magical overlay, which allows to apply magic patterns to objects and create real magic artifacts. It is the perfect combination of witchcraft and weapons. It is this owner of demons that he wants to become. Initially, he decides to turn a piece of iron from a catalog into a knife. The same is often used in shooters for melee, all metal with a harsh army look. The hero activates his skill, creating a weapon. Erna looks at what is happening, and Yuki proudly notices that he has turned out to be the best way. For a while the guy got a knife of demons. He immediately noticed what he was sharp. Now it all depends on the skill of the weapon. Leffen immediately noticed. The sword was really well done. She wondered if the Kuznetsk magic was used here, which the inhabitants of the mountains were famous. The young man just smiled and replied that his work on the weapon was not completed. He decided to make more than 2 blades. The hero realized that the power of magical magic depends on the shape of the object, so he gave a knife more streamlined because it has a tendency to be water magic. Erna noticed that he was very similar to her. Leaf asked what it was. He replied that it was a weapon. She asked to show how to use it. The guy explained, "You need to keep the arms and beat this part of the enemy." The girl with irony in her voice noted that before them, a real powerful weapon. The young man was red and laughed at himself, rejoicing that he did not spend any valuable materials on it. He decided to try to work with the material that he got from a giant beetle. He took out massive horns from the box. He gathered with thoughts and tried to invent something simple. Last time he failed because he was distracted by some strange thought. There is no reason to think about magical spells. Now he should focus on the weight and sharpness of the sword. The sophisticated design here is nothing. He only needs a simple sword with 2 blades and a comfortable handle. At this point, the word flower came from the back. It was quietly said by Lifa. That is why Yuki was able to expel the great sword of the demonic lord. It is a true work of art. A magnificent sword, created by the most demonic Lord Yuki, reminiscent of the brightest flower, flourishing in all its beauty. The hero was angry and asked the girl what she was doing. Lefai laughed and noted what a good thing in Yuki Kvitka. The guy wondered what she was going to do with this thing. It was the only piece of such material, and it could no longer be useful for something else. Lefties noted that it looks just incredible, and said confidently, "With such a thing you can overcome any monster." Yuki aimed at her. The dragon laughed. This innocent toy only cheered it up. The man broke the laughter of the dragon and began to scold her for such a reaction. They began to argue. The young man abandoned that her taste did not look at the title of the supreme hostess of the dragons. Erna watches this. Then she turns to Shia and says his brother and sister are arguing again. She proposes to go to play together. A few days later, Grun thanked her brother for a delicious lunch. Blood will only take it once a week, and on other days she feeds like an ordinary person. The girl smiled and said that she was lucky. She can taste the delicious blood of her brother. Then she ran outside to play. The guy asked her to return to the dark. On that day, Ilan never returned to the dungeon, even when it was already dark. What happened to this sweet girl? Iluna disappeared. The young man sat on the throne, shaking his head on his palm. Suddenly the door creaked. He raised his eyes. It was Farapoit. The hero asked him if Irun managed to find. The answer was the angry growl about the oxidation of the RGS. Farapoit said that he felt the smell of people in the forest, and still came across a crew near the edge of the forest. It seems that Aran was not taken away by some casual monsters. It was stolen as a valuable trophy. After all, people are really dangerous this summer. Yuki asked Lifa where the closest human settlement is. She replied that it was lying to the southeast, about 3 o'clock in the fly from here, so they decided to go immediately. The hero suggested that Glyphi go with him. She just smiled at that and said that such things are not even worth asking. The answer is so obvious. For her, this little girl became like her native. The characters went outside and saw many dragons circling in the sky. The young man wondered what it was. Leif replied, "These are her supporters. There are so many that they are able to trample by anyone. The girl turned the boy and offered to show everyone who they deal with. The young man noted that she is a good person. The girl laughed fun and suggested that he finally go to save their younger sister. Erna woke up near a strange cage. She remembered everything that had happened to her, and then looked around and saw many cages from the animal. Two men came into the room and began to talk to each other as they were lucky that she survived, so they would not be given to the monsters in the arena. Seeing that the girl had already come to her senses, they were surprised. Erna instantly realized it was these people who took the life of her mother and father. The man struck her on his head with a stick and rudely threw her that she was only problems. Another man detained him, noting that the scar would reduce the price. After that, he began to predict Aronak's terrible future. However, the girl was not upset, because now Iruni has a younger brother. At first, she feared him a little, but it turned out that he was very kind and responsive. She really likes to be near him. The sister is always lazy, but in difficult situations it can be relied on. Her parents are gone for a long time, but she believes that Li-Fi and Yuki will definitely come after them. Until the others come, Iruna decided to do everything in her power. She appealed to the spirit of the earth to share her power. At the same moment, everything around shone with bright light. Irina felt the protection of the Lord of the Spirits. It was the blessed power of the King of Spirits, Igea Drago. Suddenly, a little spirit of the earth appeared. The girl asked him to open a collar and a cage door. The spirit obeyed. Erwin thanked him. Then she asked him to make her invisible. There are 6 components of the soul: earth, water, air, fire, light, and darkness. The girl suddenly disappeared from her eyes, becoming invisible. She does not understand where she finds herself, and does not believe that she can reach the forest on her own. The smartest is to hide and wait for your brother, and the rest to find her. The girl came to the door, cast her gaze on other cages, and asked everyone to wait a little. She promised she would surely save everyone. In Lord's estate, someone suddenly exclaims that has urgent news. The man got out of bed and asked what had happened. The soldier replied that the monsters were approaching from the damn forest, about 100. The owner suggested that it could be out. But when the knight looked at the pack through the crystal artifact for the branch, he saw, before them not just twisted, there were adult dragons. Hearing these news, the man was stunned. He ordered to raise all the soldiers and adventurers immediately on his feet and urgently gather them here. The locals should accompany and start evacuation immediately. The Lord threw a jacket and said that the locals should be able to leave the city quietly. It was difficult for him to understand how such a flock of hundreds of dragons could reach such a decision. They are able to erase this kingdom from the face of the earth. Yuki said that he saw the whole city. He noted that he would like to be here for another reason. I called this guy a letter, she warned. If a pogrom arranges here, the city together with Eruna can be destroyed. So now she rests on him and trusts her destiny. And in response, he asked her to restrain the dragons. Soldiers and adventurers together rushed to the attack and knocked down one of the monsters. One of the dragons fell. The hero became angry. Local residents froze from surprise. Suddenly, fluffy wool appeared in front of them. The hero asked him if he feels iron. He was happily in response. The young man jumped on his back and ordered him to run straight to her. The soldier opened his mouth with surprise when the guy suddenly fled, riding a monster. The merchants led the girls and were concerned that the goods should be taken away immediately. It seemed that a flock of dragons was coming somewhere nearby. They hurried everyone, adjusting. Rather faster! This girl, did not withstand the tension and fell. The man began to swear on her and scare that he would break her life first and then sell. The main character stops in front of the door. He feels Irina is somewhere near, very close. The man thundered at the girls, demanding to listen to his orders immediately. And suddenly a loud crash came in the air, and in the next moment, the hero dissolves the door, breaking them into piles. The man looks confusedly at them. They ask who he is. Girls, too, are watching everything that is happening. The young man is annoying. These boys are already tired of him. But where Aaron went, he should be pierced. The hero himself understood it. It seemed that after his revival, he was no longer a person. One of the people shouted that it was necessary to attack this guy immediately. Yuki believes that there is no point in leaving these people alive. On his face, only anger and contempt. One of the bandits rushed at the guy with his sword. He also did not delay or think. In the next moment, he cut off the man's head. Others have only confusedly overwhelmed. The hero constantly won the opponents one by one. One of the men, armed with an axe, rushed to the guy. However, the company has successfully neutralized this threat. A man with a scram loudly stated that the hero had a friend and ordered something to bring. A strange object was introduced into the room. The young man looked at him in surprise, trying to understand what was happening. The bright light from the object illuminated mixed emotions on the muzzle of the beast, and he bowed his head. Yuki approached him, gently stroked, and asked how he was feeling. This is a special subject, a crystal of restraint. It breaks the flow of mana around the monsters and makes them move slower. How effective it is depends on the strength of the creatures themselves. So the hero realized how they managed to go so far into the damn forest. Only 3 remained on the battlefield: Ge, Sudan, and Nadine. The characters with a crazy smile noted that they are probably not easy, because they are so weak. Another man noticed that the guy was looking at them. He added that the master of the spirit could not be really strong, just take it and all. Yuki was tired of listening to this chatter. He called on a water dragon and directed him for this pathetic man. Only bloody spots remained from it. The young man noted that even the mosquitoes were stronger than them. Yuki asked in fear if he could feel iron. He replied that he did not smell because of the strong smell of blood around. Then Yuki suggested that you turn to the words, but it could take too long. She decided to seek explanations to the owner of the estate. The heroine decides to interrogate this person using her most pleasant methods. She is wondering where Erna went. He replied that he did not really know, and when they noticed, she was no longer in the cage. The girl disappeared without a trace. He put on her special shackles on her and put the guard at the door. The young man remembered that for the first time when they met, she also tried to escape. The girl is really very resourceful. One of the men exclaimed that reinforced. Lord immediately ordered the guy's life. Having defeated all the robbers, the young man began to look at where the moon went. She was already running outside. She rushed with a narrow lane and then sat down, grabbing her knees with her hands, and began to call her dad with her mother. She remembered the whole city covered the flames, and her mother called her to her. The mother hugged her daughter firmly, asked her to run and live on. The girl sobbed bitterly at that moment. The hero came out of the estate, and he was already waiting for a whole crowd of knights and adventurers. The young man was grateful for such a warm and solemn meeting. Erna sat and trembled. She confessed that she really wanted to hug her again. She dreams of playing again with her brother. She wants to fall asleep again with my furry. She so wants to sit on her brother on her knees and talk to him. The hero jokingly complains that it is terribly annoying. The girl sits and cries. She confesses that he no longer wants to stay alone. Our protagonist has shouted the name Arunus in a full voice. She heard him. People have tensed noticeably. LeFay, who flew high at that time with other dragons, also heard this desperate cry. Erna ran out of the horn, calling her brother loudly. The girl rushed into her brother's arms. He gently pressed her to him and said that she had tried well, and now everything was behind. Erna smiled and confessed that she posted full. He gently stroked her on his head and offered to escape with fur from the city, because it was too dangerous here. Erna said that there are many stolen people here, besides her. The girl suggested to save them. The guy looked at her in surprise, and then smiled, and assured that she could safely rely on her younger brother. The hero put a girl on the company and said he trusts her. After that, the wolf and Aaron disappeared. People noticed this, but did not respond in any way. It was another problem for them. Yuki mentioned the bruise on the face of Giruni, and it became angry. Shouts were heard. People ordered him not to move and throw their weapons. But the hero was indifferent to their words. He coldly stated that he would take his life from each of them. The protagonist scares others, threatening to use force. Some of them are fainting, and another guy is amazed to comment on how incredible the power of the bishop demons. Yuki is no longer worried about anything. She believes that such a race deserves to disappear. The guy was already going to take a step, but people rushed to restrain him. Suddenly, someone asked the young man to calm down. It was LeFay. She reminded him that he had already achieved his goal. Aelin returned, and all who caused her pain received on his merit. The girl hugged the boy. She whispered in his ear quietly, offering to return home. She gently put her hand on his cheek and said quietly that he had nothing more here. The guy only uttered her name. Suddenly, LeFay raised her head and stated that she had been hungry. She clearly hinted that she hopes for dinner, which corresponds to all her efforts. Yuki smiled and promised that he would treat her with the most delicious dish that he could only cook. The girl, however, hoped that the delicacy would really meet her expectations. The young man intrigued her, saying that it was so delicious that after that, she will not be able to eat ordinary sweets for a long time. The girl realized this should be preserved for a special occasion. Suddenly someone interrupted their conversation. It was Ray Lore, Louvria, lady in this city. The protagonist wondered what he could help. The man guessed that the reason for their visit was the abduction of his relative and his subjects. As the master of the city, He deeply apologized and invited the guest to his home. Living room. The owner regret says that he cannot express all his apologies for what happened, but promises he will not allow it anymore. He sincerely apologized. Leaf asked him if he knew this girl. He confirmed. The girl reminded him of the promise that his ancestors gave. The hero suggested that this old man has a special ability to analyze, so it is not surprising that he immediately recognized Lafai as the highest dragon. Then the young man wondered what kind of agreement they were talking about. The girl said she had not told him yet. It was a time when everyone sought to become stronger. Many warriors challenged her only to prove something to themselves and others. The girl decided to put an end to this problem, destroying the cause. She began to attack human countries from where these characters came from. The king of the people of the past was frightened and swore that his people would never interfere in their affairs. This is how the non-interference agreement appeared. This agreement must still retain its power, but the girl they abducted was her native. They will have to pay for this sin. Rayler assured that if she agrees to leave the agreement unchanged, he will do his best to fulfill her requirements. Lafai turned to the hero and advised him to immediately voice the reason for his arrival. Yuki was surprised that she had noticed it. In addition, he was wondering why she agreed to go with him without saying anything. Despite Leffy's dissatisfaction, he continued to consider it lazy and in vain. However, she argued once after that she was really worth her title. Yuki fell and strictly stated that he was indifferent what they were doing there. But if this is repeated again, he will not regret and take everyone's life. The man promised to do everything possible so that no one else gets into the enchanted forest. The young man also asked to hand him all the servants and all who were in the estate. The lord dropped on the chair, not yet believing that the majestic dragon was in the form of a charming girl. And this demon drill has a terrible power. If possible, it is better to keep them away. The man says that lately the top began to think, not to capture them a damn forest and not pick up his wealth. They will use this case as an excuse to send the army here and take revenge. Considering the crowd of just liberated servants, Yuki asks in Leif, what to do with them now? The girl realized that the young man did not think about the consequences of her decision. He confirmed it, and explained that he only helped them because Alun was asked for it. The hero asked the girls who stayed at home. They spoke a little, and then one of them sadly said that most of them stole far from their native cities, but even those who have been abducted remain a house where they can return. The guy asked her where she found out who he really was. She replied that she had told her the number of his people. The young man asked Lefe to send dragons to take them home. She smiled and assured that it is quite easy to organize it. Yuki told the girls that he could easily send them home. After all, these dragons are extremely intelligent. It is enough to say where their home is, and they will instantly send someone to the right place. The girls glowed with happiness. One of them wondered if he really wanted to send them home. He replied to it. Those who have nowhere to return can stay here, and he will take care of them. It was he who invited them to this place. Most girls thanked the guy and flew home. There are only two from the whole crowd. Layla, sheep demon with horns, and Langila, a wolf. Lila said that she was taught to respond to good for good since childhood. She will gladly help the hero. Leo, meanwhile, asked if it was not a Fenrir nearby. The guy confirmed that. The girl asked him to stay and promised to fulfill his desire. The main character suggested that it was all because of a fire. Leo explained that Fenrir was a real deity for combat wolves. Now she could proudly say that she served Fenrir herself. For the sake of such experience, it was definitely worth leaving her native village. Yuki returned to the wagon and stated that he is now God. The beast lowered his head in obedience. The main character introduced the girls to all present. And he said that there is another person inside, but he would introduce her tomorrow. And now they need to relax. Lion and Lila thanked the boy. Fenrir spent girls inside, and Lafine and Yuki remained outside. The guy turned to the girl. The young man thanked her and confessed that he would not have coped without her help. The girl thought that the guy was referring to the moment when she hugged him and pressed him as if a baby. The young man asked her just not to mention it. Leifei has confessed to the boy who spent many years in loneliness. As much as he remembers, was always alone. For her, this world has long become gray and colorless, full of boredom. The indifference filled her heart so much that she used to perceive her as everyday life. But one fateful day she met her husband. He filled her world with bright light and colors she had not known before. The feelings that came with him were so new and pleasant that she could only keep them in her heart. At the same time, she said she would always stop him if she was angry, Putting her hand on the boy's face, Leffy asked if he would continue to fill her world with colors. Erna is happy that her brother came to the rescue, but understands he will have to take the concubines. Yuki did not realize that concubines was referring to when she turned to the girl. The vampire added that if you already take someone, then let it be only Leifen's sister. No one else can be discussed. The hero suggested that Lefyet told her something strange. The dragon asked if he had in mind when he had previously talked about a maid. Leo came behind and confidently stated that she would do everything possible for the owner who saved her and gave a chance to serve Fenrir himself. Lila meanwhile asked when the night duty began. Yuki, blushing, shouted loudly that it did not mean it. He tells how he wanted to ask them to help with household chores. He was very tired, because he had to do everything himself. He also said that there is much unusual here, and if they do not know how to use something, they can always contact him. In addition, they can use the room he showed them yesterday. Yuki Asala tells how it is to be the owner of the demons, looking at all his eyes. For a girl, demonic bishops are just the owners of the dungeon. They are just a creature that dungeons have changed and adapted to themselves. The guy explained that it means modified. If the dungeon wants to make Goblin Lord demons, he will be given such power that he will no longer be considered goblin. The guy thanked the girl and noted what she was aware. Today's task is to expand the platform area. The guy noticed that it actually added another floor to the dungeon. It is very spacious here, and even the sky is. The guy flew as high as possible. The protagonist decided to take the opportunity to add river and mountains. He may still be able to place the bridge and sakura near the river. Now in his design, to build a Japanese-style hotel. Yuki was comfortable in the bath, which he made himself, and exclaimed enthusiastically that it was the best thing that happened to him. He sincerely hoped that others would be able to feel the same real pleasure. Erna went into the bathroom. He asked her, did he not say that she should go with everyone a little later? The girl said she wanted to go to swim with her brother and asked the boy to help her wash her hair. Meanwhile, the hero suggested that the picnic on board the aircraft, with the participation of all passengers. Erna asked what a picnic was. He told them that they would eat in the open air and then they would chat in the open air all day. LeFay went to the bathroom. The guy called her name, and she asked with a smile, unless they are happy to see her. Erna decided that her younger sister also wanted to be with her brother. We just remembered how he washed her hair, just as it used to. Yuki said Aruni to go to the bath in front of her. The forest dragon, meanwhile, settled on a chair right in front of the hero. The hero looked and began to wash her hair carefully. The young man intensifies himself. He believes that it is just LeFay. Ordinary. No one needs a dragon. The guy tells the girl who has already finished, and the dragon, meanwhile, gently presses against him and confesses that he really likes it. But his breathing became uneven, isn't it? The girl held her hand on his knee, thinking that his body was aroused. He jumped and resisted her words. Erna and she watch Yuki and Lifa compete with each other. She calls them both to go swimming. Sitting in the bathroom, Lifa confesses that it is an incredible pleasure. She did not even imagine that hot water could be so pleasant. The girl gladly agrees with her. Yuki rejoices when hearing it. He is interested in Leifei if there are any conditions to get this title. The girl replied that she did not know for sure. He will only get it when he does something really grand. Some people think it can happen without any effort. In any case, no one can say for sure how exactly it will happen. The hero was surprised to learn that there was no god in this world. She answered simply, in her entire life, she did not meet any god. The young man looked thoughtfully at the menu with the new title, the judge. Recently, he got this mysterious rank and now asked, what are the titles except the Supreme Dragon? She knows not only to hide her titles, but also to hide her status. The guy decides to find this ability later in the list of skills. The guy noticed that he could not see any skills in Arunas. He decided to set himself the goal of learning to see the full status of others. Lefi replied that when he became as strong as her, he could see almost everything. He confessed that he would take several hundred years to become so strong, but during this time he would have died of old age. However, the girl noted that in fact he could have lived at least another 1,000 or 2 years. Demons, whose bodies consist of mana, live for a very long time. After all, it is enough for them to breathe to absorb the manu directly from the air. This news struck the guy. She added that he would not die as a mana exists in this world, only if someone does not deprive his life. Yuki wondered how many years she had lived. She said that dragons are a race that can also live for a very long time. In addition, her body became extremely strong and strongly adapted to mana. And until the mana disappears from this world, she is sure He will not die. The young man said it's all right now. If she is near him, even the longest life will not seem boring. Read up from these words, and the hero immediately noticed it. The guy decided to take a Erna, which was already falling asleep, to bed. At this point, the dragon noticed the title of the guy, the Lord of the Supreme Dragon, and began to read it. Liu said she was very tired. She noted that Leifi-san was fast annoying, and Layla advised her to dress, otherwise her clothes would be completely wrinkled. The wolf agreed with her. She dressed and asked Layla why she decided to stay. Layla replied that she was doing so with gratitude to thank. However, the girl immediately realized, this is just an excuse, not a real reason. 0.539. She has a single family on the Sheepri, and the family is a continuous curiosity. So it is difficult to imagine that one of them would only be here for the sake of gratitude for the kindness he received. Layla admitted that she was very grateful for the salvation. She confessed that if she had really become a maid, she might have thought of suicide. However, fate brought her with the owner of the demons, who turned out to be a rather prudent person. This is a great opportunity for her to go to the dungeon and learn more about a mysterious creature, which everyone calls the owner of the demons. She hopes that he will continue to live, of course, without even realizing that she is nearby and quietly protects him. Leo noted that even learning about everything, he would not be angry. And Layla promised that she would not speak too, that this role belonged to one of the most influential branches of the tribe of military wolves. She also heard that the daughter of a leader, almost her peers, fled from home. Leo asked her not to tell anyone about it. The girl said she did not interfere with her. At the same time, she is surprised why she tries to hide it at all. Leo wondered if they were confused by the fact that the daughter of the tribe leader was so unmanaged. Layla confessed that Leo considers very feminine and sweet. Leo blushed from embarrassment. The characters arranged a picnic. Erna says that they not only taste in the open air but also have fun together. Many play. Lafai thought she would sleep quietly here, but the guy warned, "You should not underestimate this game master." Yuki and Erna rushed down from the roller coaster. The girl said it was cool. Lila and Layla noted that it looks a lot of fun. The guy suggested that they try too. They sat on sled. Lila hugged Lila firmly and did not want to let her go. The girls flew from the hill at high speed. They were delighted with this trip. Yuki was sincerely pleased that both of them liked it. Lafi's turn told him that she had tired. Then the guy put her on his neck and carried it up a slope. The girl asked him to lower her to the ground. Yuki sat on Sanchata and told the girl to grasp him firmly with her hands, and then they moved down the slope. Suddenly, the girl noticed that they were rising into the air. The young man strengthened himself with the magic of the wind. As she touched the earth, the girl seemed to lose her soul. The guy looked at her confusedly, because she was flying even faster before. But the girl asked not to confuse it with flights. And Yuki just smiled, not believing that such a mighty dragon could fall from such nonsense. Lefi straightened her wings, hugged the boy from behind, and promised that she would specifically prepare a truly exciting course for him. Lefi ordered him to feel all the anger she had to him, and in parallel told the girls that her brother and sister were real miracles. It's time to eat. The girls looked at delicious dishes with joy and admiration. The guy was passionate about saying that the path of the High Dragon is simply incredible. Life could not understand how he could be so safe. Erna was surprised to see such a large number of karag. Lila explained that they had been prepared from a stone bird meat. Leifei noted that bento was probably really delicious, but the hero did not forget anything. The guy assured her that there was nothing to worry about, because he also prepared a dessert. Liu sincerely noted that all the desserts of the boys were just wonderful. The dragon noted that it can only be tasted here. The wolf wondered why he calls Leifi Samuk Supreme Dragon. He replied that Lefei was the Supreme Dragon. The girl lifted her eyebrows in surprise. Liu was stunned. She began to list what features the real dragon should possess. Leaf replied that if Liu wants to say something, she listens to her. But the guy asked not to intimidate people with such words. The wolf asked Layla that she understood and said, when they first met, she gave orders to the dragons. She was surprised that Leo never guessed. She confessed that all her attention is now chained to Mofurdaire. Erna added that she would gladly play badminton with everyone. The hero agreed to this idea. Girls are amazed that Erna can afford to ask for attention for her owner Yuki, as well as for an elevator, which is a supreme dragon. The young man explains to them how everything is arranged. Among the 4 inhabitants of the dungeon, he is the weakest. Alina Kingdom. King Alina Ride Gloria Alina tells someone that she cannot do it. Prince of the Kingdom of Alicia. Rio Celos Alicia cannot understand why the father so easily allowed the enemies to leave, although they just attacked their kingdom. In his opinion, he had to respond immediately in response. The king stated that he would not be allowed to attack the cursed forest, because the losses were not so large. In addition, the newly received report only stated that they defeated some criminal organization. The guy said he didn't matter to him what harm they would cause them. The main thing is the dignity of the country and the natural resources of this forest. The man sighed heavily and asked his son not to do so. It was a royal order. Ryuto nodded, making it clear that he understood everything. Someone approached the prince and asked if this plan could be brought into life. He briefly ordered the gathering of warriors. Yuki and Lee Fire played checkers. The girl asked him to wait a little, but the guy cut off that she was no longer going to wait. Suddenly, the men's menu came before them. The girl asked what happened. He replied that they had uninvited guests. The invaders are armed quite mediocre. Outwardly, they resemble ordinary soldiers of some state. Their number is about 400 to 500 people. Leifei thought that these were some important bumps from the city, and it was even more annoying that the soldiers dared to treat them so boldly. Drakonitsia was already torn to the enemies faster, but Yuki stopped her. He intended to try something himself. If suddenly something went wrong, then she would intervene and help him. The protagonist decided that first of all, it was necessary to at least try to prevent the invaders. After that, the guy said goodbye to his friend. Lafios nodded to consent and promised to wait for his return. The dragon warned Yuki. If he does not return quickly, she will continue this dangerous game herself. The question is, how can the hero handle the unexpected guests? You can see that the soldiers used artifacts, which we call monsters. As in the case of criminals, the system window warned that if the target is equal to the user's strength, the efficiency of secrecy is significantly reduced. The demon made a way between the soldiers and was already going to go to one of the tents, but still someone noticed him. The young man was a little surprised that he was noticed. It was at this moment that the soldier exclaimed, preparing to attack, but suddenly frozen with surprise. The demon warned, if a man makes at least a sound, it will become its end. The soldier nodded in response, and Yuki asked if he was the main among all those present. It turned out that this man was not a leader. It was terribly lost to the protagonist, because he was convinced of his assumptions. The warrior had the highest level, and looked the most experienced among all. But this should still be one of the main ones, because its tent is much better than ordinary soldiers. Thinking, the demon firmly stated that this man should convey to the leader messages, and be sure to remember every word that Yuki said. The guy does not want to listen to why these people came to his territory. This is the territory of the Master of Demons, and if people decide to stay here for a moment, Yuki will deal with them. The young man decided to put this land right now. The warrior could not understand why the demon warned them in advance, because if he wanted, he could destroy them at any moment. A little annoyed, the guy said he was ready to destroy all pests that would dare to get closer, but he understood. It would only be a new trouble. Once Yuki went to the dungeon, he immediately told Leifei that his experiment had failed. In fact, this man, having reported everything to the manager, with his people retreated. Other warriors do not even think of orders. Suddenly the girl returned to her friend. She was courteous to find out why he was so carelessly turning back. He explained that he just wanted to warn them, but this answer did not satisfy the girl. The dragon was indignant. Yuki's response did not arrange it, because she was ready to wait for him all night without rest. The young man moved her sincerity, so he pleaded guilty and, to apologize, promised to show her something really interesting. The demon reminded the girl that he gave her access to her system window. Leifei immediately forgot about all the anxieties, and, looking at the map, immediately noticed on her the same violators. The guy decided to check how well the traps on the soldiers who entered their territory, or rather, just home. The system window reports that the Golden Eye is a monster type of dungeon, which conveys everything he sees like a video using a menu for moving in a maze. One of the men strenuously stared at the distance, trying to understand when the dawn would come. Meanwhile, his comrades joked and laughed, because by the end of the change remained a long time. One of the soldiers rushed at his friend, convinced that they are surrounded by enemies. Others also behaved horrible, one everywhere spiders, and someone else shouted that his home was on fire. Hearing the Homer, one of the commanders ran out and rushed to find out what was happening here. The soldier tried to explain that he did not understand anything himself. Everyone shoots in different directions. Suddenly the commander saw a spooky picture. The soldier who shouted about the enemies suddenly rushed to the commander at the same time when he asked for help. LeFay decided that he was dreaming. The demon only smiled happy, because its assumption was correct. The system window reports that the roof tree, also called illusions, radiates a manu capable of causing hallucinations from living creatures. This tree is also considered a trap. Its convenience is that it can be transferred to manu even from a long distance, such as from dungeons. People have such magical influences strongly, but they do not affect the bodice and Yuki at all. They have too many man. The dragon did not believe that they would all die only from this trap. The guy suggested waiting and see what would happen next, because such a cunning demon would definitely not let them go. The girls with irony noted, those who consider themselves witty are in fact rarely capable of at least something. The guy clarifies his words, explaining that he never lost Lefe in table games. The dragon explained all that the young man was better versed in this game, and mentioned the unfinished party, which he wanted to play faster. Yuki agreed, but asked to wait a little. At this point, one of the soldiers called everyone to flee after him to get out of a place where too many mana gathered. But suddenly, an obstacle grew directly in front of him. His comrades did not understand what the vine was. Some of them noted that this place is terrible. Here is full of various monsters. The soldier spanned and could not tread why the artifact, which was supposed to scare away the monsters, suddenly did not work. And his friend was even more concerned about the unhappy, who had already lost his mind. At the same time, the third just tried to find out where to run. Suddenly, the swamp threw up and began to heat up, lifting a real panic among people. Their commander-in-chief, watching all these disasters, only murmured something incomprehensible. The commander ordered everyone to stay away from him, and then suddenly laughed at the whole voice. The check was even better than Yuki hoped. The dragon decided that everything was over, and the demon also confirmed it. People are depressed, and at least the trap check was successful. Lefi with a smile suggested bringing the game to the end. Soon he had a little to break out, so the guy was genuinely surprised when the girl suggested playing right now. She insisted, because she was used to sleeping lately, so at night she was not drawn to bed at night. The young man mockingly calls her a lazy supreme dragon, but in response hears that a real dragon should be able to keep the forces for the right moment. When the sun appeared above the horizon, the bodice was tired, and Yuki suggested going to sleep. However, the girl stayed stubbornly. She really wanted to play. A few days later, in the border town of El Friaro, a man with a fury demanded that he repeat what he was told from his interlocutor, but he stubbornly refused to repeat his words for the captain of the night guard, Jemdi Ledin. Humbia was released, and the path to the title of captain was finally closed. The army did not need the one who leaves the battlefield. Lawston was angry because they could not just release him with the interlocutor. But it turned out that it was an order from the most influential person at this mission, Prince Ryo. Although there is no connection with the fighters who went to the damn forest, there is not even a matter of cancellation. If so continues, the number of casualties will only grow. The stranger noted that the knight looks very excited, and the knight confessed. He was really desperate, because he was accused of escape from the battlefield. Immediately released without even listening to the explanations. He was overwhelmed by anger, because greed blinded people, and they sent an army to where a terrible monster lived. He could not stop wondering, what did the king think when he ordered the soldiers to send into this dangerous forest? The old man listened carefully to the knight and realized, somewhere far away from them is something important, which they no longer influence. The knight recognized the stranger. It was Lord Rayler Luvia. Lord suggested that they not consider what those who are in the center of these events think. As the Lord, who owned the lands near the infamous forest, he decided to hire a brave soldier who had just left without service. The gentleman added to his proposal, he will pay in the tractor for a party, and in addition, promises to listen to one complaint for life. Gumia modestly added that simple dissatisfaction is not enough. Luvia laughed back and promised to stay with her husband until he calmed down. From now on, their plan to weave these passions just began to gain momentum. Yuki enjoyed the perfect day for a walk. Aluna cheered her friend. Meanwhile, Mofuria quietly grumbled under her nose, and Lephazios bored and restrained his yawn. The dragon noted that Fenrir is going through difficult times, but even such a legendary creature has to deal with difficulties. She meant that his attitude to him was rather a pet. The guy noticed that Lefay also wanted to hold the leash, but had to wait for her turn. The girl denied it, but it was visible. The young man guessed her desire. Ilunin noted that it would not be easy to walk the Ryer if there were several. and the demon agreed. The reason for the evening walk was that Yuki told a fairy tale for the night, and the girls suddenly went to go for a walk. The guy was not able to refuse the vampire and mentally asked the wolf. Erna asked a demon whether Yuki should let her pet do everything she wants during a walk. A walk is a great opportunity for a pet to need in the open air. However, the Fluffy is used to exploring the mountains on his own, without society. The vampire understood Lafai and allowed the wolf to go to his favorite place. The protagonist very persistently advised him to do it. The wolf only squeezed quietly. Dragons jokingly noted that perhaps one day he would bite the demon to death. The guy in response said that if Fenrir was really getting boiled, the dungeon would be doomed to destroy, and the wolf was too smart to decide on that. The girl noticed how Yuki stared at her, and decided that she was passionate about her. The main character said that her appearance is the only thing she can be proud of. It affected Leify, and she was annoyed why the word one was used. At this time, Elin was walking with the wolf, and when Rhea noticed something interesting, she called her brother and sister to go where Mofa Rhea pointed. Leffen noted that her friends were truly tireless and energetic. Elin watched the huge cloud with delight, and Yuki stuck her delight. Then the vampire paid attention to the giant tree. The young man with delight noted that even 3 of them would not be able to hug him. The demon Gosta suggested that this tree can be about 1,000 years, and maybe more than Lefay. The Draka confessed that she could not argue with it, because most of the trees here grew long before her birth. The girl looked at a large flower with delight, and the guy imagined how she could bite his head. Their satellite is warned, so that they do not fit too close. After all, this monster can really swallow a person's head completely. This thought pushed them to move on. Finally, the whole company got to a wonderful place that struck everyone without exception. Erna praised the wolf for finding such a magical place. Yuki first doubted whether the company really found it, and Lafai was passionate about it that this lake is special because the surrounding area is filled with thick mana. When the Drakonitsia falls into a place where the mother's presence is so noticeable, something new and unknown in her heart is awakened in her heart, and it gives her real pleasure. After listening to everyone, the main character suggested a little rest near the wonderful lake. Hiding in the woods away from other people's views, friends settled on the ground, leaving their backs on the powerful trunk of the tree. They spent time together in cozy silence. Lafai whispered on the wolf and felt how much his fur was soft and fluffy. Elun wanted such a warm blanket, but she was quickly abandoned by this idea. After a rest, the young man showed a vampire how to play with Fenrir. He reached out to the girl Frisbee, a new toy for her. While she looked at a strange object, Yuki became convinced that everything was ready for the game, and commanded, "Catch!" The wolf's dream surprised the girls. The dragon asked with interest when the guy managed to teach the beast such a focus. Erna immediately wanted to try to play, so the demon began to teach it. The guy called Lefe to play in Frisbee too, but the girl politely refused. She is not so tactless to interfere with the fun of the children. The demon could not believe that a girl who was okay to give everything to win an even little girl in a desktop game could say something like that. In his justification, the dragon masked awkwardly that it was not just a game, but a real battle. Yuki had already returned to a friend, but after the question, the girl changed his mind to talk. Her interest only increased, and she wanted to find out what he was about to say. The guy eventually gave up and suggested that he gather such a fun company again. Erna gladly woke her friends, having fun in reporting that the morning has come. Now it is only necessary to wake up a leaflet, which, barely tearing his eyes, muttered something about 17 years and 24 days of sleep. The vampire thought that her brother was steeper, but Yuki wanted new toys. The girl firmly refused, supporting her words with the support of Shy. Liu rolled the girl, because he really felt that the mood of the teacher had changed. However, he explained it that he was late, playing games with a dragon. Layla went to the room, greeted her fun, but immediately froze, noticing a stranger. The girl decided that the guy allegedly survived the evolution of race, though he did not even understand what it was about. The system appeared on the window. Now he is a noblem with a new title, the enemy of humanity. Now you finally notice an explanation in the menu. The evolution of race occurs when the character reaches a certain level and turns into an improved version of his race. For the most part, this applies to inhuman races. The demon was convinced that this time his trap was caught by many people, but he did not feel any changes. Glay was interested in the fact that the demon lord developed its race much faster than usual. She began to assume that perhaps the dungeon is the monster. That is, the main creature here is the dungeon, which is why it forces the master of demons to protect himself. The protagonist tensed markedly when he felt the girl focusing on him all her attention. She apologized, explaining that she completely plunged into her thoughts. LeFay would have to wake up because it's time to breakfast, and Elisa began to wake her again. The list of objects in the dungeon has updated. It seems that the dungeon is expanding with the growth of the owner of the demons. Finally, she appeared and immediately noticed that the quality of the manip in Yuka had changed. The young man was wondering whether the girl was undergoing this transformation. But after all, it turned out that the ancient dragons were already the most powerful. The guy realized that the ancient dragon was already powerful, while the usual dragon was gaining strength, growing up during his life. The young man suspected that the girl would be able to evolve when she reaches 1,000th level, but she did not believe in it. Her level has almost grown even in a few decades, so it seems that it will have to spend at least 1,000 years. Life could not understand why Yuki looked at the same way. Usually monsters have an additional horn or fang, and after changes, hair or eye color often changes after changes. There are demons that grow strange things, such as tentacles. And it was at this moment that the guy remembered that he forgot to check something. He opened his wings and noticed that he had another couple. But it did not comfort him at all. Dragoni was immediately delighted with a new pair of wings. Without spending a minute, she jumped to touch them. But her sudden curiosity scared the demon. Then he suggested an agreement. If she allows him to touch her wings, then he would allow her to touch her. They carefully touched the wings of each other, looked at them carefully and praised them. The wings were so soft to the touch that Yuki wanted to take a nap on something like that. The girl became awkward, so she asked the boy not to press on them so much. The guy apologized for his rudeness. An awkward silence hung between friends. The couple stood in a confusion, feeling the incredible inconvenience with each other. At this point, Layla passed by and asked them to refrain from such actions in people. She was completely misunderstood of the situation, but with her replica even more embarrassed by friends. Yuki still felt painful pressure on the wings, and it was very worried. To get distracted, he decided to experience a new ability that opened after its evolution. The system window has a construction function. Everything that the guy will imagine can be created in reality. How much energy will be spent depends on the size of the object. The young man realized that if you use this opportunity correctly, he will be able to erect even a castle. It is not cheap, but when compared to the purchase of a catalog lock, it turns out more profitable. The problem is hidden in another. We need to have a lot of magical power and good imagination. The guy burns with determination and immediately undertakes to create a miniature with the help of magic of the earth. Finally, his passion for sandboxes will find true use. Within a few hours, the people approached him and wondered what he was busy. Her gaze immediately fell on skillfully made miniatures. Yuki was glad that his efforts were not in vain. The wolf herself wondered why he was lying, and in response she heard, "The demon was over." She did not understand what he was talking about. The young man brewed even harder, because now he had to rebuild the castle exactly as in the game he once played. Leo was fond of his zeal. At this point, Layla appeared. She was interested in what was happening here. Especially she liked cute doll houses, but in fact she came because the wolf asked to hang underwear. Levin began to justify demonstrating the model. The D- wanted to clarify who created them. Yuki proudly said that all this was his own creations, and he was able to paint the roof with the help of magic of the earth. The protagonist and dragon can effortlessly use high magic without even looking into books. But Lyle has no such knowledge about magic. The young man was surprised because he did not even suspect how much his magic was different from ordinary. The demon explained that if you are able to wake up without reading, it means that you use the original magic. Original magic still exists in our world, but it is owned by fewer hundreds of people on the planet. Yuki and Noise did not have that it was such a rare and mysterious phenomenon. In modern magic, they first create a nucleus by reading, and then fill it with magical power and activate it. However, there are rare exceptions. Some creatures have such a strong affinity with magic that it can control it only by the power of imagination. It is extremely difficult to find real demons that can be found. LeFay once told what the difference between the congenital sorcerers born with magic and those who come from the witchcraft, but should master this magic on their own. Lila with sadness noted that she would now have to wash her clothes again. Lua apologized for what happened. UK acknowledged that much more did not know about this world, and wanted to go outside on his own to find out more about him. Delivered in his thoughts, the demon approached LeFay with questions. She was immediately interested in that he turned to her. The guy was a little discorded that he wanted to strengthen his magical power without increasing the level, but does not know how to do it. Moreover, he had to complete a task. But the demon felt that his magic could not be enough. Lefai suggested that he was going to use forbidden magic, and did not understand why he was even more powerful if she was so incredibly powerful. Avoiding a direct answer, he only noted that his affairs did not need such dangerous means. Dragoni did not fully realize that the guy conceived, but was ready to share with him his magical power. This was reminiscent of the moments when she taught the boy to witchcraft. Only this time, Leofi will pass on Yuki's magic directly, not because of it. But the demon could not do the same, because he would have to keep the magical power within himself first, and then let it out. To do this, it was necessary to be able to manage your own magic well. In any case, Yuki needed the help of the dragon. Lefai agreed to help, but only in exchange for donuts. In addition, she suggested making everything a little differently. The guy had first to exhaust all his magical power. When it does, the magical power increases slightly during recovery. With the help of water magic, you can also train the ability to control your magical energy. The demon listened to the girl's suggestions and thanked her for her help. She only nodded embarrassed as a sign of consent. Lefesios was happy to help her friend. Seeing what he was in, she rushed to find out what had happened. The young man was embarrassed that the level of the dragon's charm simply goes crazy. A few days have passed. Lefay woke up, as always, in her usual rhythm. The girl yawned and only then opened her eyes. She carefully asked Yuka what he did. The guy only replied that now in search of inspiration. It was by no means an answer to my question whether the protagonist finally woke up and discovered the new world. Leofi repeated her question again. The boys were still lacking in imagination to imagine how to embody a demonic castle plan. He believed that the illumination would definitely come if he looks like a real bishop of demons. If Yuki wants to build a castle, he should contact Lila. Her knowledge is much deeper than Lefesius. Like a demon, she is well known on construction and art. The demon asked the girl, but used special magic, so she only looked at him in a confusion. In addition, it seems that she did not understand at all on buildings. The dragon imagined this scene and sighed with sadness. Lefai once told that she once burned the castle of the Lord of Demons, and still saw the human castle. She also noticed how well the miniature models were made, but one of the exhibits was surprised. It is a state-of-the-art, extremely transformed, and capable of connecting the Mofure version 2.0. The girl asked if she was really so multifunctional. Yuki smiled bitterly, because she had no idea how this toy could do something like that. After the left was undermined by the transformer, the guy was completely in spirit. He could not understand why she did so. The girl stood in front of the demon and confessed that his gaze was terribly angry. Having realized his mistake, the dragon sincerely apologized and promised to correct himself. Yuki was inspired, because he was always considered the most creative among demonic lords. The elevator, though with some doubt, supported his idea. Then Yuki used magic to create a completely new transformer. This is how Lefesios version 2.0 looked, a super rapid reincarnation with a new style. If you add a dark aura and crazy canines to this, it would just be an incredibly fierce version. The girl begged him to stop, and the toy exploded again in her hands. Yuki was not going to concede. He sought to prove that his skill was no worse than the art of explosions. So he created 3 more new versions of his works. When Luffy destroyed her figures, she screamed to stop molding them. But he created 3 more, and these statues quickly flew into pieces. After a brief clash, exhausted friends realized that the quarrel was not worth it, and decided to reconcile, starting everything with a blank sheet. A few days passed, and all the preparations were finally completed. Only the dragon guessed why the guy gathered everyone together, and the girls did not understand why he behaved so strange. The demon swallowed the potion, gathered all its willpower, magic, and imagination. He then asked Lephid to help him if something went wrong. Focusing on the plan of the castle, Yuki turned on the device panel and started construction. The demon lost its strength, trying to keep the castle. In despair, he turned to Leify for help, and she gladly agreed to support him. Even from afar it was heard as the earth was buzzing from the roar of a creature. The girls noted in surprise. They have not seen such powerful magic yet. Even the most magnificent is not equal to this grandeur. Finally, Yuki finished the spell and was able to fully admire his creation. The young man was glad to complete his project. The girls looked at how huge the castle came out. The new house was already ready. It had many rooms, and the girls could choose any to your liking. While everyone was fond of a luxurious castle, the demon appreciated its forces. Lefay interrupted his reflections, saying he wanted to eat and sleep. One of the girls wondered in Yuki, where the door to the living room. A little time has passed since the castle was erected. Once Layla asked Leo to wash the dishes, and the girl agreed without hesitation. The girl also came to the dragon, asking if it could hang her futon. The Lifa proudly agreed, and Aluna, meanwhile, led to the castle. The guy with a gloomy look stuck at one point, because the castle was now abandoned. The demon sighed with obedience and began to mutter under his nose. The castle was really huge. It is quite easy to get lost here. The corridor stretched without end, and around the rooms and various buildings around it. The young man managed to fulfill the dream of every man, and it could be used to catch fear on spies. Lefay began to praise the castle, but it didn't work. The guy increasingly incited the dragon to admit his defeat. The girl was worried about her friend. He was rarely so pessimistic. Lefezio settled on the knees of the demon, forcing him to get lost and be a little frightened. He could not understand what was happening. The girl explained that it was thanks to him that her life becomes more interesting. Every day is filled with joy, and now she just wants to cheer him up. The protagonist again asked her true intentions, but the answer remained unchanged. Lefay just wanted to deprive him of his sadness. She sincerely wanted to make him happy, so this time she behaved especially gently and carefully. The dragon always was near to laugh at a demon if he suddenly drove some nonsense. You can thank that girl for such support. Suddenly, Alan ran out. She was also trying to sit on her brother. Lefay did not mind, unlike a young man. The prince is boiled from rage. He did not know how to proceed, because he could only win with a larger army. But it was necessary to send more soldiers, and the king would immediately guess about the true intentions of his son. Through the old misses, it was no longer possible to justify the actions of the nobility. Trust in Ryuto disappeared, and with her he lost, and respect. Suddenly, he was thought of. Instead of a large army, you can send brave and experienced adventurers. However, this was not enough, especially given that they now have other cases. The next decision was to pick up the heroes who had already been taken care of by the church. However, the stranger warned, heroes are now protected by the church, and they are only trained. Then the prince suggested promising the church a generous reward if their plan works. After all, although they pretend to be saints, in fact, these people are crazy. Then someone asked the counter-question, where to get the money. Reuter, however, replied that it was a problem of a churchman who was only trusted with a verbal promise. When the stranger walked the forest, suddenly the bird jumped out of the branches and scared it well. She could not understand how everything turned that way. Not my question concerned what was waiting for a girl covered by anxiety in the depths of the forest. The system window indicated that this girl is a hero named Nil. The system of the system reports. It is Nell from the human race. The class is a hero. Among the unique skills she has barrier magic and super fast legs. Ordinary skills are holy magic, fencing, search, and ability to recognize danger. There are also 2 titles. The owner of the sacred ball and transferred. While the main character decorated the castle, suddenly a notification came. A hero appeared on his land. Yuki had no idea that heroes really exist in this world, and even with such a high status that he had not seen before. Looking at her, he decided that she did not seem strong, and then flew to his friends rapidly. The young man warned that the hero was already approaching, so for the safety he asked the girls to go to the throne hall. Luke covered panic because the character's merciless inhuman creatures. He was particularly interested in the behavior of the wolf. The guy still did not know how ominous spirits responded to the appearance of heroes. The girls listened to the girlfriend and went to the castle. Lefay offered her help, but Yuki politely refused. The guy advised Lefay not to worry, but to take this situation as an opportunity to check the protective system of the castle. Meanwhile, Nell stopped at the entrance to the cave, hesitating whether she chose the path correctly. Before sending her to the task, she was explained. Enemies live in a damn forest, so their level should be very high. They say that they even have a demon-born demon in the dungeon. Their base is located just before the possessions of the High Dragon. If the heroine is too difficult, it is enough for her to use the grimoire she got and escape from there. Nell found the entrance to the dungeon and already wanted to open the door, as suddenly she was engulfed by unexpected fear. The doors dissolved themselves, and before her look, the castle of incredible sizes grew. The bodice did not like the suspicious smile of the demon. He assured that he did not smile at all, because the hero was stunned, seeing his favorite castle Luan Fienal. The girl was disturbed by the fact that Yuki was not going to kill the hero at all. He did not want this girl to die, because she was almost the peer of the dragon, and such associations would leave the boy with an unpleasant sentiment after her death. So, Leif decided not to interfere and put everything on his own. Looking at the castle, the girl tried to reassure herself. She could not understand where the reality ends and where her imagination began to play, because she did not feel any sign of the monster. Nell began to panic because she did not feel any hostile energy, although she was sure that the armor had just moved. She was where she was before, though she just went forward. Suddenly, the door opened with a roar. The main character could not understand what was happening, because her search skill did not show any living creature nearby. But suddenly, even before she had said something, someone's head appeared in front of her. The demon was pleased to see how the hero falls into all the traps in a row, and finally realized what a hipped feeling is, to be the owner of demons in games. In Yuki's thoughts, it looked as if the owner of the demons rejoiced that a man had already been trapped 3 times. And then he came solemnly to congratulate the exhausted hero on the fact that he was able to go so far. This time the traps were placed ghosts. They belonged to the residents of the dungeon. The first of them, Lu, skillfully possesses magicians that affect the mind. The second, Ray, specializes in telekinesis. And the third, Russia, is able to create illusions that confuse perception. Here the search will not find them. The ghostly home mode in the defense system of the dungeon worked perfectly. Yuki is already thinking about the words of unmistakable murder and destruction regime. It is this part of the game that he likes the most. The girls began to reproach the guy for not stopping teasing the hero. The demon could not understand why they defend their common enemy. Seeing Nell burst into tears, Leif and Aluna looked at Yuki strictly, and he was forced to stop his jokes. The guy decided to end this farce, though he was awkward because he brought the girl to tears. He carefully turned to her, but she was still afraid and thought that the young man was actually a ghost. He began to calm the girl, convincing, even if he is not quite a person, at least alive. The girl saw the ghost and was frightened, so the demons transferred her with her friends to another room and thanked for the work done. The girl noticed that the monster had obeyed that boy and realized he was the same owner of the demons. Nell introduced and asked if Yuki was ready for battle. He noticed that her eyes had blushed from tears. The heroine began to justify herself, and the demon explained to her that it was completely illogical to scare a stranger who suddenly found herself in your house. After all, this girl is uninvited here. No one thought that Nell would suddenly sit down and pay for in the middle of the room. The hero still tried to prove Yuki that she did not cry at all. He supported pity, and added that it was time to go, because he had a lot of things. He needs to be laid down and decorated the castle. The girl refused to flee because she knew that if he left the demon, he would continue to attack people. It should be remembered that the young man killed only those who stole his family and reflected from the soldiers who came to destroy him. No one dared to argue, but the guy warned he did not know what she heard about him, but asked if she really thought about her actions in advance. Yuki was not sure whether the girl would believe him, because he never provoked fights first. But it did not worry. He did not intend to give the enemies. The main character was convinced that the guy was about to kill her, but in fact, he and the thoughts did not have the thoughts. She was only a child. His words painfully touched her, but the demon no longer had to contact her. He said goodbye to Nell and left, but the girl left him. The heroine was confused. Her hips did not obey, and she wanted to call someone for help. The girl sat in hot springs, plunged into warm water and reflected on everything that happened to her. She had to understand where she made the mistake. Nell relaxed in the bath. But it is the castle of the Master of Demons. Here, you should always be alert. It has passed a lot of time since the heroine has been swimming for the last time. The demon, who took her in his arms and took her to the bath, also invited to stay overnight. All this seemed strange and unusual for the girl. The system shows that the search is not activated unless the user is revealed. From this, the girl understood. From the very beginning did not see her rival. Suddenly, the sound of open door came from the bathroom. Iluna ran and immediately noticed a girl who sobbed through her brother. Nell was upset. She did not like this role. The vampire began to tell the hero who she was for Yuki, but the girl first decided that she was abducted. However, Ilun quickly explained that her brother, on the contrary, saved her, and in general she loved him even when he makes nonsense. Nell could not believe that a little girl was so genuinely admired by a young boy, and seems to have rumors about the Bishop of Demons. After talking to the girls, Nell finally realized that she really knew nothing about the demonic ruler. The main character listened to, as Yuki justified, they say, that girl has no hidden intentions. He was not going to quarrel with her at all. It was already dark outside. There were many free rooms in the castle, so the guy suggested that she stay overnight, at the same time to learn more about the human world that he was so interested. LaFay was not joke. She thought it was a sophisticated scheme to attract the attention of girls. Her anger only grew, and she no longer knew that she was annoying more. This idea or that he had not told her about 3 new ghost girls. He justified that when he used Gacha, 3 ghost girls immediately appeared. At that moment, the dragon noticed a hero who immediately thanked her for the cup. Leif finally realized that he was in front of the same girl Skiglika. And Nell, meanwhile, worried that this nickname would remain with her forever. Layla was pleasantly surprised that the hero dealt with a vampire in the bathroom, but his remark was embarrassed by the girl. Elin wished everyone good night, and Lou, meanwhile, tried to attract Layla. The guy tried to disappear quietly, justifying the desire to congratulate the hero. But Lafisha stopped him. From now on, he will remain near her, because the night has just begun. Nell was embarrassed, and did not know what to think about this strange scene. The next morning, Yuki and Hiro met, and it turned out in the conversation, the girl learned about this place in the church. She was told there that a demon who had taken a lot of human lives live here, so she should go here and destroy it. A brief conversation showed that this was all the information that Nell knew. The young man reproached the girl for her carelessness and excessive credulity. He began to build his assumptions and decided to learn more about the army and its relationship with the church. Among the possible participants in these events was the captain of the Holy Knights, but this man did not cause much trust. Hearing these words, the hero was worried that the guy would want to go and punish the culprit. However, the demon understood that the following actions of the enemy would make him retreat. Now she should be handed over to her employers. The demon will punish anyone who dare to encroach on his home. From yesterday, the girl had the impression that only a moment had passed in the castle. But during this time she realized, the demon does not intimidate the girls to obey him. He says he only appeals in response to the attack. Nell cannot say whether it is a fiction, because she knows nothing at all, but you can talk to him as an ordinary person. He not only killed anyone, but even treated the girl hospitably. Although other girls have their point of view. The girl came to the castle to win the monster only because people complained. They say they interfere with them. She did not leave her thought. Does she deserve the title of hero? Yuki snatched his interlocutor from the captivity of her thoughts, and she immediately wanted to ask him about something. Nella wondered what the guy was thinking about a girl with silver hair. He was a little embarrassed by this question. He himself did not know how to answer such provocation. Yuki honestly acknowledged that the dragon could be communicated on an equal footing, so he did not think to treat her as a child. The heroine joked from the boy what a little knocked him out of the panther, but immediately added, "She seems to be worth considering everything before drawing hasty conclusions. It is strange that the hero decided to send himself, and the army did not look numerous before. Whoever stands behind is a mystery. At least it does not seem that the decision to invade the country openly. A person who has the power to move the army and is connected with the church at the same time. Most likely it is someone close to the country's government or a whole group of such people. However, it is clear that you will not solve anything here. It is much easier and faster to find out everything straight by asking the right question." After his conclusions, Yuki asked Null, but she answered in confusion that she did not want to listen. Finally, the main character decided to visit the city. The manifestations of Yuki's feelings are now only more embarrassed. But the dragon advised her not to worry and afford to be herself, because it is what he likes. For the last time, when you came there, the demon did not have time to consider. The girls promised to look after the house and asked Laphysios to watch the owner. And the guy just thought how to have fun. Suddenly, the night guard drew attention to Yuka and demanded to show documents, but Nell appeared here to make this misunderstanding. The hero asked the knight to make temporary certificates for his satellites and skip them. Seeing the symbol on her rings, the knight was surprised, but immediately fulfilled the order. The demon was interested in what she showed her husband. It turned out to be a special pass from the church, which would no longer be delayed at every border. Nell reminded everyone of a secret. They promised not to tell anyone that she was actually a hero. Friends nodded. Everything is clear, they agree. The knight thanked them for their patience and warned them, if they began to push, they would be expelled immediately from the city because they have only temporary permission. Looking around, the main character immediately realized what to do from the beginning. He suggested eating together. So they dispersed in different shops and bought themselves everything that appealed. The meat turned out to be as delicious as Layla prepared, and the soup was even pleasantly surprised. It was even better than her. Demon suddenly noticed that Leafin is not different from an ordinary person. Yuki thought immediately whether it would be easier for her to bury her horns and tail. The girl gave an example. Would the young man feel strange if he suddenly lost her hands or legs? This is how she feels now. The protagonist noticed that a magician acts on the square. The girl also wanted to look, but because of her low height, she saw nothing. Then the guy sat down and lifted her in her arms so that she could see everything. Now the Leafa saw everything perfectly, and it was very pleased with the young man. The dragon began to tease and embarrass his girlfriend. The hero felt uncomfortable watching them. However, after watching, Nell noticed that this couple was fine. The girl suggested that after the performance visit the guild so that her satellites get her identification cards. Adventurers are those who destroy the monsters and representatives of other races. Yuki was eagerly awaiting his hike to the guild, but after LeFay's words, he suddenly realized that he could be a target for them. The main work of adventure seekers is to fight monsters, but they also accompany people as guards or collect valuable medicinal herbs. That is, not their life goes in battles with other creatures. However, many adventurers attacked Lephazios for a long time. The demon decided that they confused the girl with the monster. Then the dragon suggested punishing these uneducated guys, but she asked not to do so. The screen shows that the Adventurers Guild is a kind of mediator. There are those who need help and those who are ready to provide it. It is here that you can get your 80 card. The girl at the reception welcomed the newly arrived and wondered what he could come in handy. The heroine asked to register her satellites. Then the girl asked if he needed to register that young lady. The guy, following the dragon, jokingly addressed her. Young lady. Leif only hinted for a lot that he would be silent better. At this point, Nell negotiated the license, and the girl handed her the forms of applications that had to be filled. It turned out that Leofi could only write in the ancient language, so Yuki suggested that she help her with the questionnaire. Initially, they entered their full names, and then stated the class. The problem was that if they called their true classroom affiliation, war could begin. To avoid trouble, the demon decided to clarify what this class is. The girl explained what the class determines what role a person will play in battle. In the questionnaire, everyone can choose the class that he thinks is best suited. To find out your class, you can use an analysis or a special crystal in a guild. The system suggested that this crystal not only shows combat and combat classes, but also allows you to review the character's status. However, the young man gave up this idea without hesitation. Yuki realized that if there are such magical artifacts, it is better to hide his true essence, as Lefay did. So he asked a friend to the question, what status to choose him? Draconitsia suggested that he choose a luggage carrier, because he was not strong in the battles. The guy agreed with her idea, but the hero warned, a luggage carrier is not a combat class, so he is not very suitable for him. The protagonist suggested that he is a sword, and his girl was a magician. After that, a dispute broke out between them, but Nell continued to fill the questionnaires. The last point is the skill in which the person is the strongest. It only needs an attack skill. For Yuki, this is real magic. The heroine could not tread what the sword was here, so she just changed the boy's class to a magician. Leif, I chose the breath skill, and explained to her that she would be able to release rays from her mouth that burn everything in their way. If she shows this ability in the city by order of the demon, everything around will be destroyed. Frightened, Nell decided to write only magic in skills. The administrator assured that she would enter the couple in the register according to the data they provided. All you need to touch your palm to the magic device. Registration is completed. This plate will now serve as your certificate, so try not to lose it. The demon was surprised that everything was so simple, and the girl immediately explained. If the registration was more complicated, then few would want to go through this procedure. Yuki called the dragon and told him that everything was ready. They were now officially allowed to enter the city. The boy wondered if it was possible to use the subject box in the guild. The girl replied that storage magic is rare, but such people still happen, so there is nothing strange here. The guy is a little awkward because the girl paid all the expenses, but just learned that the guild was buying materials from monsters. So I decided to sell a few trophies gained on easy hunting. In guild, Yuki immediately demonstrated how stronger she is than others. Life was more interested in buying something delicious than looking at the surprised face of a girlfriend. Nolden to the last believed that she could leave all the money that the demon gave her. But the guy explained, "It is only a fee for the food that the girl bought, and only half of the profit from the monsters." The protagonist looked at the map and asked the hero that it was a pattern. It turned out to be the ripple of his magic. People call it a magical sign. Everyone is unique, so it is easy to recognize a person. The young man made magic through the card, and she shone immediately. This effect can only be caused by the owner, so no one will be able to give out someone else, even if he seizes another's card. Afterwards, he asked the counter question, what to do for those who do not have magic? Nell was surprised, because in their world, there are no people without magical abilities. In fact, there are those who have difficulty in the flow of mana, and for these are given special certificates. The young man realized that his question was strange. So far, these certificates have only been required in this city and in the capital. In addition, the template showed which element the owner had the highest tendency. The dragon has the element of fire because it is the best. However, due to the limited capabilities of Lafai, she has not yet shown this power to the main character, because her fire is only able to set fire to. Yuki decided that it looked quite cool, and she was sure that her fire was able to ignite not just hearts. He was incredibly hot. Suddenly the main character with friends surrounded strangers. The guy wondered if anyone explained to this robber at all that it was wrong to poke a knife. But unfortunately, the only thing he was taught to be taught is the weak only to throw everything and run away. The demon was so powerful that he could defeat all those monsters whose materials had just handed over. However, according to the man, this guy did not kill the monsters. He just secretly stole the materials from someone else and fled. The system on the window announces, "A man named Dorga, an experienced warrior with an axe, is in front of us. This man seems strong enough as a man. But the rest, ordinary cowards and hunger." Yuki thought that he could just kill them, put the bodies in a box with his things, and hide all the evidence. But the guy wanted to continue the excursion, and if someone sees what happened, they can be expelled from the city. Therefore, the demon decided to act as calmly and carefully as possible. Suddenly, the man suddenly stated that a guy and a girl with gray hair were a monster. The charming artifact in the hands of a man revealed everything. If someone learns about it, friends will get into a real mess. Demons are considered enemies of people. If a robber hurts them, no one will say the word. But when demons attack people, soldiers immediately go to their trace. The man put forward the condition. If the monster wants people to be silent, it should give all their money, leave this woman and disappear. The bandit threw another abomination towards Lafai and laughed. Suddenly, his laughter broke off. He was afraid of fear, and he began to groan. Lifting the detractor over the ground, Yuki gently asked what he said about his girlfriend. In the meantime, the demon strictly reproached the enemy. Lafai felt in the soul a true storm of emotions. When the dragon was overwhelmed, the hero of Yuki had already dealt with all the bandits except the main. Dograr warned the team. It was not necessary to force him to use this weapon. The system window immediately showed that the characteristics of the man increased. The demon could not understand what had just happened. The opponent suddenly became much stronger. He probably has some demonic weapons now. The axe, filled with anger and hatred, has already taken many lives. With each drop of blood that penetrates into her blade, evil and anger become part of this tool. Over time, the one who possesses it gradually undergoes madness, and at the same time grows his strength. Although these weapons and an axe, it is called a demonic blade. The heroine was anxious about the events, while the demon was only interested in the axe herself. Seeing such a weapon, Yuki decided to reveal his main secret. The hero's festive sword also belongs to the enchanted weapon, but Nell first faces the magical power of such power. According to the system window, the fascinated blade is a weapon that has received a special magical effect. Description of weapons. Destroyer fortresses. It is a coal-black sword, expelled by the owner of Yuki's demons. His weight is extraordinary. An ordinary person will not be able to raise. Weapons class. A plus. This sword is designed in such a way that it is stronger, sharper, and heavier than others. However, because of this, it is not amenable to charms, so it remains only powerful physical weapons. The protagonist annoyed the enemy, and the doctrine was angry even more. The demon easily repelled the robber and was already preparing to strike. Yuki attacked the first and, unlike his opponent, accurately hit the target. They repelled each other. but the attacker was still inferior. In despair, he decided to resort to tricks. Suddenly released a smoke curtain. The rebellion attacked the young man, threateningly shouting the threats. The demon was skillfully hit and struck the counter, grunting that it was weak, but he still noticed the robber. Yuki has a magical vision capable of seeing the flow of man. For the attacker, it was a real mystery. He could not understand how possible it was possible. The guy explained to him in detail that the dog had a chance to escape, but gave up this opportunity. The protagonist, without any emotions, shook dust from his sword and returned to the dragon. If the guy turns into a berserker, the Lifa will have to stop him at any cost, even if he needs to cut his hands. The girl agreed with that. At this stage, Nell guessed that Yuki thought, and rushed to stop him, warning of danger. The protagonist took the axe in his hands, and she seemed to come to life, obediently responded to his every movement. In the head of the demon, voices began to be heard, whispering hatred and inciting him. Yuki ordered them to be silent. He was not bypassed that these people thought before his death. Their doomed souls from now on belonged to the owner of the demons. The dead should be forced to silence and conquer this guy. Returning to the castle, the young man pursues his axe to incredibly cool weapons. Nell worried whether the demon has changed. He reassured the girl, explaining that the demon is well acquainted with dark feelings. The heroine admitted a little aware that he must have been better able to cope with it, because she is a hero. Everything was fine with the guy. The curse did not absorb him. In this Lefi was completely sure. The dragon was only interested in how Yuki called her his wife. She wanted to understand what it means. The demon has not looked so angry for a long time. Although he did not remember saying something like that, the hero confirmed the words of Lefi. The guy hurried to apologize and explain that this was not a woman to say it, but his partner. But Yuki never managed to finish the phrase. The girl did not want the young man to apologize, because in fact, she was even glad. Nell suggested to leave this place. Leif supported her because she sought to eat the barbecue again. The hero was impressed with the appetite of this insatiable dragon. Suddenly Gamdi appeared with a detachment of soldiers and threatened. If they do not stop immediately, they will be announced by enemies, the owner of the demons and the night creature. The action of Lustin recognized each other. Yuki did not want this evening to talk about his situation. Twisted, he understood it and asked why he came here. The demon decided to talk to the local ruler. Nell was surprised because the guy did not mention anything about it. The man wondered why these people lie on the ground. It turned out that they tried to rob the protagonist, and he only defended himself. One of Gamdi's subordinates confirmed this, that only bandits live on the ground, and everyone has a crime behind their shoulders. The commander decided to trust the words of the demon. Lent immediately sent the soldiers to deal with bandits. He sincerely apologized to the fact that they made so much hassle. If the team wanted to communicate with the governor, the knight suggested to spend them directly to the mansion. On the way to the estate of landowners, Leifei did not give up the desire to taste the barbecue. Soon they got places and met Luvia. Yuki greeted with Rayler, and he was straining immediately as soon as the demon. The old man was convinced that Lord Demon came to avenge for the unfulfilled promise, and because people invaded the damn forest. He pleaded to spare the inhabitants and take only his life. However, Yuki hurried to reassure him. He appeared not for revenge, but just talk. Rayler again became convinced that they did not come for revenge, and only then calmed down. The young man explained that he had no habit of killing people for no reason. He and his comrades came only to find out who is their common enemy. The guy suggested that all the events were governed by the king himself. The governor wondered why the demon thought and what he brought him into this opinion. They can not only send the whole army, but also press the church to cause the hero. Only those who belong to the highest circles of the country are capable of this. Grandpa became interested in the topic of heroes. Yuki was surprised that the governor did not know anything about it, so she pointed to Nell. But the girl asked not to use her status, without her permission. The heroine called Luvia. The man was confused and immediately apologized. He recognized the true heroine in it, and could not understand why she was with the owner of the demons. Nell lost the boy, and listened to Yuki's story. She learned that the church had deceived her. That is why the girl came to the city to see everything. And the demon decided to join her. He also needed to find out something. The old man agreed and sympathized with the hero, who has recently had many trials. He did not think that the hero could send for such a task because of some little things. Rayler boils from anger only from the idea that the most valuable treasure of the country is waste. Yuki reassured the elderly man, because he absolutely needed information. He wanted to know who was standing for all arbitrariness. Luvia was confused and could not answer the demon's question, so the guy released his creepy aura. Yuki threatened to erase the city from the face of the earth if the governor fails to tell him the truth. But the old man replied that as if the young man did not look at it, he still remains the governor of this country. Whatever Rayler's rage, even he cannot disclose such information that can jeopardize the state. The demon, frightened calmly, replied that this only means the old one he no longer needed. Yuki called Leifi back to the city. The dragon and no idea had that everything would end in this way, but the guy suggested to buy her a barbecue, so there were no questions left. The old man asked what the guy really was. The demon explained that Luvia would tell nothing to the boy, so he stays in the losing. He only has a little traveling on the excursions and return home. Yuki turned and wondered what Nell was planning to do, but she decided to stay with the governor. The demon proposed to meet the next day near the mansion, because he had some more interesting places where I would like to visit. The girl gladly agreed. When they finally remained, Rayler exhaled with relief. The guy really went, so nothing. Nell noted that Lord Demons were really strange. Today the main character first saw how the main character came into battle, and was amazed at his incredible force. Yuki is not going to use their strength to attack others. The guy only uses it to protect himself and those who are near him. The girl could not believe that such as he could be an evil leader of demons. Thinking, the governor decided that the hero could tell this secret. The one who sent the troops, and now the hero himself, is the Prince of Ryuto. It is he who tries to conquer the cursed forest. Such a suspected girl would not even think. The damn forest has not been touched for a long time, so he is sure that there should be many valuable natural resources. Luvia is convinced that the prince believes, if you capture this forest, the country will quickly become richer. None of the aristocrats are arguing with this, so their army is now huge. Unfortunately, nothing is known to the king. If the governor were allowed to report to the king, they could still be stopped. But in the senior military leadership, the old man was simply rejected, calling him a coward. The current king is undoubtedly a good person, but because of his kindness, he is not able to see the vile intentions of others. Because of this, he becomes a very bad ruler. The depressed lord could not understand why no one notices that this event could destroy the kingdom of Alicia. Nell promised that, as soon as she returned to the temple, she would immediately discuss everything with the captain of the Holy Knights and with the priest. It was very comforted by Luvia. He sincerely hoped that the church would find a solution that would bring the most benefit to the country. At this point, the guy strolled between the yachts with the food and suddenly understood something. Yuki accidentally listened to the conversation and learned that the prince himself stands behind everything. The ominous ear is a monster from the dungeon. It captures sounds and words at a distance of up to 10 meters and passes them to its master. Due to the ability to accumulate energy, it can be used even outside the dungeons, and it is difficult to find it. The guy rejoiced that the purchase was truly worth his money. Li Fine noticed that her friend always has an interest in the most unnecessary things. The demon hid as many as 27 secret devices. It was difficult to deal with the prince. Yuki wondered if they would not answer them the next time they would attack. But if the prince is in the capital, it is fully guarded around him. And if the demon is open to the prince, it can turn war on. It is too dangerous to kill, because someone else may stand in the place of the dead. The young man was convinced that they would all be fine, because there will always be a dragon next to them, even if the war begins. Yuki wanted to rest in the dungeon, enjoying his carelessness. The main character came to the city to protect the peaceful life of his friends. If the demon starts the war and puts hopes on the dragon, it will contradict his initial purpose. He had to overcome the enemy on his own. If Yuki went this path, he would have to destroy everything from top to bottom. As the owner of the demons created by the dungeon, he had to act. But suddenly, someone called him name. Leaf wanted to support the guy by eating his food, but it just laughs. The demon was not going to return the dish, but the guy did not want to upset his girlfriend, so he promised to buy her another kebab. The morning came and friends went on the way to their goal. Yuki liked the hotel, but Lifa still considered their home better. The food was delicious and the service was great. Although the guy still regretted that the room was with only one bed. Finally, the couple reached the governor's estate. The demon noticed Nell and called it loudly. Then they noticed Rayler. He looked exhausted, and the guy suggested stroll together. Luvia politely refused. Rayler came to ask about the damn weapons. With an indomitable look, the guy got an axe. Everyone froze with fear. and his grandfather asked the demon to hide their weapons. The governor was experiencing, but the guy calmly assured him that he had already tamed this axe. Luvia continued to insist that Yuki would hide the axe, because she would be even more frightened by soldiers. The girls stood silently, and it made the main character think. Perhaps the reason was in the difference between the statuses. Nell was quiet, and the bodies had fun with the sword in the evenings. The previous owner of these weapons was quite strong, much stronger than ordinary robbers. It is probably because of this weapon that he managed to raise his level. However, it seems that he still remained a certain willpower, so he probably used this sword not so long, thought Yuki. Judging by the reactions of others, these weapons are truly dangerous. This is what the governor was disturbed. Rayler pleaded with monsters no longer arranging any adventures. Yuki was only interested in exploring the city, and Luvia believed that it was best for them to go back into the forest. Lefasios assured the old man that food in this city is simply incredible, so it would not allow it to be destroyed. Hearing this, the man felt that he had to thank the dear delicacies. The Demosa could not understand how the hero quietly goes beside his enemy. Now she realized that she would be much more profitable to follow these two. In addition, she is alien in this city, so he does not know how to behave right here. Yuki wanted to visit a weapon and a book bench. The dragon was more and more pursued by the same dream, to eat sweets and something delicious. The girl listened carefully to their requests and led both to the nearest store. Initially, the company went to the weapons store. Even at night, knights are purchased in weapons, so there are probably a lot of quality equipment. It is for these situations that the skill of analysis is. On the walls hung axe with skills of type A and B. But the guy immediately noticed the product at a discount. The sword of an ancient hero. Once a nameless hero took this sword to protect others, and won many powerful enemies. Now, only the shadow of the former power remained in this weapon. The quality is unknown. The young man came across an amazing thing that belonged to ancient weapons. The dragon also appreciated the finding of a friend, and the guy had already imagined how he would unite both weapons and create something truly exciting. When using alchemistry, if you learn how to direct the manu, you can combine any amount of materials and create a unique weapon from them. The guy immediately became fascinated with this idea and suggested that Lafidi choose something to his taste. But the dragon was not interested in weapons. He thought only about food. The demon, however, was playing with a shield, and his friend watched carefully and reminded that there are many more places to visit. Yuki resigned and suggested that the heroine move on, but she frozen on the spot, looking carefully at the weapon, although she had already a saber. I had to literally pull a girl who could not break away from the swords and wanted to look at them a little. The protagonist gave a little money-hungry Lifa and went to the store, where he could calmly inspect everything and do not rush. It was a small shop with books where shelves stood in rows. The young man breathed the aroma of books and realized that in this new world they were especially appreciated. After long searches, he finally managed to find the right book, The Basics of Magic and Magical Circles. This is a 3-volume series for beginners, medium levels, and experienced. The demon possessed the art of charm, but he lacked the ability to create enough magical circles. Thanks to this book, Yuki could create the worst weapon, with a paralytic effect, a poisoned, a burner, such that it dies or freezes enemies. But as soon as he unfolded the pages, it all suddenly became much more difficult. The demon can read it through its skills, but does not understand what it is. He was first a desperate disappointment, but he later realized that this obstacle would not extinguish the flames of his will. As soon as the young man returns home, he will take up his studies immediately. Through the window of the system, the main character saw where his comrades were, and immediately moved in their direction. The stranger began to bother the girl's endless questions. Having realized that his girlfriends need help, Yuki, as a true friend, decided to intervene. The demon turned to the strangers and explained that he apologized. But these two are his comrades, so if they are looking for girls, let them do it elsewhere. The hero was incredibly glad, seeing the young man, and Lafai almost swallowed his portion of meat completely. Yuki took his piece of meat and called friends to go away. The stranger tried to stop them, but the guy strictly asked what he still wanted. The boys escaped, though the demon hoped to hear a little gratitude from them. He saved their wallets from an insatiable dragon. Nell came and thanked the guy. He only replied that they should not be worried about such people. They only take care of themselves. The main character understood it perfectly, but it seemed to her that the guy was too condescending. The cause of everything was the experience brought from the past life. To dispel a little, the guy asked Nell to lead him to some good restaurant. Lifa completely shared his desire, and the girl was wondering why her companions were eating so much. Most of the time after arriving in the city, the guy felt famine. The dragon explained to him that, unlike the forest, there is much smaller magic, so the body tries to fill the lack of something else, because it is not possible to produce manu. The guy is not too sensitive, so he does not notice how the amount of mana changes in the air. It is not enough for people to provide the demon is the necessary energy. The protagonist wants to find out what the governor answered about the damn weapons, so right now she asks this question. In fact, there was one similar case. More precisely, situations when a good and gentle person suddenly became cruel, began to kill or crazy everything, happen quite often. And it's hard to believe that it is just a coincidence. From the very beginning of the month, the number of such cases has increased sharply, and when the governor could not understand the reasons, a legend of cursed weapons appeared. And when the victims were asked, each of them claimed that he received the axe from the same person. Nell was very worried about the dragon. The demon directly said that she should be careful. It was useless to worry about the girl because of overeating. She sought to obtain a huge poisonous royal snake. The girl chose this dish only because she was bright and colorful, hoping that the taste would definitely not disappoint it. But everything turned out the opposite. The main character asked her satellites where they would still like to go. The guy replied that he has already done everything scheduled for today, and now he is just curious to find out what other tourist places are in this city. Despite the fact that there are always many travelers here, this city will not be called tourist. However, the girl was aware of an interesting idea. The team went beyond the walls of Alfiro. 2 tasks from the Adventurers Guild: destroy 3 giant spiders and hug 5 orcs. Yuki decided to try his hand and took these orders. The girl was well aware that the demon had great power, but those monsters he chose were so dangerous that it turned into a real disaster and began to worry her seriously. The guy reassured her and thought that they were even weaker than the most grabbed monster in his forest. This is a great opportunity for the hero to train. However, the girl agreed only to the fight one-on-one. But the monsters they are looking for always appear only in the group. The young man began to speak strangely and too self-confident, what angered the dragon. In addition, at that moment, the dragon had already felt that the enemies nearby. They met the goblins. LeFay immediately applied fire magic to quickly end all the enemies. Yuki barely stopped it, because this magic is able to burn the entire forest instantly. Then the dragon suggested using a water ball under pressure. The demon calmed down a bit, and suddenly a powerful explosive wave came. This witchcraft ruthlessly swept away everything living in its path, leaving no trace. The guy began to boil the girl for comparing her water ball with his dragon. But she did not explain. She squeezes the water, forming a whirlpool, so that the pressure inside increases. And if something hits something from the outside, the ball will just explode. Nell was amazed. LeFay was incredibly strong Magini. However, she only praised her abilities and added that she could destroy this city without any magic. After that, the hero decided to find out who this girl really was. Lephysios was an ancient dragon. Nell was completely lost. Yuki also confessed that she was the supreme dragon. Because of his childhood appearance, the hero did not even guess it. So it is no wonder that it did not fall into the eye. LeFay, with a hidden threat, asked the young man what he was in mind when talking about such a person. The demon immediately began to convince that she is a prominent person, with a great power that could not be described in any words. Nell could not understand why the majestic dragon obeyed the demons of the demons. The man was already going to open the truth, but LeFay quickly stopped him. It was important for her to maintain her perfect reputation. The young man turned sharply to the clown, and the girl perceived it as a challenge for a duel. Just because it would not happen, everything will be fine. There is no reason to worry. The dragon personally assured that she would protect them. Leify has no desire to defend Yuki. He began to make fun of her, reproaching her cruelty. Seeing this, the main character laughed. Finally, Nell realized what 2 personalities really, and assured that she would now rely on them. 4 hours later, the first task in the murder failed. The guy reproached the dragons. Because of her mighty magic, all the monsters in the woods, except the stupid goblins, fled. The girl did not even think to admit her guilt. At a secret meeting, it became known that the damn weapons were stolen. They said that the governor himself did, but it turned out the tourist was guilty. And then a counterclause question appeared. What happened to the previous owner of this axe? It is impossible to blame that man of defeat, because few will remain in mind, holding this damn weapon. He remained a regular bandit. And someone even offered to wash the brains to the same tourist. Judging by the sword he heard, he was not at all, so it is excluded. In addition, it is also quite strong. It is better to forget about this weapon. Therefore, the plan will change, because there is no need to restrain yourself. The ritual began. The singing of the great sacrifice for the sake of their native land was loud. A couple of monsters said goodbye to the hero and went for a walk. They noted that Nell was already accustomed to their company. It is a pity that those who stayed at home did not go with them. The guy was convinced that it would be much more fun and interesting. But Yuki did not expect to hear such words from the girl. In the end, the day came when the Supreme Dragon was upset because of someone's absence. The demon sincerely admitted that he just likes to walk next to her. The young man thought, 6 months have passed since they met, and it seemed that they lived together with all eternity. There was a lot of everything, even though the dragon was simply ascended. The bodice must protect his strength for emergencies, so he cannot be spent on housework. And suddenly they heard the cry of the woman, and saw the girl escapes in a panic. The sinister spirit escaped outside, declaring himself a disgusting roar. Yuki did not fully realize what was happening, but he did not like the mood at all. The guy threw the stone in the evil spirit, but it did not work at all. Listening to LeFay's advice, the guy took advantage of the magical eye and saw that their opponent was shrouded in some threads. The girl explained that the enemy has long been dead, but someone manages it with the help of charms. She advised him to take advantage of the young man's analysis skill, and this was the right solution. The girl once fought with a necromanta. Then to defeat the enemy, she burned all the zombies with the sorcerer. The guy began to look for this sorcerer, but he was not visible close. The protagonist decided that if the corpse is controlled, this problem can be made with magic. Yuki will just break the control of the spell, using her own manu. A sorcerer is not visible nearby, so it seems that these zombies seem to be driven at a distance or escaped. In any case, the one who uses necromantium is hardly a good person. Although necromantia also belongs to magic, the dragon feels true when he hears about those who shake the dead and turn them into soulless tools. Yuki suggested to call, but suddenly the hall filled the deafening bell, and everyone hurried outside, away from this place. The man hurried to run faster because the alarming evacuation signal. Last time when this bell rang, a flock of dragons broke into the city. The demon decided to take advantage of the general chaos. He climbed into the sky to look at the height, and he ordered his comrades to stay in place and wait for him. The hero said the magical spell and expelled the runny nose. If a person dies with a deep regret in the heart, a strong influence of mana can turn his runny nose. Most often, such creatures appear where fighting, or where mana is particularly thick. The expulsion of the undead is the sacred magic created specifically to combat such zeal. Usually zombies do not appear in the city just like that. It seems that someone manages these events from the shadows. Nell regretted that she parted with her friends before all this confusion began. However, the heroine changed her mind. Now she understands that she should act on her own and make decisions by her own head, because her true duty is to save as many people as possible. Near the governor's residence, Gumdea gave orders to soldiers. The mansion turned into an impregnable fortress where people were evacuated. One of the soldiers came there on a survivor girl. Rayler wanted to know how things were going. Gamdia replied that soon the night would finally bring power over this area. After the evacuation, the governor ordered to go to the city center for possible problems. Luvia goes there. Lord Rayler addressed his warriors. His city has been dangerous more than once. Sometimes they were mounted by monsters. Sometimes they attacked flocks of robbers. And sometimes the city was even threatened by a real army of another country. However, this city has never seemed to the enemy, and now their homeland, Alfiro, will not fall. All they need is to repel the city and the undead. After hearing the governor's speech, everyone felt both loss and admiration. Luvia did not hold his sword in his hands for a long time, but he was well aware of what it was a soldier on the front line. The old man was well aware that it was probably the prince who became the founder of all this story. Then, he decided to go to the city, refusing to return the warriors. But now, it has no significance. Now the governor has to raise his sword to protect his people. The hero looks at the city where zombies wander everywhere, and he is said to see what he saw. Dead with your arms outstretched for random passers. By. The young man notices how bravely travelers repel the undead. He notices that they cut off the limbs and pour wounds with holy water. The hero concludes that this is a really effective way to deal with zombies, and decides, even if left alone, these people have every chance to cope. He does not give him the thought, who did it and for what purpose. The young man believes that except zombies, there are no other monsters. So it turns out that he does not plan to capture the city. He is convinced that the Necromant, seeking time or possibly because of his human nature, is sure to be observed somewhere. In his thoughts, he sees a lonely tree under which 5 dark figures stand. He realizes that he finally found what he was looking for. The girl boldly rushes into battle and desperately destroys zombies. It commands the soul that came out of the path of nature to return to its place. On all sides, zombies are mounted on it, but she strongly rushes to the sword in her hands. Blood splashes all over. Yuki appears and helps the girl in battle. He asks why she's here, because she could just deal with enemies and escape. But the girl replies that he cannot do so because she guards shelter. The young man threw a bottle from her and ordered to drink everything inside. Nell is confused. She immediately recognizes the bottle. It is a roadman potion, a real luxurious item. Yuki asks her to wait a little and says she will call Lifa now. The girl worries and asks what she is waiting for him. The hero tells her that he found a group that seems to be behind it. So he decides to go and study them well. Now he wants to go with him. Yuki replies that he cannot leave this place and asks to entrust everything to him. The girl agrees and assures that she is ready to do everything she will be asked for. The young man asks, interested in what specifically she means. Nell is confused and does not understand what he thinks at all. She was not at all when she said everything. Yuki asks if the hero really wanted to lie. A salted girl asks the hero not to do anything wrong. Yuki gently strokes her on her head. He does not understand what she is talking about. The guy just wanted her to show him the city again. Nell scattered and called him a fool. The hero laughed and said that with such tension she would not last long. After that, he flew. There is a lone tree on the hill, and 5 figures can be seen under its crown. The faces of the figures are hidden in the shade of dark hoods. They are less than Yuki expected. Without hesitation, he boldly flies on them. The young man waves his best with his sword, but one of the opponents deftly evades the impact. The man in the cloak is angry that Yuki has forgotten here, and warns, no evasion will be saved, she is doomed. But the stranger skillfully reflects the next attack. The bell of the blades is heard. A stranger asks why a demon named Yuki was on their way. The hero is calm. It is because they have spoiled his mood. The necromant pronounces the spell, calling for spirits from the underworld to rise and fulfill his will. Zombie painters began to emerge from the magic portal that just formed. Their eyes glow with creepy light, hanging the skin hanging on the sides, and the exposed ribs look through the torn flesh. The stranger threatens the young man, they say. This place will become his grave, because these dead are much stronger than those who wander the city. Zombie Vovk is scraping, showing sharp fangs, and Yuki mentally agrees with Leify. Necromants are truly disgusting creatures. The boy rushes the zombie wow, but he reflects the attack with a strong blow to the abdomen. Following him, the February looks of the zombie Vitamid, and the hero instantly meets him with his sword. Yuki jumps to the next monster, accelerates and drives the sword into a non-living body. Necromant cannot believe his own eyes. He will not understand how possible, and already considers the young man a true damn monster. The necromant again says the spell, opening the magical portal. Yuki rushes after, he cannot let him go. The young man inadvertently falls directly into the trap placed in front of him. The necromant smiles happy, watching it. The hero says he is well aware that a trap is waiting for him. The guy imposes a spell that scatters another's magic, penetrating its essence and destroying the structure. Yuki spent a lot of magical energy on it. The hero sets his sword in a necromant. Finally, everything is over. Residents of the city restore the capital, removing the blockages, and farmers continue to work in their fields. Nell carefully examines the documents owned by the merchants. 2 days since the runny nose attacked the city. Nall tells the girl that the inhabitants of this city are incredibly hard-working. The destroyed houses, even those that were destroyed by its magic, have already been partially restored, and residents quickly took care of the wounded and removed the bodies of the dead. The girl is wondering that a man who had almost killed him and brought him to him after giving him a healing potion. Nell realizes that she needs this guy in a black cloak. The young man explains that he gave this thing only if he was immediately reported to any news. In his opinion, the governor is a wonderful candidate for this position. The girl believes that they were quite lucky, because on the way back they happened exactly the magical circle that causes the runny nose. Nell agrees with her and adds that although the city is interesting, it is already starting to miss the house. Leify agrees with his words. She is surprised why he looks at her. The girl shows to the flavors and states that it is her delicacy, so she will not share. Nell only apologizes. He is really sorry. Nell thinks for a moment, and then boldly moves his hand into the portal that emerged in the air. Life is surprised to exclaim. The guy explains that it is for her and pulls his fist to the girl. Without understanding what is happening, she hesitantly puts her hands under the outstretched hand of a young man. On the palms open, she has a ring. Yuki tells that he noticed her accidentally and immediately imagined how good she would look on the girl. He adds that this ring will not break even when it turns into a dragon again. Lafai thought that the guy was asking her to wear a ring constantly, but he replied that she could wear it when she desires herself. The girl extends him a ring, and Yuki seems to want to return him. He is nervous. Droplets of sweat flow through his face. Leofi asks if she should not put it on her finger. They sit on the bench, holding hands and gently look into each other's eyes. Yuki puts the ring on his finger. She considers the decoration with delight. The girls turn away from each other and plunge silence for a while. Leifei reaches out to Light and examines the decoration again on his fingers. Then she turns to the boy, calling him by name. A girl with a sincere smile thanks him, saying that she is truly happy. Light clouds float over the mountain peaks. Yuki reports loudly that they are already at home. Lifa reiterates happily, "We have come back." On the threshold, they are met by a little girl. Iluna happily meets their return and immediately embraces his brother with all warmth. Yuki rejoices, meeting Leo, Layla, and Ilun. Yuki notices a little girl in a lace dress and asks who she is. The girl only swayed in response. Suddenly, the guy realizes that he faces she bouncing joyfully without hiding the grip. Life notes that now her appearance is fully corresponding to Yuki's preferences. The hero asks what he may be interested in, and Leofi addresses Shay with a question whether he has evolved. Iluna easily explains that she wanted to transform, asked her to try, and she really succeeded. One day, Ilun fell and hammered. She was very painful, and she touched her wounds, hoping to help herself. Suddenly, her body was light. When the glow was gone, the wound disappeared with the pain. Yuki notes that the indicators of the Shia have grown significantly from the time of their last meeting. He is not surprised, because Lila once explained to him that the monsters were developing much faster than other races. Lefai suggests that her characteristics have grown so quickly because she regularly passed on her Manu. Shia says the mana is delicious. Yuki agrees because he considers it quite logical. In the form, mana is much denser than the rest. The guy asks the girl whether she was thinking of how powerful her magic was. For comparison, he says it is like rare candy from Pokemon. Leofai only laughs in response and notes that he sometimes says, "Very strange." She asks the hero if he is glad to change her. Yuki is truly happy, and with a smile she really has become stronger. She is happy to exclaim that she is happy to finally look like everyone else. The young man looks at her with sympathy. Lifa suggests him, they say, smiles like a fool. Yuki gently strokes her on her head and replies that she laughs. In fact, the girl also shines with a smile. The hero tells that it is a smile of fearless and strong. It seems to him that something has changed, though only a few days have passed. Yuki recalls how shocked when the monsters appeared after the aircraft opened. The girl specifies whether the creatures that became Fenrir's servants. He tells her that it is a legendary monster, though it looks and sweet, but his strength much exceeds her own. Usually such a creature has from 100 to 200 subordinates. The young man thinks that one day he will definitely go to hunt with this monster. Yuki stretches and laughs, rejoicing in the moment, and now he can finally relax in his cozy house. Holidays are the same second name for the owner of the demons. Yuki and the girls decided to create a new weapon. They list all the materials that can be used here. When everything is prepared, it remains only to put their magical forces into these things and activate the skill. Next, they show what the finished sword looks like. It is a sword like Japanese katana, created by a demonic lord Yuki. Weapons of condemnation. She hates sin, does not know mercy, and ruthlessly punish sinners. Yuki tells that this sword destroys sins and rushes justice. He also adds that the most important thing is that these weapons will develop with you. The young man mentally notes that this is exactly what he needs. The girl looks at the sword in surprise and asks if it is not a court. Yuki denies and says it's katana. Then the girl asks again whether the same katana is used in the eastern countries. She asked for permission to hold the sword. The young man agreed, but warned that the weapon was heavy. The girl assured that she should not worry, because she is from a wolf family. But when she took the sword in her hands, she realized Yuki was right. The sword was really extremely heavy. The hero goes to try the sword in a real business. Together with Freya, they go hunting. Before leaving, he promises to return on time to dinner. This sword is so sharp that even a tree is able to cut down. Yuki was satisfied. Everything was the way he expected. Thanks to changes in the characteristics of the sword, his body has become lighter. And now it is experiencing incredible lightness. According to Yuki, it is an extraordinary property. The young man looks at the sword enthusiastically and calls him the best of all. The hero suggests that such words like the sword, and therefore adds, "You are just a magical." And Yuki, meanwhile, thinks that if you insert a magical scheme, you can just burn the enemy to the ground. Layla goes to the room and sees the owner in a very strange pose. He lies on the floor, throwing his feet on a chair and reads something, trying to understand how to add a magical contour to Sin. Layla offers him his help, and Yuki rejoices in this. The girl reminds him that the basis of magic is to fill the special schemes of spells and pour in them manu for activation. To activate the magical circle, a mana is required. She explains, if you try to convey it with simple magic, the drawing will show all the imaginary elements needed to activate the spell. Yuki feels that he finally begins to understand something. Layla gives an example of the magic of a fiery ball. It consists of the creation, control, and throw of a fiery ball. In addition, there are different variations of this spell. For example, a change in the shape of an already created ball, or other modifications. Yuki realized, if the contours do wrong, magic will not move as it should. And if they are too massive, the flow will be too slow. It turns out that all this is much easier than it seemed at first glance. The hero suggests that Lily to imagine that if you build a circle simultaneously in 3 spaces, it will become much more compact than usual. He asks whether it will help to cope with the problem of magic circulation. The girl's eyes extend from surprise, like 2 large plates. She is delighted with the idea of the owner. She has not yet heard. Yuki rejoices, noticing her admiration. Layla begs, and says that she is waiting for urgent affairs. They are sure to contract everything later. The girl is in a hurry, and the hero goes into the yard. There he notices how Elun and C are enthusiastically playing the ball. Tired of the game, the girls fall asleep just on the bench, clutching their heads in Yuki's knees. The guy himself, and without noticing it, also shuts off, sitting with his mouth open. The girl comes to Lila's room. She hears the handle of paper in her hand. Yuki and the girls are fishing. Suddenly the new moon pulls out a large fish and begins to boast. Life is annoying. But in a moment she conquers everyone, catching even more prey. Yuki never thought she losing. Leofi, laughing fun, pushes him. If you did not start swaying and did not change the rules, I would have lost you exactly. Meanwhile, the fish will be chewing on the grate, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. Lefei, holding a plate in his hands, announces, "Who loses will fry the meat." She emphasizes that Yuki's dish turned out to be delicious and jokes. If it was a pity if he did not taste his own food. The girl extends the boy's piece of food straight from her sticks, offering to taste. She thought that Yuki would bite only a piece, but he ate everything and passionately said that it was delicious. Lifa immediately ordered him to spit, because it was the last piece. Iluna approaches them and says that the quarrels are already enough. She lifts her brother and feeds it, asking whether she savor him. He smiles and replies that the food became even delicious, because it was she who fed it. The girl is already going to bring him more flavors and flees hastily. Lefei asks not to indulge Yuki even more, because he eventually lost it. Julin and Shia are going to eat different flavors together. Yuki explains Lefei that this is true kindness. The girl nods, agreeing with her. She Soki the boy baked vegetables so quickly that he barely has time to swallow them. Lefei believes that it would be impolite to complain in the place of Yuki, because she gave him all her food. The guy asks, "Why not meat?" The girl runs away from him. He rushes after. Layla extends his share to him. The girl assures that it is impossible to do this, because it is a matter of losing and reaching out Lily her share. Yuki approaches Fur with fear and asks how he can be so ruthless, cutting so much fish. The girl smiles quickly and says that she just joked, and then asks him to take away the meat. Girls explain Lily that this type of fish is easier to eat if you cut it from the back. Yuki squeezes leafy vegetables, promising that the meat is hidden inside. But the girl is dissatisfied with why she should chew this grass at all. The sky is slowly darkening, twilight thickens, and the characters emit a soft glow. Lila with girls sits on the deck. Next to the girl with fur stands away, and Yuki gently feeds Leify with her sticks. Sad news came. The prince raised the riot. She reports Yuki that both the king and the princess have disappeared. The hero is upset because the young man no longer thinks of him. He causes himself with a hard sigh. How could he lose vigilance? Now she is sure that the story with a cursed sword and an attack of the undead was only a cover. The insurgents were expecting to arrange everything so that they got rid of the governor at the same time, but Yuki spoiled them a little. Nell thought they still achieved something. After that, the riots of local soldiers will no longer dare to leave the place. And among the cities that opposed the attack on the castle of Yuki, the Alpha was known for its excellent warriors. The hero asks if they got it from a stranger in a black cloak. The girl says that the executioners use different Sarah and magic of suggestion, but the necromantic one did not admit who was behind everything. Nell reports that the prince's people staged a military coup and seized power in the capital. They decide to immediately save His Majesty, as well as storm the city and overthrow the traitors for the sake of justice. Yuki understood perfectly. As soon as this august descendant would sit on the throne and take control of the army, new troops will appear under the walls of his castle, and this time they will be even larger. Thinking, the young man asks Nella, who plans to do the church. The girl is afraid that when the principal comes to power, they are all again conquered by the power of the crown, because she knows about his cruelty and tendency to aggression. He now explains that this is why the church seeks to free His Majesty from captivity. Yuki adds, even if it is unknown whether he is still alive, it is still worth trying. The hero promises Nell, which will help save the king. The girl sincerely rejoices in such words. Yuki confidently thinks that it is better that the king himself is left on the throne, not his son. After all, the bishop was opposed to invading the damn forest. The young man thinks that it would be faster to kill the prince on his own, but then his vengeful supporters will not give him rest. So he decides that it is better to allow the resistance forces to deal with this rebel. Nell asks in surprise who wants to take the allies of the demons at all. Yuki in response only smiles cunningly and says that he is not going to reveal his true person at all. He is ready to make, for example, her storage weapons, or even put on a mask, to go unnoticed. The girl insists that this is a bad idea. The mask will not save the crystals of detection. Yuki reassures her and says that she is not afraid, because he already has his own plan. Nell and Yuki are preparing to go on a journey. Layla wishes him a happy road, and Yagan and she are asked to return as soon as possible. The young man gently strokes them on his heads and asks to be polite. Suddenly, someone gently touches his cheeks with palms. Leify asks Yuki not to let other girls into her heart. She warns him, let him not even think to hold on to some flirtatious beauty. Yuki assures that he will do, and this answer is very pleased with Leify. She promises to oversee the dungeons until it is. Leify takes away a strand of hair, and the guy notices a wonderful glow near her cheek. Yuki says she counts on her. Yuki and Nellie are the first to jump on his back. The hero asks to bring them to the capital. Nellie is frightened, so he says quietly that it is better to walk. The truck rushes away, and the forest shudders from the frantic screams of Nell. After Yuki leaves, the girls go for an evening walk. One of the masks is wondering whether their good mood is related to the owner's energy. Leify replies in the affirmative, adding that each creature has its own special magic. The girl notes that Yuki's peculiarity is that people reach him themselves. She cites the example of Alan. They say, only a real heart rate can be so fast to dispel someone else's alertness. Layla asks in Leify who gave her the ring she sees on her finger. She confesses that it was Yuki who gave her a ring. Everyone begins to greet her and be interested in whether Mr. made her a proposal. Life smiles and explains that this has not happened. Then everyone asked who he is for her, because they get along so well. Leif is lost because it happened for the first time. Every man she met before or tried to kill her or escaped from fear. She has never lived with someone so long. She was not so fun yet, though she was not compared to anyone. Leify confesses to girls that she does not know herself who is Yuki for her. The girls understand her because their master is not really ordinary. The girls are interested in Leo as he began to live under one roof with Yuki, and whether it was love at first sight. They ask him to tell him where it all started. In the meantime, Yuki and Nell wander the forest, complaining about each other's back pain. After all, they reach the capital of Arsol. They are met by a huge fortress with high towers. On the walls, guards are chatted, following everyone who enters or leaves the city. The characters break their heads, how to get inside now. It turned out that this task is not easy. Nels did not even imagine that they would send so many soldiers. And Yuki, meanwhile, points to a small lattice near the very base of the impregnable wall. The girl explains that this large grate serves as a spare entrance, although it is usually not visible under the influence of the spell, and adds that it was near this lattice that they agreed to meet with a knight from the church. Yuki says that there are also sentries. You do nothing. He asks if she decided what she would do when she gets inside. The girl confidently replies, but suddenly screams with surprise. The hero applied his masking skill and lifted her hands. He reported that now they only had to fly through the wall. Nellie tried to resist, but he asked her to remain silent so that she did not accidentally bite her tongue. Yuki pushes away from the ground, straightens his wings behind his back and rapidly flies to the very top of the wall. Nell does not silence for a moment. Her cry does not subside. The young man becomes angry with the girl, again insisting that she is silent. The girl lowers her eyes with horror and says that it's not as simple as it seems. Meanwhile, the guard is alert to invisible sounds and thinks about what it can be. The guards are thrown away in several words, looking at the darkness of the night. One of them is convinced that there is something in the sky. Yuki reproaches Nell, accusing her of noticing them. In response, Nell notes with indignation that he could have warned her before the start. They breathed a sigh of relief that they never noticed. This time Yuki warns Nell that is going to land. The boy to like a frantic speed, and the girl again blinks his eyes with fear. Here is such an incredible duo of the heroine and the ruler of the demons. Once on the ground, Nell is angry and says that Yuki could be more careful with her. Yuki apologizes and reminds that he warned them of takeoff. Nell believes that the warning was completely guilty. The young man smiles and says that they will still have time to talk to her because someone is going to meet them. Loud steps are heard on the sidewalk. The guard is rapidly approaching. No turns to Yuki. "Tora pies for me." The hero looks around and is surprised. Around a single living soul. The girl confirms that usually the city is much lively. She suggests that the residents of the capital have also felt dangerous. Suddenly, the magical light wraps Yuki, and a mask appears on his face. Nell, as surprise, asks what it is. The hero replies that it is his masking. The young man says that as the owner of the demons, he does not want his pious church to know his face. He likes his stylish mask. Although, to be honest, he just chose her from the catalog because he liked it. Nell thought whether it was only meaningful to hide her face. She warned Yuki. Let him not complain if he is not allowed to shelter through this mask. Yuki asked her not to be afraid and assured that he would definitely come up with something. He decides to allow the church to assign himself to the laurels of victory over the rebels, and he is only satisfied with obtaining new valuable information. Nell calls him by name. He asks if she appreciated what a cool camouflage helmet. The girl replies that this is not the main thing now, and calls him to pay attention to something horrible. In her eyes, a real anxiety is read. The hordes of stinking zombies flooded the city, blocking the heroes of the road. Yuki finally realized where the stench was in the city. Neo notes that there are too many of them and have to look for another way, but there is no way out. Nell asks Yuki if he really feels the presence of the undead. The guy confirms, yes, that's yes. He is annoyed that the guards are only kicking instead of acting. The girl agrees with him. She also notices that the guards do not hurry to destroy the zombie. Yuki suspects that this is deliberate. He warns Nell of the danger that awaits ahead. Now use the spell to drive the zombie. Yuki shines with joy. The girl tells him that this is a secret knowledge that is taught in the church. She assumes that this method can work even against the cunning master of demons. But the guy assures that it is better to stay away. Yuki wins, but with disgust on his face, something unpleasant flows out of his hands. Nell again turns to zombies, commanding them not to resist the will of God and return to the earth. The owner of the demons understands. The more powerful the spell, the stronger his action becomes. It seems strange to him that Nell, though terribly cowardly, is not afraid of the dead. The girl asks him to silence and adds that the runny nose, unlike ghosts, can at least be cut. Yuki realizes that Nell. She confesses that she is scared when the sword is powerless against the enemy. Although, of course, they can be defeated by the power of pure magic. The hero believes that for priests is a common thing to expel all evil spirits. The girl replies that her task is to watch peace on the streets of the city, and hunting ghosts is not included in her responsibilities. Finally, they approach a large house with closed windows. Nell knocks on the door, and from there the first part of the password is heard almost immediately. The girl immediately adds the second part. Strand. The doors open. Someone welcomes and says relief that it is good that they returned whole and intact. The voice asks to wait a little. Now the one who knows her face well will appear. Yuki laughed. In his opinion, this place is very similar to the entrance to the base of some secret organization. Neil asks him not to say that aloud. Suddenly the doors open sharply. From there the girl jumps out and hugs the main character firmly. Miss Colot was very worried, so she was glad to see her again. The face of Nell was frowned. She asks for the lady for apology for failing to comply with her orders. But the girl reassures her and asks not to worry, because the idea and so was quite crazy. It is most important for Colot that Nell returned whole and intact. Nell finally realizes that she has not yet introduced her companion to everyone. At first, she becomes confused and does not know how to present it, so Carrot from Yuki is just silent. Finally, Nell calls him his servant. She explains that she met him on the road, and he is strong and can come in handy. Yuki seems like a Bastrek and confirms that he works for Nell. His mask is suspicious of Carrot. She is not sure whether he can be trusted. But Nell convinces his girlfriend. Yuki is really decent, and you can rely on him. Lady Kulo trusts the girl and says that every warrior is important now. She asks them to follow her. They pass through the unusual doors created specifically for the hero. UK feeling energy flows and hidden magical mechanisms. He asks Ms. Kalata what it was. She in response says that he is really very attentive and strong once he was able to notice it. The girl explains Yuki that if he was able to walk this door, it means he is not tuned against them. She asks him not to strain so much, because the stranger could not simply let in the shelter. Mrs. Kalot carefully examines his characteristics and realizes that he is an ordinary person. She also points out that there are no charms on his mask. Yuki says he just wants to help the main character. The three of them move a long corridor. The girl invites them to go inside. The hero rejoices because he has managed to improve the reincarnation skill. Now he can change the name, race, level, and even class. So the former king of demon became an ordinary man. Nell as long as he asks him. Yuki replies that he has settled something in his status with magic so that no one would ask. He reassures the girl, says everything is under control, and she realizes that she was in vain. The hero wrote his characteristics even worse than in Nell, leaving only the most common skills. Yuki realizes that it should be very careful with this masking. A rival who has a higher level than it will instantly reveal this performance. Ms. Colot confidently leads them to the corridor, and her heels clearly click on the wooden floor. The girl approaches the wall and extends her hand forward. By uttering the spell Path to Bishop, it illuminates everything around the bright light. Suddenly, they just appear in front of the door. Yuki cannot hold back the delight of the secret passage scene. He always dreamed of walking through such a door. The doors open widely, and the characters find themselves in front of the unseen darkness of the dungeon. Ms. Kallet warns, "The road will be difficult, so it's best to go carefully. After all, no one knows what trials are waiting ahead." Lafai sat in her room, returning to Yuki. She was convinced that even if he was not nearby, her sincere feelings would be overcome at any distance. Yuki, together with her friends, will make his own secret isle. The hero asked Carlotta when the dead first appeared in the capital. She replied that it happened about 2 weeks ago, just when the prince raised the uprising. The young man is wondering if she does not think that the prince stands behind it. Carlotta in response notes, "If you see how soldiers attack them, we can assume that it is about it." Yuki thinks that even if the prince is able to control the dead, it is clearly not what the country's elite should do. The young man does not understand what he wants. The girl says there are too many and they do not cope. The intelligence was instructed to find their den, but they failed the task. Nell asks Yuki to look for them on their own, but he replies that it is not omnipotent. The hero promises to try a little later. The heroine thanks him for that. Finally, they get out of the secret passage. The characters find themselves in a huge cathedral with high vaults and multicolored stained glass. Yuki froze from surprise, not having time to speak. Nell, noticing his astonishment, smiles and confesses that she was no less affected for the first time. Ms. Carlotta explains that the church is constantly watching, so it is impossible to use the main building. Here they gather to discuss their plans. She invites everyone to join their strategic meetings. Carlotta begins a meeting, addressing all those present. She calls her name, seems to be the captain of the Holy Knights Faldine, and confidently takes command of this operation. Yuki is impressed with Herd and understands that he is dealing with a special person. Nell confirms, Carlotta not only has a great sword and magic, but is also a reliable support for all knights. The girl says that even if she gets her status, she still loses in a duel against her. Yuki believes that Carlotta cannot be compared to other people at all. The hero studies the characteristics of Captain Demir with interest. She is skilled in many types of weapons, and all her skills have reached extremely high levels. Her skill is really striking now. The guy recalls how Life warned him. There is not enough high characteristics to overcome his opponent with experience. She said that even if you are a born genius, without proper training you will be defeated. The captain states that the country is in an extremely difficult position, and chaos reigns in the capital. She urges everyone to unite, release Alcil, and then return peace to the capital. Carlotta opened a meeting and set out to everyone her plan. According to Captain Demir, the main goal is to save the king and the princess. When Yuki studies this plan, he understands that the king is captured, and if he needs help, he must first be released himself. The girl announces that they will start tomorrow at midnight, as soon as the church bells sound. It releases people, completing the meeting with the wishes of good luck and victory. No sincerely praises Ms. Carlotte for her wonderful work, saying she is just incredible. The girl thanks him and wonders if they are tired. She wants to spend them in a place where they can rest. In the meantime, the guards are beating anxiety. The dead have already penetrated, and they are getting more. The captain asks if the attack was not deliberate. The soldier believes that the runny nose only responded to the noise of the battle near the sewer, which they used as a secret path to retreat. Nell tells Yuki that this sanctuary has several other sewage hatches, but finding the right path is not easy if you do not know him by heart. Carlotta believes that it would be great if they were able to find and destroy a layer of dead. She says Nell that it's time to fight. Yuki is ready. He is a hero's friend. Heroes reflect a zombie attack. Nell is surprised that the young man uses this thing as a weapon, and he answers with a smile that it is extremely convenient. Yuki is interested in Carlotte's how the dead appear. The captain explains that there are several ways to cause them. In her opinion, nowadays a magical circle is usually used for this purpose. According to the girl, that is why they failed to find their den, although most likely they just hid it elsewhere. Yuki feels ori, similar to the one that comes from a demonic sword. It is linked from both dead bodies and sewage. He thinks whether he will succeed, following this trace, find a magical circle. The hero turns to Ms. Carlotta, reporting that he knows where the magic circle is. It cannot name the exact place, but feels a powerful flow of magic. Captain Demir thinks carefully about his words. She turns to Nell and says they go to look at a place that may be a loving of the dead. Yuki recognizes that he is not fully confident, but the girl encourages him. Even if it is a false footprint, any hint will be useful to them. She persistently advises them to go and look at it. Nell from Yuki are amazed. They are unexpectedly at that place. Carlotta agrees. The magic density here is really greater. Even her, with all her sensitivity, she is well felt. Yuki says there is no way. Captain Demir returns to his soldiers and announces that their turn has now come. The soldiers are readily waiting for her team. Soldiers are noticed in the wall of the castle gap. Carlotta praises them for care and asks to retreat a little. She is mowed with a sword and hits the wall with a wave. A huge hole appears in the wall. Nell cannot believe the ease of Mrs. Carlotte has punched this obstacle. They look into the dark hole with interest. From the darkness of the hole, something unknown looks at them. Captain Demir covers his nose with a sleeve, trying to somehow protect himself from an unbearable stench that rushes from depth. She orders the soldiers to stay here and keep the entrance. Carlotta asks the heroes whether they will go with her. Both agree without hesitation. She warns, keep alert. Suddenly strange sounds suddenly come from the darkness. A crowd of stinky dead wanders with darkness, soul bursting with tearing shouts, not realizing that they are soon stimulating death. The bodice and the Aluna brush their teeth together and look forward to when the demon. The group finds itself among the crowd of living dead and thinks about how to proceed. Mrs. Carlotta suggests that the current brings the bodies here, and then they turn into living dead. Yuki notes that the prince's group behaves quite cruelly, and Nell has wondered if the magical circle is guilty of it. Suddenly they notice the glowing columns. Captain Demir realizes that the circle is built on the basis of hexagrams. Among the columns are 2 with triangles that need to be destroyed. To destroy this circle, you need to pull out at least 2 pillars. Now he asks how to break this pile of dead when there are so many. Yuki replies, he will cope with the dead and falls on them. He directs a stream of water on them and, smiling, wants them to ride well on a water slide. The Pearl praises him. They say he is not bad. She shows Nell to move forward and warns, opponents to the left is her concern. The girl nod. Everything is clear. They rush into battle again. Finally, all the inanimate were defeated. The dead bodies fell down by covering the stone floor. Nell is happy to exclaim that they all turned out. Carlotta is not hidden as a surprise. She did not expect everything to be so simple and sincerely thank her friends. Yuki, hearing this, also rejoices and mentally wonder how easily they have dealt with these pillars. They wonder why some zombies are still moving. Maybe they remain in this state for too long and are gradually turning into real monsters. Carlotta suggests that you cannot pay attention to them, because the main cause of all problems has already been destroyed. Thank you, Yuki, but not. The captain gives an apology that he cannot thank in person now. She assures that she will spend everyone in a place where you can rest. Recruitment did not even suspect that the magical circle could be destroyed. He was convinced that the dead had completed their task, and now it was time to start the final stage of his plan. The sun shines brightly above the capital, pouring everything around with golden light. Yuki scared the children, saying that the owner of the demons could catch them. The kid immediately ran away, and one girl fell into a high grass. He helps her get up and carefully asks if she was injured. The young man asks the girl to promise the owner of the demons, which will now be more careful when he runs. The boys picked up the game and laughing, shouting him that they would defeat him and punish him with a sword of justice. Nell notices that the boy likes to spend time with them. Yuki, laughing, says that with so many heroes around him never win. He calls the girl to join the game, promising to give her a mask. She refuses, smiling. The hero jokes, if she agrees, he will become a favorite among children. Children's home in Erna. Carlotta apologizes for having come without warning. The woman replies that they are church officials, and to help in difficult times are their duty. Franny was upset because she had nothing to treat guests. The baby approaches her and says he is hungry. She asks the baby to suffer a little. Yuki notes that there is a war now. Nell understands that the shelter is no longer assisted, and there is almost no food. The hero turns to the girl for help. It creates a portal in the air and pulls something out of there, making considerable efforts. Yuki pulls out a huge ham out of the portal and announces, "War and lunch, by schedule." They cook a large pan of meat soup. Nell tastes aromatic meat and reports to children who have been lined up in the queue that everyone is sure to be enough. The meat is ready, and orphaned children are in the queue one by one to taste the dish. Yuki strictly orders everyone to stand in line. Nell, meanwhile, explains to the audience, "Just approach your brother in a mask. It treats meat." One familiar girl says Yuki that his mask looks cool. In response, he notes that she has good eyes and treats 2 pieces of meat. Children thank him. There are exclamations on all sides that it is the best and just incredible. Captain Demir asks if it is sometimes not a monster meat. Fernie is amazed at who these people were who could afford such expensive spices. Yuki answers their questions, explaining that it is for him to plunge the monsters, once to spit, and he prepares the seasonings on his own. So let him consider him thanks for letting him rest here. Carlotta, seeing how carefully he treats the children, asks Yuki if he has his own child. The young man with a smile replies that he has no children yet, but worries about one girl who became like a younger sister for him. Meanwhile, passers-by stopping, fascinated by an appetizing aroma that spills on the street. Passers-by instantly recognize the aroma of spicy meat, and their appetite is played. Yuki notices how a group of people approach them. He happily exclaims that they appeared on time and invites everyone to entrust the case to him. He smiles and asks people whether they are hungry. They nod affirmatively. The young man asks if they want meat. People exclaim that they want it very much. Yuki promises that then she will definitely give them a try. However, there is one condition. The hero asks him to be cut into pieces. People agree without hesitation. They carefully divide the meat and have already prepared 20 servings. Without stopping, they bring even more plates. Yuki views a piece of ham in her hands in the light. He was used to taste the meat, but laziness prevailed. He did not want to bother. So he turns to people again. If they try so long, then everyone will expect even more meat. All are full and happy. They eat meat, drink drinks, play musical instruments, and have fun. Nell is shared with Carlotta. It's like a real holiday. The girl agrees with her. Captain Demir no longer mentions when she saw the residents of the capital last. She does not leave curiosity. Who is this guy in the mask? Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by dissatisfied voices, which ask that it is here for the coincidence. The guards report that according to the decree, all food now belongs to the government of the country, and they ask girls if they really want to become rebels. The guard is indignant. While they stuff the belly here, the soldiers shed blood for them on the battlefield. It requires to show the rebels that hide the food. Captain Demare coldly advises him to pick up his words back. Yuki got into the mess again, but the castle, as always, is full of silence and peace. The girls have fun, looking forward to returning their master. Mrs. Carlotta assures the guards that she has dealt with these monsters, and she is interested in what she is charged. Yuki stands nearby, watching the conversation silently. The guard asks the girl whether he has effected her order, and the other adds that ignorance of the law does not release from liability. The girl replies that she hurts, but she has never seen people actually given food. The guard notices that the girl has a rare gift of eloquence, but does not know what honor is. It is delayed for violation of the law. Carlotta opposes, saying that the villagers are very outraged by this situation. The peasants support her, asking why there are so many provisions for the troops, and declare that they will not receive any excuses. They do not trust the guard. The girl looks carefully and says that he should also try. With such a physique, this work would fit him much more than the service of a knight. Yuki is surprised and cannot understand why Carlotta allows these weird soldiers to talk to her so if she is stronger than them. On the city map, he notices someone is watching them and tries to deliberately provoke with the help of guards. The hero guesses they want to make them first. But suddenly, the girl inadvertently encounters the guard. He burns at the girl, waving his sword, and orders her to be more attentive where she goes. Yuki instantly beats the guard with his foot just in the head. She can no longer stand. The warrior burns in a fury. He yells as they dare to attack them. The guards rush to defend themselves, but quickly find themselves in hard. They clearly did not expect such an attack, although Nels remembers that it was they who started the fight first. The hero apologizes to Nell, who must leave the guards with her. She is interested in what he is about to do next. He explains that he wants to track those who follow them. If these people reach their own, the consequences can be very bad. Saying goodbye, he rotates and orders to give the girl more meat. Carolina says Nell that the guy really has a lot of good. She believes that he really deserves that the girl even lies with her and brought him to their team as an ally. The heroine cannot believe how this lady understands everything. Captain Damari explains that he knows exactly that Nell has no one she would call his brother. The girls assured Carlotta that Yuki would not do evil to the church, though the situation itself looks a little strange. The woman believed him, because he was able to earn the trust of Nell. She gently holds her hand on the girl's hair. Carlotta confesses that she was always worried about her, because Nell obediently obeyed any order without even thinking. Carlotta now notices that Nell has grown. She still asks if Yuki has her own reasons for fighting. Soldiers report arrival. The commander announces the start of the operation and orders to immediately transmit this information to all others. Carlotta announces that they go to the palace. The girl realizes that it is time to act. Meanwhile, in the castle of the ruler of the demons, a brilliant idea and rushes to Li File to share his plan. She advises the girl to get closer to the gentleman. The girl is amazed by such an unexpected offer. Liu says that Leilai still does not understand what she connects her with Yuki. She wants to help them become closer. It proposes to shorten the distance between them while it is far away. The girl is indignant and asks what Leo is talking about, adding that she already has an advisor. Erna appears and declares that Lafai will impose spells on her younger brother. The girl thinks for a moment, then asks Leo, which means fascinating. She explains, it is when a guy admires a girl so much that she literally loses her head. Erna enthusiastically notes that it sounds incredible. Lafay and Reproach turn to Liu, asking what she teaches the baby. The girl looks pleased. She knows well that she likes her brother, and wants to share this news with him as soon as possible. Erna admires Lafay that Yuki just loves everything fluffy, and her brother completely loses her head from the soft things of Rira. Leo laughed and assured the girl that she was wrong. Then Erna suggested that he likes his sister's wings, because his brother's face changes greatly when he strokes them. Leofi thanked for such a useful clue, but this was not over. She noticed that the Lord liked when they all have fun together. Erna is convinced that he is glad himself, seeing their common joy. Leo thanks the girl, and Leofi, already tired of the whole situation, surprised she not even suspected how stubborn Leo. According to Layla, she does not understand in psychology at all, but can also share several tips. She advises LeFay to just honestly confess to him that she was alone until the demon was absent. The girl reacts indignantly. Does not fit in her head so that Layla really insists that she would say such words. Lila, without paying attention to her indignation, continues to say that if you want to attract the guy's attention, easy touches can act on him very positively. LeFay, embarrassed by stuttering, asks these touches again. Lion gladly accepts Layla's advice. They seemed clear and useful. Lila says that Lady Leafy also wants a long and happy life under the protection of the Lord. That is why she is trying to implement the Loi plan now. The girl asks if LeFay is ready. But he does not understand what is being said, and it is evident that she is excited. Everyone is looking forward to whether an invincible dragon can withstand the strict workouts of Lili. Perlotta turns to people, reminding that they saw themselves, which the capital has turned. The captain reports that now the king is captured in a rebellious prince, and if he seizes power, there will be no future. She announced that the church goes to liberate the king and return the capital. The girl turned to anyone who was able to hold the weapon. She asked to join the hike. Carlotta was convinced of victory because she believed the Lord is on their side. Yuki rushes the streets of the capital, without bringing his eyes from the suspect he is pursued. The hero activates the skill of invisibility. He would be able to catch the suspect right now, but it seems that he goes to the royal castle. The young man decides to follow him unnoticed, then to save the king. Yuki hopes that the church will not be delayed by night. The fight was not long and not too big, but the witnesses gathered a lot. He rushes past the guards standing at the entrances to the royal palace. The hero almost catches up with the suspect, but he instantly disappears behind one of the door, cleverly hiding from the chase. The young man pulls on the door handle and realizes that they are closed. From the door, a voice is heard. Someone asks the guard of what happened. Yuki stuns the haunted man with a blow to his head and thinks of which leads to the royal prison from the entrances. Captain Carlotte Demar learns that the western gates and barracks have already been captured, and all soldiers were taken into custody. The soldier reports that the main gates are ready for 70%. The girl is wondering what losses they suffered. She has answered, 5 dead. About 6% of people have lost their ability to move, but it will not interfere with the plan. Carlotta says she thought, even it would be difficult for them to restrain so many enemies. The soldier replies that civilians also raised the riot, and the losses were smaller than they were afraid. It allows citizens to relax in the rear. The captain asks a soldier if they saw something suspicious among enemies. He replies, several unfamiliar sorcerers appear. It seems that it can be necromants. The soldier says that no one warned them in advance. So when they saw the dead, the fear of them came to the bones. The girl finally realizes that all inanimate in the capital is a matter of the hands of the princes. She is sure that if they did not destroy the magical circle yesterday, there would be much more loss. Carlotta decides to thank the stranger in the mask. The captain turns to Nell, who still does not stop in battle, and calls for it to move together. They go to the next purpose. Yuki has been looking for an entrance to the dungeon for so much, but he still doesn't find it. He carefully studies the virtual map, is convinced that even if the guards are not aware of the secret passage, it must be marked on the map. The young man carefully inspects the soldier lying on the ground. It seems to him that some magic was used here to stop those who invaded the castle. Yuki tries to find a soldier, at least a thing that would confirm his belonging to the area. The hero finds a charming device for recognition, and thanks to him, he learns that the owner of this artifact is completely protected from any magical influence. Suddenly, a maid appears because of one door. Seeing him in a mask, the girl lumps and scares. The young man covers her mouth with her hand and asks to remain quiet. He assures that she does not want her evil, seeks only the king, and adds, the soldier is actually alive. Yuki asks the girl if she will scream, and releases her mouth. The maid asks if he really came to save the king and Lady Arrow. The hero nods and clarifies what kind of Lady Arrow is about. The girl begs him to save everyone and promises to carry it directly to the dungeon. It shows where the entrance is. Yuki guesses that the entrance was from the street. He thanks the maid, and advises her to pick up her family and friends as soon as possible and run away from here. Soon, this place will turn into a real battlefield. The girl for goodbye blesses the boy, and Yuki, full of fierce, rushes in the dungeon. He went down the stone stairs and thought that the king was not really worthy of anything, but it still has some special charisma. The young man thinks, if he were a prince, he would kill the king. He hesitates. Perhaps the prince holds him only for public execution, or there are still some feelings left for him. Yuki wanders the dungeons when strange sounds suddenly come. In one of the cameras, the security guard rans over an unhappy girl in a dirty, shabby dress. He presses her with his foot to the floor and already swinging a whip, preparing to strike another blow. The guard is smiling and mockingly tells the girl that her stubborn father is guilty of everything. He then waves his hand and brutally beats her directly in the eyes of a king, who begs a pleasure to stop mockery. The king firmly clung to the iron lattice and ordered the guard to stop with anger, but he just exploded with laughter, so much that saliva flowed down his chin. The girl was completely powerless. She had to cry only silently until the tears rolled on her cheeks. Suddenly, behind the villain emerges the demon, Lord, and on the face of the guard, the ugly grimace solidifies. He definitely did not like Yuck, so the hero dealt with him without hesitation, splashing through. Now he is waiting for a more important task: to release a girl whom someone made the victim of his dirty desires. Erna is convinced that their owner of the demons will do everything possible to keep their happy smiles. The guard brutally beats the girl just in the eyes of her father. It suffers from unbearable pain. The girl decides that she must help her father, because she is a princess of this kingdom. She is sure that everything is sure to be fine. She believes that if all the beatings and abuse she can stand, then everything will be adjusted. Someone will definitely come and save them. Suddenly, the girl notices that the pain has disappeared. Surprised, she gains strength and raises her head. The door appears in the door and soothes it, saying that everything will be fine. He notes that she tried very hard. Yuki carefully picks up the princess in her arms. She calls him a hero with delight. The king looks carefully at the young man's face and is interested in who he is. The young man welcomes the king, and he immediately recognizes the demon. The king, in anger, orders him to stay away from his daughter. The demonic lord notes that it is cruelly on his part, especially considering how much he has done for him. He calls the king worthless, because he could not raise his own son properly. Yuki tells the king that because of his son's foolishness, he has great trouble. His son stubbornly put his eye on his forest. Yuki promises to help, but requires the king to never touch the forest again. The king exclaims, "Does the demon fleer of the cursed forest stands in front of him?" Yuki nods. The king with sadness recognizes that he is only an old fool who failed to take care of his own son, so he cannot promise anything. Yuki states that his people will pay for his guilt. He swears to destroy anyone who dares to step on his land. The king listens carefully to both the threats and the silence of the young man. Then the guy asks if there is no one who believed in him, hinting at the city residents and a maid he met in the palace. The hero happily reports that even the church announced to come to the rescue. The king simply does not believe his ears from heard, and Yuki reproaches the king. They say, "Why are you only sitting in a cage and waiting quietly for your own destiny?" The king believes that parents should be responsible for their children's actions. The owner of the demons liberates the king and warns, if he ever regret his words, he will perish. Not only himself, but with him will die all his loved ones, and even those who consider himself descendants. His Majesty Streamheads rushes to her daughter, carefully examines her and realizes that she is intact. He asks if his demon is blackmailing, saying, "I will kill you and your daughter if you don't obey." Yuki asks what he said. The young man leaves the camera and hears the king thanks him for the salvation of his daughter. The hero suddenly rushes to the guards. He exclaims that it's time to run. One of the guards shouts that he has been beaten, and the other crying, calling a doctor. Yuki remained dissatisfied. In his opinion, the acting game was too false. He is convinced that these people are just looking for an opportunity to injure to have an excuse to escape from the battlefield. The Lord of Demons laughs and tells the king that they seem to be liked. The young man decides to go with the king, even though he is okay to cope. The guards rage because of his pranks and order to grab it. Yuki just thought that nothing wrong would happen if he pushed the guard slightly. After the defeat of the captain of the royal guard, the soldiers decide to retreat. Initially, the young man is interested in where the prince is. He points out that the princess soldiers here are very little. The fighter agrees and adds that even the prisoners came to help them. The man suggests that the prince is most likely to be either in his office or in the throne room, and his soldiers do not pay attention to the noise and vanity that risen outside. Yuki appeals to the soldier and asks that he was here for a fuss, assuming that it is related to the church. The soldier confirms, and the guy thinks that they do everything in vain. The soldier asks for permission to independently deal with the enemy warriors who are still inside. The hero agrees and says that she accompanies the king in a safe place. He asks for goodbye to be careful. Yuki reports to the king that everything is going on plan. The church acted lightly, Yuki is convinced that now he needs to hurry and hide. The king, holding his daughter in his arms, asks what will be with his son. The owner of the demon promises coldly, he himself will kill the guy himself. His Majesty understands him and says he wants to go with them. He promises not to bother them anymore. Yuki does not deny. Captain Demary gladly welcomes the king. She is sincerely glad that he remained alive. Nella asks Yuki as he stands with his Majesty. The young man explains that he simply released this man, not even knowing that the king himself was in front of him. Carlotta asks the king to hide, assuring that their warriors will take care of his safety. The king approves this idea but insists, "It is better to take care of my daughter." Captain Damar is worried. It reminds the king that they are now in the heart of the battle, and if they are captured or killed, the country will no longer remain the future. His Majesty apologizes for the inconvenience. He seeks to see everything in person. Yuki activates her danger skill, and Carlotta asks the king to review the decision. The higher the level of this skill, the wider the area it covers. Suddenly, an unfamiliar warrior attaches a guy, but he deftly reflects his blow. The man looks in surprise. He did not expect Yuki to repel his blow. The hero calmly points out, to attack from behind is a bad habit. The fighter only laughs in response and says he heard, "On the side of the church is fighting a woman, and even a hero." He says he was lucky. The owner of the demon realizes that a real strong warrior appeared in front of him. Leaf wants Yuki to remember her face when he becomes lonely. Nell asks the young man if everything is fine with him. He warns them to be careful, because the fighter is extremely strong. The man waves his heavy saber and laughs. They say, "Such small insects are better not to fit." The Lord of Demons realizes that he will have to meet this enemy face to face. Carlotta de Meyer offers him his support. He politely refuses and assures that he can handle himself. The captain orders the princess to be sent to a safe place immediately, and the rest of the soldiers should assist her in this. The soldiers swore to defend their king at any cost. Carlotta warns Yuki that they have already gone to the prince and asks him not to risk her life, because she still has a lot of questions to him. Nell turns to his brother and calls to be careful. The young man makes a promise. The owner of the demon asks the unfamiliar fighter whether he was sorry for the fact that he allowed the queen to escape. He calmly answers that he has the order to destroy only true strong opponents, and the most powerful among all is he. A stranger thought is pleasing that he was lucky, because he did not imagine that such people could be here. Yuki offers him a rest, to hear the roar of the battle around. Carlotta is wondering if she's worried. The girl asks whether he is indeed an adamantite adventurer. The captain confirms this, and adds that she expected that the guild would stay away from the conflict. She also calls the nickname a warrior, Vorfan. According to the girl, he is so crazy that he simply cannot live without fighting. However, even in spite of its extraordinary skills, it is unlikely that the above Orcal rank has risen, because the glory of it is not the best, and the guild constantly has a bunch of hassle. The captain says that if you leave soldiers there, they will only interfere with the guy in a mask to fight, so she only has to rely on his strength. Now he thinks, but still agrees with her. The fighter laughed. He was really impressed by Yuki's power and lightning speed of his counterattack. The young man strictly orders him to silence and stop mockingly. He quickly checks the characteristics of the fighter and understands that the opponent is very strong. Yuki notes that their parameters are almost the same, and the opponent's skills are even better. The hero realized that he did not come here for deadly battles. He just hunted the monsters, and instead of clashes he enjoyed how the fur rear was stroking. The fighter notes that Yuki is too calm, because he came here to fight. But the demon lord does not hesitate. He brings the man into the stomach with all his strength, and he immediately complains of unbearable pain. It causes a powerful flow of water, directs it directly to the fighter, and thinks that he is choked. When the water covers the head of the opponent, he really begins to suffocate. Yuki quickly realizes that the battle is not in his favor. He has almost no experience of true clashes. He can only win with the help of skills that he does not yet. The hero instantly rushes to the fighter. He cleverly evades the impact and then suddenly goes on the offensive, jumping the enemy by surprise. The young man sets the sword from the enemy and then immediately grabs the gun. Yuki presses on the descent, and 100 sparkling outbreaks break out of her weapons. The warrior remains unbreakable. He prepares for the attack again, and this time his sword stops at a few centimeters from the face of the bishop demon. He exposes his palm to take a shock of the blade, and the blood is flying all the way. You are skillfully parrying heavy blows with a sword in the melee. He reaches the fighter with his bare hands, and he, falling on the ground, smiles, and says it was exciting. The guy sighs lightly. The hero remembers the sweet appearance of Lefay and thinks that this fighter seems 1,000 years younger. Younger than someone who can challenge him. In the castle of the ruler of the demons, Lula asks whether she saw Lady Life. The girl replies that she has not yet returned. Lila notes that in recent times he has increasingly escaped somewhere alone. She may have her worries, but do not doubt. She will come back as soon as she hung up. Life sits on the top of the hill, and a new question is emerging in her head. She decides. When Yuki returns home, she will definitely tell him how much she was sad without him. The dead will soon take place. The hero washes the wound and skewed from pain. He understands that if it was not a strengthened potion, the trouble would be inevitable. The bone is broken, and some fingers are not listening at all. Yuki does not even think to get involved. The guy acknowledges that the magic contours created by Lyle are really incredible. These contours collect the manu, which enters the blade, and emit a bright red flame, which burns everything that the sword touches. Yuki acknowledges that the guy was really strong, and he only won the difference in race and features. The young man thinks that the ability of this fighter is almost the same as in Nell, so a wonderful hero could come out of him. He flies to the royal castle and rises directly on the roof. The hero looks carefully up, and in one of the windows he notices the prince. Captain Daymire informs the prince that they are suspected of betrayal and asks to go with them. In response, the prince announces them with traitors who have started a coup and orders their people to grab them. The guards rush to the signal, and here they appeared in front of them. On the faces of the prince, confusion and blurred look. They are puzzled for what is happening. Pay attention, the prince has unusual eyes. She decides that she probably seems to her, and focuses on battle, because if you distract, they will quickly grasp. The girl understands that it is impossible to delay, because Yuki opposes the warrior with the highest rank and has no right to mistake. Nell can only think of one thing. It is necessary to come to the rescue as soon as possible. Suddenly, one of the windows flies, and the rolling pin is scattered. Yuki rapidly appears and rushes to the enemy. The girl immediately recognizes him. The owner of the demons is aware that he had attacked, and nevertheless, he was able to destroy an item that prevented the use of his ability. He suddenly appeared in front of him, who had no idea that he had the ability to analyze. Yuki returns to the prince, looking carefully at the figure in a black cloak. Everyone translates his views on his highness, but in his eyes, darkness. Captain Daymire orders anything to defend the king and forbids to retreat. One of the soldiers pierces the prince with a sword. The young man warns everyone around. He is already dead, so it is better for them to stay away from him. The imprint begins to rise up, gradually turning into a black cloud shade. Suddenly he turns into a real monster and rushes to Yuki. The owner of the demons is afraid that the necromant can be freedom. Necromant is selected outwards through a broken window. The young man follows him, and Nell sounds him by his name. Yes, this is exactly how it was. Yuki replies that the necromant, most likely, was in charge of the dead prince, and the broken ring changed his condition. He tells her about the ring of truth and lies, one that allows you to fake the owner's status. The hero adds that the magic that came from the prince was exactly the same as that the guy from the stable. Yuki asks Nell to distract others because he wants to fly up and catch up with him. But his ideas suddenly destroys a loud roar of difficult steps. Someone is a huge coming. They find out that they are artificially created a net whose name is forbidden to pronounce. The characters understand that there is no hope for vacation. They think how they will be able to compete with such a giant monster in close space. A giant muscular monster appeared in front of the characters. They seem to have a fight with this giant. The name of the monster is a dead man. It is a spirit whose real name cannot be uttered. His strength and ability to recover exceed human, so the enemy is truly dangerous. Yuki's throat is bored with all this action. He strongly waved his weapon and cried. He rushed to the giant, and flashing at an incredible speed, his hand pulled his hand. Cut off arm with a roar on the floor. In the meantime, the enemy did not think to give up. By saying something in an incomprehensible language, he swung his surviving hand, preparing to hit the abuser. Continuing to scare the weird words, the monster rushed to the guy with a blow. The owner of the demons barely had time to evade, cleverly bouncing back. Yuki noted herself. Despite the giant size, the monster was not slow at all. At that moment, the guy in the mask suddenly noticed something. Suddenly, strange fibers suddenly began to sprout from the gigantic giant hand. When these fibers lengthened, they reached out to the monster's paw and joined it. It was a recovery process. The protagonist with a gorgeous smile noticed the ability of the spirit, whose name is forbidden to pronounce, and already thought about what to do next. At that moment, the girl stood behind him, hugging herself with her hands, and anxiously watching everything that is happening. The demonic lord reached forward and said the spell. The guy directed the magic to the monster, trying to drive the runny nose. The enemy was filled with bright light. However, this did not affect the monster. Yuki was already standing next to the girl and noticed that the witchcraft did not work on the giant. Nell immediately wondered why he reacted so much. Thinking about everything, the protagonist suggested that the reason lies in the fact that the monster was created artificially. After that, he turned to the girl and asked if she had a stronger spell. Nell confirmed, but warned. She would need a little time to prepare. Raising the sword, the owner of the demons decided to restrain the monster and try to burn him with his weapon. The soldiers were not left behind either. They rushed to the aid of their commander. At that moment, the girl began to quietly whisper the magic words that flashed. While others distracted the giant behind, Yuki boldly rushed directly to him. Cutting the spirit, the protagonist immediately noticed how he was recovering quickly. In addition, it is almost impossible to strike several blows. It is better once, but powerful as Ford. Even the red flame did not fall into the spirit, the name of which cannot be pronounced, so the situation for the boy was completely hopeless. Looking back at those who were behind, the demonic lord noticed despair in their eyes. They did not even scratch the monster. In the bright light, a loud order came. To retreat! The bright glow escaped from the sword of Nell when she, without hesitation, lifted weapons and rushed into the attack, overflowing with magic and determination. Magic energy struck the enemy with all its power. Then the monster flew through the whole hall with a roar and crashed into the wall with a terrible roar, punching a large hole there. The owner of the demons did not believe his own eyes, and the commander, lightning, reacting, ordered the soldiers to take the attack. Everyone rushed to the enemy who has already risen. Yuki swung his long katana, trying to cut his hand, but the spirit immediately grabbed the sword of the protagonist with a strong hand, spread him, and gave him all his power up. The guy hurt the ceiling. After that, trembling with pain and rubbing the clogged place, the demonic lord turned to Nell, who had just approached him, asking him to give him a little rest. The girl gladly exclaimed that she could try again. Unfortunately, Carlotta and the newly made hero, unfortunately for Nell, convinced her to retreat. The commander stressed that her magic was really extremely powerful, but there was one significant problem. The woman explained that Nell's spilk almost did not harm the monster, and his ability to recover has not even diminished. But here Yuki came up with what to do next. He asked the girl to repeat her spell once again by stretching her bottle and offering to drink. Nell agreed without hesitation. The guy began to tell in detail to his team what to do next. The owner of the demons suggested that the girl would hit the monster again with charming words, and as soon as the enemy falls, he instantly cuts him into pieces. Charlotte with her fighters should pick up these detachments as soon as possible, and now these fragments are as far away from each other. The woman noticed that this idea looked strange, but eventually decided that they did not have another way out. Meanwhile, the old man leaned over the wounded. The commander continued her opinion. They cannot kill him, and it is not known how much his recovery will continue. She suggested that the guy may have been right, and the spirit whose name was forbidden to speak would not return in this way. Leaving Nell to prepare for the attack, Carlotte and Yuki confidently rushed forward to distract the attention of the monster. Suddenly, the owners of the demons attacked a soldier standing right in front of him. From the blow, he fell to the ground, and the main character was angry with his leg. It turned out that this soldier decided to dodge the battle. Yuki was angry with a cowardly warrior, warning that if he still refuses to fight, then everyone else may also be in a large mess. People behind froze, thinking about what he heard with excitement. At that moment, someone called to the guy in a mask. It was Carlotta who was the first to notice that the giant was going straight to them. The Lord Demon realized that the monster became angry because of the magic of the girl. Then the guy rushed forward, determined to meet the enemy. The protagonist was instantly in front of the spirit, whose name is forbidden to pronounce, and one move his leg. The enemy fell to the ground with noise. The Carlotta, who observed it, immediately became serious. The woman struck the creeping giant lightly, forcing him to switch attention to herself. The monster crawled after her, so the woman rushed to flee. People and knights in armor, passionate about the actions of their captain, decided to stand side by side and join her. While the people were distracted by the monster, Nell did not stop. She whispered magical words and kept the sword with alert. When the spell was over, the guy in the mask immediately noticed it. The light caught a painful blow to an angry giant. Using the moment when the enemy was weakened, Yuki jumped sharply and bitten the spirit, whose name cannot be pronounced, in half. Both halves were clearly not delighted. watching how a pleased hero whistling slowly around them. Suddenly, the demonic lord was alerted as if he had felt something. To his surprise, the guy felt a cut-paw monster suddenly grabbed him and squeezed it firmly in his palm. Yuki became angry and threw his hands up. The protagonist tried hard to squeeze the closed fingers of the spirit, fiercely swooping because he would not be able to overcome the enemy if he was cut in half. Next to him on the ground lay a weapon that the guy had just released from his hands. The worried Carlotta asked if Yuki needed help. While the owner of the demons was still trying to escape from the giant's grip, he briefly confirmed that the help would not hurt, and the rest instructed the commander. The main character was finally tired of his enemy and moved forward. Hardly holding back the swearing, the guy pulled a monster to the abyss. Seeing this, Yuki threw his katana forward. Then he rapidly spread his hands to the sides, escaped from his paw monster and cleverly picked up his weapon. To the surprise of the spirits, the demon lord lightly cut it into small pieces. Then the hero throws a sword with anger, breaks through a huge break in the wall, and disappears in the night sky, barely holding back. The girl ran to the boy in a mask and asked excitedly whether the enemy could start regenerating here. Yuki replied that because of such small fragments, this is unlikely to happen. Later, having stepped on one of the details that just started to recover, he suddenly noticed something. Meanwhile, the soldiers threw one part outside through the window, and the other commander was already waiting for her with a naked sword in his hands. The protagonist thoughtfully continued his thoughts, paying attention to the detail that really had a significant meaning. To the joy of all those present, Yuki solemnly announced that they managed to defeat a strong opponent. While the lord fought on the battlefield, his castle was quietly dinner. After the battle, the soldiers of the princesses without hesitation were weapons and surrendered. He had the support of many local lords, so it will take some time to restore order in the country, and all free positions will be held by church representatives. The king again took his place, squeezing the gun. He came to the conclusion that one of the demons was under control. In the living room next to the old man sat in a mask. He thought that once the problem was solved, and his role in this case was completed. However, in the soul, he was exhausted by all these underframes of demons. The protagonist mentally reassured himself. With a mask on his face and hidden abilities, it is unlikely that anyone would guess who he really is. But if the mystery is still revealing, serious troubles will begin in its forest. Yuki was worried that they could use Lafai to destroy this country. Suddenly, his reflection was interrupted by his voice. Someone greeted him as a hero. A little girl came to the boy with a smile. The owner of the demons with polite curiosity asked how the girl feels, but seems to forget her name. The girl, smiling widely, reminded him of him. I just laughed at this scene. The princess happily sat on the sofa and sincerely thanked the good hero, and the king himself joined her. Yuki, sullen and gloomy, stated with seeming drama that he was not a hero at all, but a real ruler of demons. To emphasize his words, he straightened his wings, and it struck the girl. To the surprise of the protagonist, Erna touched only the wings. Make sure that the guy was indeed the owner of the demons, the girl told that she heard about the kidnapping of the princesses. She was sincerely happy, and said that he would take her with her one day. Yuki smiled, asked once again whether she really wanted it, got up and leaned on the table. I confidently said that I would definitely wait for him. Then the king was gently asked her to go to another room. The girl politely agreed. The protagonist asked the old man to teach his daughter to be more serious, but the king immediately apologized, explaining that earlier the girl was always among people who had never caused her evil. At that moment, the guy paid attention to the determination and strength of the spirit of the princess. The king with anxiety confirmed this. After that, he apologized that he could not thank the hero, and added that if you need something, just say, I'm always ready to help. Smiling and crossing his arms on his chest, the demon lord warned that he would not be hesitant to demand a reward for his work, so it is better to be prepared for any request. As a result, they received 2 important awards for their work. First, the official document confirming that the cursed forest is no longer dangerous, and secondly, a certificate for all its inhabitants. Yuki was happy that he would finally be able to walk with everyone quietly with the city, imagining this pleasant picture. The king with delight promised that no one would guess that they were actually demons, and the protagonist agreed, although he mentally noted what they were all different. After that, the monarch invited him to dinner, promising real flavors. However, the Lord Demon politely refused, citing those who were waiting for him outside the kingdom. In fact, he was indifferent to the proposals of the old man. He just wanted to go home. Then the king offered to invite them to himself. The guy happily greeted the giant wolf, extending his hands wide. The king with her daughter could not hide their astonishment. The girl with tenderness rushed to hug a cute beast. The monarch immediately recognized the legendary demonic beast of Fenrir. Meanwhile, the wolf felt embarrassed by the grace of the princess, and the main character, noticing it, encouraged him. The king decided to officially record it as a satellite Yuki, so that they could move around the streets of capital. The owner of the demons sincerely thanked for such care. Meanwhile, I will gladly continue to iron the wolf. Seeing this place, a lightweight smile appeared on her father's face for the first time in a long time. Returning to the house, the king invited the guests to feel at home until the very end of their stay. Nell was delighted with luxurious rooms. The protagonist, who was behind, also caught everything with a surprised and passionate look. Being bowed, Carlotta thanked His Majesty for the invitation. The king, a little lost, noted that he really should thank them, and asked not to waste time on unnecessary formalities. The commander smiled and agreed. Meanwhile, the princess took the girl and Yuki by her arms and ran, trying to show them where to go. When the girl turned to the boy, calling him the owner of the demons, Nell whispered to the main character whether it would be normal if she also calls him. He reassured her, they say, Iro still a child, and no one would take these words seriously. The guests put amazing dishes that impressed with their appearance and aroma. Nell was delighted with delicious dishes, and Yuki was also pleasantly surprised. The Princess King was satisfied, seeing such a sincere reaction. The girl, barely holding back saliva, mentally noted that she almost never tasted anything like this. I will smile, noting that their chef has done his business perfectly. Meanwhile, the monarch raised the glass and thanked everyone for the well-done business. Then he invited everyone to lift the glasses, so the real holiday began. The guests were laughing happily and talking lively. 2 hours passed and a lot of alcohol, as Nell began to incite Yuki to drink with her. She started pouring tea, but the guy noticed that the girl was pouring too much. Seeing this, Nell decided that the protagonist can no longer drink. She just had no other way out. The Drummy's driving girl firmly grabbed him by her neck and, attracted to herself, suggested to taste the drink directly from her mouth. The owner of the demons, a little worried, thought that the hero should not be so drunk. However, he decided to drink with Nell and drain the glass to the bottom. Nell rejoiced in this, but now she insisted that he ate, pouring a piece of meat on the fork straight into his cheek. The guy did not like it. To the great surprise of Yuki, Iroh was comfortable on his chest and even plumbed, enjoying the aroma of the Bishop of Demons and quietly flooding with laughter. After a while, the sleeping princess took the butter, deciding to take it to rest. The protagonist thanked him with relief. Turning, the guy suddenly noticed something unusual. Yuki was surprised when he saw the king who slept, hiding behind his chair. Remembering everything that he had to go through, he decided not to bother him, just as Carlotte once did. At that moment, the commander, a little drink, stroked the embarrassed wolf. She could not but note what he was soft, and inadvertently regretted that such an animal was not serving the church. Carlotta has shyly promised that she would now take care of Riera to always have enough delicious food. Meanwhile, Yuki, who accidentally saw it, was genuinely amazed by this scene. The night went down. The protagonist led his beast away, feeling awkwardly because of all the disorder that was happening here. But despite this, the guy confessed to himself that he had spent a good time, and also received a bottle of wine as a gift. The owner of the demons noticed that Nell quietly fell asleep on a chair. Remembering that girl, Yuki thought, no matter how well it is, there is still something missing. The protagonist remembered his relatives and realized there is no place better than his home. Hugging the beast, the guy asked if he agreed with him, and together with the wolf, they moved to night darkness. Finally, after all the battles, the demonic king returns home. Suddenly, someone called Yuki from the night castle. The fuss was settling, and the time of the hero and the lord of the demons to say goodbye. At this time, in the castle, the girls carelessly braided the braids of the leaf that was immersed in reading. It turned out to be called Nell. She ran up, barely turning her breath after a quick run. She stopped just in front of the guy and unexpectedly woke up for him. In response, the girl just laughed, still trying to restore her breathing. The lord of the demon warned her to be careful, especially drunk, because the boys are then able to bend the stick. Nell confidently answered that Yuki would never fall to such. However, she assured that if something happened, she would tell everything right away. It was the idea of an angry dragon that instantly caused the main character to horror before his girlfriend's cruelty. Powerfully stroking the girl on her head, he said that she can always come to visit, to get in the bath and talk to everyone in the house. In response, Nell nodded confidently, promising to become a heroine that even the owner of the demons will be afraid. Yuki, noticing the joy of the girl, promised that he would look forward. To a great surprise, Nell, the protagonist, suddenly called a small portal. Dipping his hand into him, he searched for something, got a knife, and reached out by Nell as a gift. It was a perfect white dagger named the Moonflower, the creation of the Bishop of Demon. They said that its shining blade could cut even the most density. Unfortunately, the guy honestly acknowledged that he was not able to handle such weapons at all, so he decided to pass it on to the one who would better cope with this task. As a last resort, the girl could have a dagger as a spare weapon. Carefully examining a new blade in her hands, Nell sincerely thanked Yuki. Her face glowed with joy from such a gift. Behind her, the night sky was staring, wrapping the girl with a soft glow. Touching the weapon, she was delighted to take care of her as much as possible. The bright full moon hung high above them. As soon as the sun came down, the owner of the demons had already crossed the threshold of his home, where his relatives were looking forward to him, full of joy from his return. He warmly patted the girls on his heads, glad that during his absence, they became closer to each other. The children had fun in response, and Yuki with a smile announced that he had brought them gifts. After that, he thanked the maids for the care of the house. And those, rejoicing in the owner's return, immediately rushed to cook a bath and dishes to please him after a long way. The girls cheerfully held the guy by listening to how he tells the story of the thieves he met on the way. The children immediately began to ask for more interesting stories, and the demon lord, they could not refuse them, laughed sincerely, and promised to continue to tell. At that moment, the protagonist noticed a bodice. She stood away, silently watching a cheerful crowd. When he came closer, she deliberately turned her head away. Embarrassed by her strange behavior, he leaned to the girl and informed loudly that he had returned home. It seemed to bring her back to her senses, and she was quietly greeted. Suddenly grabbing Yukin's shirt, the great Draconizia muttered that she was alone without him. Lefay felt normal, just thinking if she did not sometimes eat something unsuitable for food in the forest. It happened more than once. The girl dismissed this proposal. The guy suggested that she had broken something, but she denied it loudly. Gathering with the spirit, Lefine finally dared to ask the boy that she did not give her rest for so long. It turned out that the Hydragana just wanted to be near him, and her ailment was caused only by longing in his absence. Hearing this, Yuki immediately blushed. And Leo and Lila, who watched all this behind, barely held back joy and cheered his girlfriend. The guy was completely confused and could not understand what happened to her until he was. But despite this, he could not help but what kind of cute she looked. The girl turned to the main character again. He was still excited, stretched out to her, trying to find out what had happened, and suddenly remembered that he had not been washed for a long time. There was a troubled story that mentioned the outfit of the Supreme Dragon. The dragon exploded in rage, feeling the boy's aroma of a female presence. And obviously, this smell was far from the heroine. This remark was seriously affected by the Lord of Demons. All the sweaty, he hurriedly tried to justify himself, dropping the unpleasant smell of a bottleneck, but still called him immediately. But Aunt Layface suddenly switched as if she had mentioned something. She shook her head as if she wanted to get rid of obsessive thoughts. After that, she turned sharply, and her anger immediately changed to sympathy. She asked for a good way whether he was hungry. The guy clumsily waved his arms and shyly confirmed that yes. The tall dragon ordered him to sit down and wait for it to bring food. The protagonist only surprised his shoulders, not understanding why her mood changed so dramatically. The next day, Yuki woke up in her room. Leofi noticed that the boy had something tangled in her hair, so she pulled it out. The owner of the demons thanked her for the help. The girl sat next to the main character, who was looking at the sword. The guy could not understand why she suddenly clung to him. When Yuki checked his characteristics, it became awkward. This mighty dragon did not show interest in what was happening. She offered to leave, but the owner of the demons denied. Lefay did not leave the main character for a step. The act really put the boy in an extremely uncomfortable position. In the end, he pressed one of the maids, that is, Yu, to the wall. Yuki was certain. She solved the mystery of the strange behavior of Lefay. It turned out that even the owner of the demons has the border of patience. The sharp and powerful voice of the owner really scared the girl. Leo looked at her master's hands, who securely blocked her way to escape. The heart of the maid was crazy. A demon lord pressed it against the wall, persistently demanding answers to Lefay's behavior. The girl tried to convince Yuki that the lady remained the same as before. But it didn't work. The protagonist said that most of the time, the lady was just lying on the bed, ate, played, or chatted. Her preliminary carefree life is not at all like the present, because now she does not depart from the main character for a moment. The maid, seeing this light, smiled and said it was cute. The guy was ashamed but still agreed with her. Leo began to assure that she knew nothing. She was surprised to ask why the guy approached her, and advised to turn to Layla. Improved, Leo was indignant why he was constantly blaming her. The demonic lord and irony noted that he had to take care of the maid, who did not fully perform his duties. You have outraged it. But he still turned out to be right, guessing that the maid was involved in the changes in Lifa. It was even more angry, and the main character had to resort to blackmail. If she does not tell what happened to the big dragon, Rear will never come closer to Leo. It seems that this trick was perfect. The maid made Yuki promise to tell anyone about it. Only then, sighing hard, she confessed that the lady was very worried about him. Remembering that silent Ottoman girl who always sat with the book, the protagonist felt confused. It seems that LeFay really had not only a book. You further explain that before meeting this guy she always lived herself and is not able to openly show her feelings. Now that she tied to Yuki, she really wants to show her care about him. The master of the demons thought about it truly seriously. The maid continued and explained that they just wanted to tell you how to get closer to Yuki. After this conversation, the protagonist approached LeFay, who was thinking on the floor near the table. The guy, holding a bottle and glass in his hands, suggested that she drink. Meanwhile, Lou was preparing for sleep and quietly sang a simple tune. True joy prevailed in the soul. Layla wondered why her girlfriend was so thoughtful. She smiled cheerfully and replied that nothing special happened. The maid decided that her good mood is the result of a well-done work for today. Lila clearly did not believe her, but still praised. And Leo tried to convince that everything was due to effort. Identifying under the blanket, the maid thought about the anxieties of her mistress and rejoiced. It seems that she managed to dispel them. She added that the Lord is no longer a stranger for the Supreme Dragon. At this time, the owner of the demons explained to the girl that the dragons were drinking a lot, and having drunk, often attacked cities. Holding a full glass in her hands, Leffen confessed that she rarely consumes alcohol, because he is too bitter for her. She likes her more sweet. Though the aroma of the drink was pleasantly surprised. Yuki poured a little wine, praised his taste and lightness, but advised to be careful, remembering how Nell once overdone. In response, the girl confidently stated that she is the most powerful dragon in the world, so she is afraid of nothing. She advised the protagonist to take better care of herself, because, as it turned out, he was not very pleased with alcohol. On this the guy just waved, they say, cannot say that he loves or does not tolerate alcohol. The demon Warn, filled with excitement, stated that at least it does not lose the dragon, which is now so boasts with its endurance to alcohol. The girl with the same admiration supported him, praising for good words. They lifted glasses, hit and drank together. After a few empty glasses, with anxiety, they looked at the condition of LeFay. The drunken and angry Quake tried to assure the main character that everything is fine. Noticing her too high mood, the guy thought in surprise that she was even weaker than Nell. The owner of the demons handed her water. She eagerly pulled the drink from the glass, not stopping for a moment, a sip of a sip. Finally, she removed and exhaled loudly. She smiled happily and stirring on the knees of Yuki. The guy, looking at his knees, ironically asked if he was really an end, but the girl didn't even think to give up. She just needed a rest. The main character smiled in response to her. Handed on her head, he turned to LeFay. Further, to the surprise of the girl, he asked her not to cut off and not to force herself. Raising, she began to persuade the owner of the demons in the opposite. He smiled and noted that they were familiar for half a year, and she would not be able to deceive him. Recalling the past, Yuki said that although he is not familiar with Leo and others, but he has known her for a long time and well. LeFay always lashes, does nothing, only plays. The guy with a smile confessed that he likes to watch the girl, because in her behavior he always notices when she forces himself to do something. The guy and the girl sat opposite each other, and the demonic lord ran a hand on her face. He confessed that he likes to tease her, but he never called the reasons. He was interrupted by Lee File, saying that she does not do anything from compulsion, and understands what she is doing. The majestic dragon always emphasized that she would never do what she does not want. But now she has decided to take this step. Having discouraged, the girl frankly confessed that she really likes to spend time with Yuki. In response, he only turned red and remained silent. Then Leofi, having bounced from the protagonist, clumsily tried to justify. But soon she transferred the boy's attention to their dispute. The majestic dragon reminded him that she did not lose him. The demon lord only smiled with distrust, and the girl added that all this time she was just inferior to him. In the morning, surprised maids found them together. Even the next day he remembered how fun it was yesterday, and Layla was glad that they finally talked to each other. Leo asked if they were going to remove all now. Layla confirmed, adding that it was necessary to do everything quietly and quickly until the rune woke up. Layla asked her friend to go forward, and she, holding a book in her hands, decided to return to her room for a while. After a while, the maid woke the lady and master. The protagonist opened his eyes, and surprised. Leo bent over him with a sincere smile on his face. Yuki answered her greetings uncertainly, wished a good morning. Lei swept on this, and Lord Demon put her armor on her waist. Soon the Supreme Dragon also reached and woke up. Sleepy, she suddenly noticed that their faces from Yuki separated all a millimeter. He wished her a good morning. She also blushed, and Leo covered her eyes with her hand to protect from this uncomfortable scene. Then Leofi asked something again. The girl asked to let her go. The protagonist hurried to correct everything, and the sunrise announced the beginning of a new day. The distance between them was becoming less. The carefree holiday of Yuki and Laifa in the bath suddenly broke off, and the Lord of the Demons again felt how unexpected and dangerous the consequences can be when contacted with a dragon. Subsequently, looking at his data, Yuki seriously noted for himself how much the power of human heroes is. Memories of past battles for power frightened him. He understood that a new meeting with such cruel fighters or special demons could be fatal for him. After a thorough analysis of the situation, he ruthlessly acknowledged, it is time to raise his own level urgently. Saying goodbye to a cheerful company of girls who played in a sunny lawn, Yuki wondered about the future lesson and his double benefit. In addition to raising the level, it was a great opportunity to experience new abilities that had to strengthen the defense of his dungeon. Soon his silhouette had already disappeared in the dense huts of the forest, specially chosen for this purpose. One of his abilities is to manage traps and a variety of intricate deceptions. The second is the ability to manage monsters, call them for help. The third is the possession of poisonous plants and the ability to control them. Having evaluated their abilities, Yuki realized that he could significantly increase his combat efficiency if he did not act on his own. So far, he focused on training with a loyal wolf, but already had 3 more reliable allies. A plan was born in his head, to build a complex dungeon that will not obey any of the adventurers. He imagined that someone would cross the threshold, as 4 incredibly strong bosses appear right away, forcing uninvited guests to run away from horror. However, the harsh reality, the lack of points to call so many creatures, made him regret to postpone this striking idea and return to the pumping of the rear boys. The first victim was a large turtle. She was shot from a gun. Stroking the mighty wolf after a successful attack, Yuki was happy with the result. He did not forget to remind the beast that the traps were triggered for anyone who would get to them. Rira also advised to be careful and not to get into his own sits. Having jumped on the back of a giant wolf, the owner of the demons went hunting further, saying a little more to compete with his partner at the ascending levels. Yuki then dealt with a flying monster, rubbed into a chain. After that, other forest creatures were also defeated. Yuki mentally noted how easily this victory was given to him, all thanks to the power of the put, which stuck enemies. But looking at the map, he noticed a much more formidable opponent. Going to the source of danger, the guy quickly noticed among the trees a silhouette of a giant winged lion. In front of them put a formidable mantic, a terrible creature with a Scorpio sting, the transparent wings of the dragon, a powerful body, a lion's mane, which was crowned with sharp horns and fangs. His level reached 96. The high level of the enemy forced the demonic lord to nurture. He immediately prepared for a difficult battle. Meanwhile, in the royal locks of the Metropolitan Palace, the king listened carefully to the report on new research. His subordinates found out what weapons were used and in which country it was made. All the evidence clearly testified it was the Rogald Empire that made this weapon. Sitting at a huge table, the king thought about eternal confrontation between people and demons. And it was Rogald who kept the championship in this ancient conflict. The king thought whether it was possible to cooperate with the demons somehow. The Rogald Empire, several small states, the Kingdom of Alicia, the demonic forest, and the land of demons. All this made him conclude. Rogald is a constantly fighting. Demons are not allies to them, so their alliance was obviously based on the benefit. While Yuki was fought side by side with his wolf, the ruler thought about how to strengthen their positions. Being the king of this country, he could not allow the suffering of his people. Fortunately, he was lucky to meet the one who was able to help. The monarch was well aware that it was only an illusion to hope for someone's help. But in the event of defeat, he had one last desire, that powerful person to take care of his daughter. It was at this moment that in the forest, Yuki managed to activate a powerful trap just under the paws of a frightened Manakora. With the passion of a real warrior, he lifted katana, preparing to strike a decisive blow. Meanwhile, in the silence of his office, the king did not leave hope. He sincerely hoped that the one to whom he had applied mentally would be a worthy ruler. His hopes coincided with the victorious smile of the owner of the demons who illuminated his face after the defeat of the monster. Yuki exhaled deeply, wiped his sweat out of his forehead and waved his rush while her tail happily cut the air. Taking his katana, the flame of sin, the protagonist noticed how the blade suddenly darkened, becoming even more gloomy. He seemed to turn to the weapon inside himself, and in response he felt a wave of doubt in his mind. The unexpected telepathic message truly struck the Bishop of Demons. He admired that no weapon had never spoken to him, just in his thoughts. The sword insisted. Such a connection was always. However, Yuki did not agree firmly, stubbornly arguing with a blade in his head. He considered it the so-called increase. In demanding explanations, Yuki lifted katana to his face and considered it carefully. The flames of sin would be confused in response, becoming a little time to come together. The protagonist waited patiently without losing hope. Noticing the apparent confusion of the sword, Yuki decided not to insist, and suggested that she postpone this conversation for later. Katana agreed with relief. The realization that weapons in this world can have its own soul suddenly caused the owner of the demons of guilt. He did not give him the thought. How was Katana be dissatisfied with how he used it? Did not this blade conscious? The guy was confused, but still decided to make his own vagina for the flames of sin, thinking what kind of option would come to her. The characteristics of his powerful katana appeared before Yuki. Returning home, he was enthusiastically decided to find his vagina for his sword. It seems that the flames of sin did not accept the black vagina. Attempts with patterns also did not give results. The hero was annoyed when she suddenly asked him to stop, confessing that she did not like anything. It was at this moment that the owner of the demons had an idea. After all, after numerous attempts and mistakes, he finally managed to find a design that caused a sincere approval by Katana. It was a bright red vagina, in which the blade was inserted at the end so that it did not break under heavy load. Considering the completed work with admiration, Yuki could not help but notice that in this striking design of the flame of sin, it was more like a sophisticated work of art than a tool of death. Laughing at himself ominously, he stated with a pew that such a contrast would only exacerbate horror for his enemies, because an inevitable death would certainly come with a cute appearance. On this, Katana only noted that her master was a weirdo. He thoughtfully rested on his sword and wondered if he could call it. Katana remembered how at one time was the fire of sin, the embodiment of unrestrained anger, and the despair of all who kept her in her hands. The weapon had to feel only dark, depressing emotions that filled her soul. But Yuki, without realizing it, became a shield for her, which protected her from this boundless darkness. He gave her a new meaning of life, a different reason to be in this world. The flames of sin thought that it is such random meetings that people call fateful. She begged mentally that the owner of the demons did not ask more questions, and allowed her to serve him only. Katana looked carefully at the decisive Yuki. After that, she reached out to the light. Suddenly, a tiny girl appeared in a dark, intricate, decorated kimono. The protagonist frozen at the surprise when a systematic message came before his eyes. He just discovered a new skill: the humanization of weapons. Suddenly, another mysterious girl appeared in the possession of the owners of the demons, who looked at herself with childish interest. The girls were happy to get acquainted with En. The new girl answered it absolutely calmly, without expressing any emotions. Yuki was genuinely glad that he now had 3 little girls. However, his happy moment immediately overshadowed by Leifi. She squeezed, the suspicion flashed on her face, and the girl immediately demanded explanations what was happening here. Despite the striking difference in their origin and character, the children have surprisingly quickly learned from each other. The tall dragon, without looking at a little girl in kimono, asked Yuki directly where he painted this new. The guy disproved such suspicions, and hurried to explain that they are not one of the other, as the soul of his faithful katana, the flame of sin. Looking at the weapon, it was clearly visible how much it changed. The supreme demon continued to explain. It turned out that he recently learned about the true essence of his katana. This weapon was endowed with reason. That is why he discovered the skill of anthropomorphism with DP. Life was only shaking her head, not hiding her astonishment with her depth, in her opinion, rather amazing fantasies. Although he was not enough for two girls, now he turned the weapon into another girl, and Yuki, meanwhile, uncertainly sought justification. Liu, watching everything with great delight, exclaimed that the owner had reopened again, but immediately hurried to assure him of his loyalty and willingness to serve, regardless of any of his actions. Lila stood nearby. She supported her girlfriend, silently agreeing. She also does not hesitate to give her life for the owner, even if his preferences for girls seem strange to her, then changing. All this clearly did not please our hero. A shadow of irritation flashed on his face. The boy's face was cloudy. He dropped on the pupils, and suddenly began to assure him that he was not lolicone at all. He tried to explain that he really likes cute girls, but not just as it might seem. At that moment, she carefully approached him, listening carefully to his excuses, and trying to find out if something was wrong. Yuki, however, denied everything, and explained that he was simply not understood. Here, the face of the Ian has become serious, even harsh. The former weapon, which now looked like a little girl, stated that no one has the right to offend her master. Despite her fragility, she gathered all the determination, stepped forward and hugged Yuki, becoming a live shield between him and the rest. Such a sincere concern made a great impression on the main character. His face was illuminated by a warm smile. Erdrin, not wanting any misunderstandings, hastened to explain that no one thought to cap to her brother. The girl smiled happily and said that everyone was here, friends. It made Catan think. In the meantime, children began to establish a connection. The guy, noticing their efforts, only waved his hand, allowing the girls to do whatever they want to be happy. Leafy, who stood away, only swept and mentally noted that he finally openly recognized his nature collector, quote, cute girls. The owner of the demons immediately began to deny, but his voice lost in the general glamour. When Happy Girls led NA for a moment, she looked around for a moment. On her usually a calm face was a barely noticeable but expressive smile. It was a clear, sunny day, and around the trees that threw a thick shadow, holding a new girlfriend by her hand, Aaron wondered what she liked. She wondered what she really likes. A lively girl with a smile began to list what she could like. Then Katana replied that she liked to be in motion. Erna said that after a hard day she loves to fall in a hot bath and then sleep firmly. She wondered in her girlfriend, who was still pleased. She froze with her mouth open and could not pronounce a word. Katana replied that she did not know. Hearing this, Erna suggested looking for something she liked. Erna, standing in the middle of the lawn, spread her hands and smiled, answering, if she likes something, she brings her joy every day, and she is looking forward to the next morning to discover something new. From these words the eyes ungleased from admiration. She always thought that the world was really terrible. Katana thought that his chains were slamming you like a gloomy prison, and you got into a dark castle. Erna took him by her hands and suggested that they look together for both. For Katana, this gesture was of great importance. Yuki gladly watched the children play, and Lefion was quietly behind him. The maids also smiled. She came to the conclusion that the world around is completely different than it seemed. While the noon sun was glowing gently, her new family staged a picnic in the picturesque nature. Meanwhile, in the mountains, far from the calm sun above the tops, the element raised at full force. Fierce lightnings and thunder crawled on the rock along with the unrestrained thunderstorm. The darkness of the cave gradually retreated. In the dark, they gradually emerged and stalagmites wrapped in ropes. In the middle of the cave, a large stone platform stood on which the ancient dragon resting in the club. His light mane and wrinkled skin immediately gave the respectful age of this creature. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, the old man opened his turbid white, blind eyes. Slowly turning his head, he felt for sure that someone else's stranger appeared in the darkness. A deaf voice came across the cave. The old man asked what Kyoko was looking for here. Before the platform, not broken by the burden of ancient images, there was another dragon. Young, in a black scales, with eyes, were a cold calculation of flashes, like a flame. And on the forehead, like a third eye, a huge ruby glowed brightly. Kyoga kept icy peace, even when the blind old man reminded him of the ban on appearing in this shrine. The black dragon, not answering the remarks, threw his question in response. It sounded like a challenge. He wondered, If the Elder really has a force capable of conquering the whole world, why didn't he do so yet? The blind dragon has grown. In his voice for the first time was anger. He sharply answered Kielzi, who never left his village and did not know a real life. So she had no right to reproach him. Standing at the bottom near the platform and straightening his wings, the young man wondered, why to rule the world, if he is not interested in it all? The old man smiled and laughed quietly. He reminded the cheeky young man that he was once admitted to this village, grew up here, got a roof over his head. The guy is too young and spiritually immature to understand a lot. After that, Kyogi called the dragon, and in response he heard only the murmur of the pathetic old man, who had long gone away all dreams and aspirations. The next moment, the cave was enveloped by inhuman renewers and the moaning sound of claws on stones. The blood flowed on the Kogi face. The black dragon slowly spread its huge wings, from which the whole cave plunged into a thick shadow. Not a rick, but a loud, triumphant laugh that rolled on the walls escaped from his chest. He was happy than ever. He finally managed to pick up the life of a pathetic old man. From now on, he declared himself a king of dragons. His spooky cry, full of darkness, sounded so powerfully that he could turn the world. The girls gladly met A.N. in the laboratory of the owner of the demons. Yuki went to everyone in a white coat, deciding to present his assistant first. She, along with Jiruna, was surprised by his unusual clothes. Leifei appeared in a robe that she was clearly too big. She immediately called the price, 4 chocolates, but the protagonist managed to set up to 3. Layla asked what science was. The protagonist was difficult to explain this in words, so he decided to show it. He took the match and threw it on the box. Then he lit a candle in the jar. The demon staged a candle in front of the audience and asked, why, in their opinion, is it burning? Erna raised her hand and confidently stated that it was a magic case. Yuki smiled. He was waiting for such an answer. After that, he turned to the dragon Hu Yan and asked his assistant to determine which spell was used here. Leaning over the bank, Liafi made sure that it was really the easiest flame. The children were surprised and started to fall asleep. Then the main character covered the jar with a plate. After that, the candle went out inside. Lila suggested that if the candle is really a source of energy, then its flame should not be gone after closing. So the lid creates some strange influence through which the fire goes out. The guy decided to consult a connoisseur. Lefei confidently stated that there was no magic here, simple physics, there was no enchantment. The owner of the demons began to explain. The fire is ignited by oxygen in the air. The candle only burns when 3 things are combined: fuel, oxygen, and heat. But if you cover the candle with a cap, the oxygen no longer comes in, and when its stocks are exhausted, the flame fades. At first, Yuki thought that magic was completely changing the essence of this world. However, over time, he realized that although there is witchcraft, physical laws and the basics of reality are almost the same as in his native world. Taking Jarnus in his hands, the main character lit a candle with a new force, even despite the tightly closed lid. He once again wondered what the essence of this miracle. The correct answer was magic. After that, the guy summed up that now they learn not only about magic, but also about other things. For example, about the oxygen that allow them to breathe. Iruno rejoiced in a new discovery, and she was interested in what she was saying in this statement. Going to the Suya, the demonic lord touched her nose and thought for a moment. She has no lungs. She is generally a solid belly. He thought, interested in whether she could breathe as others, such as skin. Or maybe there may be creatures that do not need breathing at all. Then Yuki decided to ask N. It turned out that Katani also did not need to breathe. The girl looked at him with interest, as if trying to understand what was happening. Convinced of his assumptions, the protagonist realized that these little ghosts also did not breathe. Not knowing how to do his hand in front of him, he just decided to bite her. From this, the guy shouted unexpectedly for the girl. Throwing a cloak on her shoulders, the demon jokingly announced that he was now under her beginning, and he pretended to be an evil scientist who was about to show them what a true horror was. Yuki's smile rushed to the children who, laughing fun and joyful exclamations, fled from him. Katana, which he negligently held on his shoulders, only emphasized his calm, indifferent look. Laughing ominously, the protagonist ran to Lefei and hugged her firmly. He solemnly stated that she belongs to him now, and her consciousness is already subdued, so it will soon become the second evil genius. The girl was indignant with such arrogance. but the hero bribes her promise to go to the dark side, explaining, "They serve a delicious cookie." After such a dispute, LeFay also joined a game with a smile, promising to catch and put experiments. The girls were shocked. Their sister also became evil. They immediately called for the help of good scientists Layla to move to their side. The maid smiled gently in response and decided, now she has to protect everyone. However, she turned to a Liu researcher who could help them. Liu was surprised, but without hesitation agreed to take up the case. Meanwhile, the girls gathered around Layla, and so they played without stopping until it was time to lunch. Suddenly, someone called Yuki. The hero, quite passionate about the book, finally answered. Leaning on the table, the Lifes with a smile invited the boy to a date. The owner of the demons calmly agreed. Gradually, it began to reach the whole essence of what was happening. Yuki was stunned when Lafayette invited him for a date. Having become embarrassed, but at the same time feeling a pleasant excitement, he agreed. Lafay suggested going to the mountain that was visible behind their own. The protagonist gladly agreed to go on the road, and the dragon suggested not to go, but to fly. The guy did not understand why the girl offered to fly, so she explained. There was a wonderful hive on that mountain. Lafay told him that their honey is surprisingly delicious. And it was then that Bishop of Demons understood everything. The dragon was delighted with the admiration of future delicacies, and decided to ask Layla to prepare delicacies from this honey. Yuki did not share his joy, because he realized, a romantic meeting, only a reason, and in fact all thoughts were about sweets. The joyful Lafay faded the boy impatiently, but he suddenly turned on a pillow and said he changed his mind. The girl was surprised when she was refused. The owner of the demons, indifferent by moving his finger on the floor, stated that he did not like honey or sweets. Lafay jumped at the guy lay on the ground, began to shake him and shout, begging Yuki to go and help her expensive partner. But Yuki just replied calmly that she was just looking for an excuse to visit the bees again. After that, the dragon, a little discord, suggested spending this night with the protagonist, hoping that such a proposal would convince him. However, the demonic lord stood on his own, and, seeing the girl's surprise, asked coldly why it should worry him. Leofi fell silent, not knowing what to say in response. Then she confessed a little shy why Yuki really called. The girl just wanted to be alone with him. After that, the main character smiled with relief. Going outside, he jokingly stated that today he would not just sleep next to the dragon, but also hugged and press him. Together, they climbed into the sky and headed in the right direction. Lafay showed a gesture where to fly, and told that she once lived there. The guy was glad that he could finally look at the girl home, because he was interested in how she lived. His comrade, embarrassing, nodded to consent. They soon got the mountainous area. Yuki tried to breathe, unexpectedly realizing that even the air was felt differently. We are surprised to come to our former residence. There, a naked, even mountainous terrain stretched. Only a rug made of fallen leaves and several bones scattered between stones. The girl calmly stated that there was nothing interesting here. However, the protagonist was still glad. He then pointed to one item and asked what it was. Right before entering the den, a mountain of all sorts of weapons, shields, and armor stood. Life explained that this was all the remains of the fools that once tried to fight her. Dragoni allowed Yuki to dispose of this treasure, as she pleased, because she did not need this prey. Yuki thanked and decided to exchange all this for DP. With a dissatisfied look, the girl remembered that once people believed, her blood would give them immortality. The owner of the demons with irony noted that she had a truly fun life. Suddenly, the protagonist notices a little more unusual in the distance. Yuki thought for a moment that her abilities were quite powerful, and then she glanced to Leify. Yes, the dragon wondered if he could pick up scales and other remains that were lying in the den. The girl did not deny. It turned out that the guy wanted to make the swords for Erna and others, just in case. The Lord of Demons noted that Lefay's particles are extremely powerful and are perfect for this. He added that he did not mind getting such power for himself. The dragon was confused by such attention and began to praise his scales, which are stronger even than divine steel, to break them only by her. The girl allowed the head hero to take as much as you need. He sincerely thanked her for such a generous gift. Further in the way there is a lake, surrounded by boughs and trees that glowed under the rays of the sun. A small cave was visible behind all of this. Yuki admired the beauty of the landscape, and, looking at the leaves, could not help but make sure how charming everything here. The demonic lord could not understand why the water had a golden tint. At the same time, his hand slowly stretched to the girl's hand. The boy suddenly felt a sweet aroma and began to look for where he came from. At this point, When he tried to take Lefay by the hand, he did not work. The girl had already bounced with joy, noticing that they found honey. However, the main character suddenly excited. Just over the picturesque lake, a whole cloud of angry bees appeared, and the bodice explained that, finding the perfect place, the swarm immediately arranges a hive there. Further, ignoring the boy's surprised exclamations, the dragon urged Yuki to destroy the bees, then honey would get them. It turns out that this temptation was a trap. While the great Drakonitsia Lefay enjoyed the moment of happiness, licking the remnants of precious honey from her fingers with a clear pleasure, a picture of even a hardened warrior could scare before Yuki. Bees flew out of the thicket, but not ordinary, but giant creatures the size of a large motorcycle. The stunned hero involuntarily squeezed Katana's hand, mentally ordered the blade to collect all the strength and raise the indicators to the maximum. Behind him, like a thunderstorm, a flock of angry insects grew. The flames of sin immediately responded. A wave of bright light ran on its dark surface. The blade thickened, full of powerful energy and ready for a fierce battle. But this guy rushed at a numerous enemy at lightning speed. When the blade collided with the path of one of the bees, an alarming thought was hung in the air. The owner of the demons pierced the nervous, almost hysterical laughter. His weapon could do nothing against small insects. At this point, fascinated by the taste and without the look of the expected pleasure, Drakonitsia told about the true danger of sting, which effortlessly punches metal. Leaning over the prey, the girl continued to explain. Sting poisonous, and if something happens, Yuki would only have 5 minutes to regret. Meanwhile, the protagonist, who was attacked from all sides, was indignant. Why she told about it so late when he was already in the very horror? Keeping an unmoved appearance, she calmly imposed a portion of honey. Life did not mention aloud too seriously, as it was once frequent, but an uninvited guest. And it was because of this that local bees had to be improved. They learned to think much better, mastered combat techniques, so for honey, they had to arrange real fights with a brazen dragon girl. Light to a happy smile, even mentally thanked the boy. He was so conveniently distracted by an angry swarm that she only had to enjoy a fresh trough. Meanwhile, Lord Demonon boils from anger because he understood that he was used as a living bait. Then Lei finally turned to the exhausted Yuki and boldly, without shadow of shame, asked him to leave. They say he contaminated her honey. The protagonist, without holding back anger, screams in response that she is preparing, because when they get home, he will not leave her a moment of rest. The guy, surrounded by overthrown opponents, hardly moved from fatigue. He did not give him a thought. Why were there so many? Lefay rose slowly, as if shaking an imaginary dust, and mentally called the owner of the demons pathetic, for which he was immediately offended. Drakonitsia only smiled cunningly and began to tease him, they say. Now she did not think to help, though he was ready for a moment. Then Yuki, feeling he loses his strength and realizing that new enemies can appear at any moment, genuinely pleased her to show her true power of the highest dragon. The protagonist managed to persuade the girl, and she released a powerful roar. It was the dragons of the city. A crazy vortex of magic. The most powerful blow, only available to dragons. He not only dispelled many rows of bees, but also threw a stone rock, creating a giant gift a few kilometers forward. A cloud of dust came from the impact, and Lifa immediately began to sway with the power of her cry. The guy with annoyance noted that she had to do it right away. In the evening at home, the girl lay on the bed, moaning quietly and squeezing a blanket with her fingers. Her cheeks were burning with a bright blush with shame. Her breathing went away and became difficult. Tears were shimmering on the eyelashes, and the girl begged Yuki for mercy and forgiveness. The main character sat next to him, and he, clearly passionate and satisfied, was lightly conducted by his fingers at the basis of her large, sensitive wings, despite her pleading immediately. To the great shame of Lefay, the demon drill suddenly hid his face in the soft folds of his wing, and stated that he did not deliberately listen to her objection. He liked it, so teasing it. With the delight of a true researcher, he wondered, is it so pleasant to her long, flexible tail to the touch, as well as velvet wings? The dragon only trembled with the whole body and continued to persuade him to no avail. Then the guy decided to make concessions and return to his wings. The Lefay screamed indignantly. It lasted continuously until dawn. The next day, in the castle of the ruler of demons, usually the calm and unmoved look of the girl is now expanded from the genuine admiration of this building. The former Katana was sincerely surprised by the size of this building. Girls accumulated around her. One of them, cheerful and lively, noticing the interest of the girlfriend, proudly told that this castle was built by Yuki himself. Without waiting for the answer, Erna grabbed En by her hand and had fun, trying to show a new girlfriend all the miracles of the castle from the inside. Inside, everything was equipped with a real score and luxury. At that moment, she noticed 3 ghosts. The children introduced the ghost to En. Their name was Rei, Rui, and Rui. They smiled sincerely to the guests, greeting them. The other, without changing its habitual calm look, only nodded in response and greeted it. The ghosts were clearly surprised by her complete calm before their appearance. Then Erna told the ghosts the same as she told her friend about the castle, and suggested that they showed everything together. At this point, R.O., the most stiflest of the 3, with a cunning glitter in her eyes, he thought of checking what a newcomer is. She suddenly rushed forward and swept through En, hoping at least a little scare him. However, this trick did not affect the soul of the weapons at all, but Erna was already cold. To the surprise of the children, the crow suddenly broke down and flew rapidly. It was at this moment that Yuki ran to the girls and called them to dine. Going closer, the main character saw only her. She immediately made it clear. They play hide and seek. Leaning to the girl, the guy smiled and asked if she had time to make friends with everyone. Katana nodded, confirming that it was. The owner of the demons was glad to see her embarrassment and gently stroked his head. His fingers slightly slid along her dark hair. Hearing that it was time for lunch, others also came from their hiding places. Yuki called Rei, Rui, and Ri, and then thought, will they not eat everything? He was already going to remove his hand from the head of Nen and go to the house. And suddenly, the tiny palm of the former katana grabbed him by the brush, as if he were not wanting to let go. Seeing this silent but eloquent gesture, Yuki grabbed a girl without hesitation. The profuse was satisfied with this. Erna, noticing it, smiled and said that the girl was truly lucky. She nodded thoughtfully. The ghosts, the kids, and the guy slowly moved away from the castle. The cards were scattered on the floor. Lord Demon's Leffen played cards. The dragon challenged him to pull the joker. Yuki asked what the meaning of the game was, and the girl confidently stated, if he loses, he would become her servant. But the guy refused to accept such conditions. Suddenly something attracted the attention of the leaf. She rose sharply, looking at the door. Yuki watched her in surprise, not understanding what caused such a sudden change in her behavior. A card suddenly emerged before the eyes of the protagonist. He was amazed at what he saw. Draconica immediately recognized her old girlfriend in the stranger and decided to approach to talk. Then the owner of the demons immediately jumped to his feet and insisted to go with her. Stopping on the doorstep, Li Fai thought warned Yuki that this dragon was known for his incendiary character and unpredictability, but the guy interrupted her, stating that this is why she should not go there. The girl reassured him they say, should not worry, because she is the high dragon. However, the guy was not going to concede and stood persistently on his own, reminding her that he was her partner. Seeing this unwavering stubbornness, Li Fei only sighs and tired, barely smiling noticeably, having come to terms with the situation. There was a strange roar in the forest. Yuki, along with the high dragons, stood at the entrance to the cave preparing for battle. It was then that a huge shadow stretched on the rocky ground. Lifting a cloud of dust, a large black dragon with a diamond on the forehead descended from the sky. It looks like it was a Kyoga. He looked strictly at the 2 standing in front of him. They seemed to have a new opponent. Lei Fei and Yuki looked up to the sky. A huge dragon was lowered above them. The protagonist and girl looked carefully at the monster that broke their peace. It was Herodio Juoga, a new usurper, a king of dragons. Returning to the girl, he said that he finally found the high dragon, Lafizios. The dragon looked at Li Fai in surprise, not understanding why he accepted the human likeness. The girl quickly went to the case. She wondered why he was here, and suggested that once he had seized power over the dragons, then, apparently, he came to sway. In the meantime, the guy stood next to her, keeping katana in his best. Li Fai wondered why he did it, noting that the old dragons would not serve him. Hugoga, with cold indifference, replied that he solved this question simply. Killed them. And now all the dragons are listening only to him. He declared himself loud and emotionally king of dragons. He loudly stated that he's seeking to conquer the whole world. It was for this purpose that he came to the great dragon. This behavior only knocked down Li Fai from the panther and annoyed him. The Dragon King suggested that the girl join him to win the world together. But it only caused her sincere laughter. Suddenly, the demon drill intervened and sharply ordered him to be silent. Yuki eventually got tired of listening to his stories about conquering the world, and she asked directly, who is this dragon that he talks about? The protagonist with annoyance noted that the conquest of the world takes too much time and effort, so Lei Fei will never agree. The girl responded to these words. However, it caused a light smile on her face. After that, Lei Fei confidently confirmed that he was right, and advised Nahabi to turn back and sway it. Suddenly, he would be lucky to find a girl. This made the lady a great deal of angry. He sinfully stated that he understands that she does not give in a person, which means that she has chosen a death. It became angry with the ruler of the demons, and Lei Fei turned to her partner, preparing for battle. The High Dragon acknowledged that he was unreasonable. But Yuki is not quite a fool, so he has a chance to stay alive. And then they both will plunge into their long sleep. The protagonist smiled and asked why she is so sharply pulling him with her to the bottom in his own words. In response, Lei Fei said with certainty that they have been familiar for many years, so he knew well what she was talking about. At this point, their enemy only mocked their dispute. It seems that Gvogu has finally made a decision. He struck the owner of the demons. He did not expect such a head at all, but still managed to put katana for protection. This, however, did not save him from the impact. The demon flew far back, and only the straightened wings helped him stay in the air. The usurper was certain that it would easily crush the guy like a pathetic insect. But Yuki, straightening his wings and with his sword, quit the curse of the dragon. After that, the girl reacted excitedly, fearing for her companion. Then the Gwug said that the girl had weakened very much, and having become a man, has no right to stay with them. Angry, Lei Fei turned and decided to study him, caught on the move. Suddenly, the main character appeared in front of the girl. It surprised her. He quietly advised her not to worry, and confidently stated that he would deal with the situation. The High Dragon wanted to deny, but Yuki said with passion that he wanted to protect her. Then Lei Fei gently touched his backside of her hand. In 1979, she allowed him to intercede for herself and just walked by saying that he would try. The owner of the demons thanked her for such confidence. Sitting away, Lei Fei advised the Hogi not to stand against the boy. He, already tuned to battle, asked the girl to trust him. The dragon confidently made a step forward, not even assuming that some insect is able to make him fall on his knees. 1982, he laughed boldly and stated that it was ridiculous, and this man would not work. Yuki, turning from dissatisfaction, asked him to finally silence him. He was already tired. 1984. At that moment, the enemies struck such a blow that pine. The main character has already regretted his words. Seeing a fierce enemy with a rapidly approaching enemy, the demon lord appreciated his chances. The dragon exceeded its level 5 times, so the probability of victory should look like a bullying. Only 1%. Continuing his reflections, Yuki noted that Grigier did not perceive him as a weak enemy. He thanked his body of a demonic ruler, who at least allowed to evade attacks. But at the same time, I realized that if at least a little weakened the protection, it will instantly turn into minced meat. And yet, a panel appeared in front of him. All the characteristics grow 1.5 times if the opponent has the status of a criminal. 1987. When the dragon began an attack, he laughing, wondering where the courage of the demons disappeared. The blow almost got the protagonist, but at the last moment he had to evade. The man hit him sharply, smiling at the enemy. Yuki asked how to feel the insect bite. However, suddenly the guy surprised something. In 1990, he was seriously injured, which threw it up with a powerful blow. Having recovered after the battle, the ruler of the demons had already watched as Gwogi, flying in the air, Lefio sounds in his whole voice to pay attention. Going to the girl who watched from afar, he loudly stated, he said, "The guy is just a failure, but he is much better suited to her." The bodice was strenuously staring at the dragon, trying to hide his fear. Meanwhile, Yuki decided to focus all his attention on her until he restored his strength, because Jioge was a very strong rival. But suddenly the protagonist noticed somewhat unusual. 1997. What he saw made a great impression on the guy. To his surprise, he saw that dozens of copies were set on him. A frightened cry of the owner of the demons spread over the grove. The girl continued to sit unbreakable. I looked deep, looking carefully at the distance. Who is Olga Grint as well as Evely? Suppressing heavy breathing, Yuki grabbed the spear firmly and tried to pull it out. He had a seriously wounded fell to the ground and grabbed his mouth, trying to come to his senses. The opponent was surprised by the endurance of the man. He did not suggest that he would survive his attack. The main character just smiled back. The sun has not been hidden yet. 2008. The ruler of the demon rose and suddenly exploded with a frantic laughter. The patient watched this, contemplate thinking that he was quite crazy. This sight seemed pathetic to him. As Yuki landed, a dragon was put in front of him. The guy stood confidently in front of the opponent, smiled widely, and advised him to remain silent. They say, it is better to pay attention to his feet. At the same moment, to the surprise of the dragon, the earth under it suddenly disappeared, and it fell into a deep abyss. At the bottom of the trap, sharp thorns were stuck, but Gaig, in effort, managed to climb up. However, there was already an unexpected danger to him. Magical symbols suddenly lit up. In the air, the explosion suddenly struck. The burnt monster with a spooky tooth noted that this man, like a regular insect, was quite resourceful. Yuki was already there, laughing and charming him, they say. He spent a pile of DP points on this trap, so he advised to stop so desperately for life. The protagonist mentioned how during the fight he had time to place many traps in the mind of the enemy. The owner of the demons hoped that these tricks would help him to equalize the chances of this unequal battle. After that, he approached the dragon again with the proposal to hold a second round, but Olga immediately cut off him, saying that this time he did not catch such a dirty trick this time. However, suddenly the pentagram lit up in front of the enemy. She broke out and forcefully pushed him, which causes him to throw his head back from the pain. It was angered by the dragon, and he began to collect energy in the mouth. Noticing that he was going to use the roar of the dragon, you started to evade sideways. Seeing this, the South exclaimed that he would not let you escape. Suddenly, magic worked again. 2022. A loud explosion came. Seeing a pillar of fiery smoke in the valley, the protagonist realized the dragon got into a magical trap again. He mentally noted that his strength and speed were truly impressive, almost at a level with the bodice. But Quilgo was much rougher in manners. The only thing that the Master of Demons really regretted is about lack of combat experience. Meanwhile, Leaf has lifted his head. She turned to Yuki, worried about herself, telling him to be careful and not behave so inadvertently. While the main character chose the right value in the panel, he realized, here she is, his opportunity to change everything. But it was at that moment that his opponent suddenly arose in the sky, lifting a stunning roar. The dragon rapidly rushed to a calm man who lost his vigilance for a moment when the monster spread his mouth. The guy was scared. Jabaka caused him a serious injury. The owner of the demons was branched with pain and glowed on the rocky soil. After that, he coughed, slamming with blood. After a powerful blow, the dragon rushed lightly at Yuki, who was lying on the ground, to strike a decisive blow. But the Lord Demon managed to bounce back at the last moment. When he flew up, the place where he just stood was already littered with dozens of spears. Fortunately, none of them got it to him. Looking tensely in that direction, the main character thought that he apparently angered his enemy. The guy has not yet had time to breathe, as fiery tongues of the young man had already flew directly to him. Yuki did not like the fire. Rising even higher, he thought with despair that the dragon was about to turn him into a handful of coal. However, he noticed that he was moving faster than his opponent. The protagonist flew sharply directly to the bright sunlight, from which the dragon involuntarily swelled, closing his eyes. Understanding this, the owner of the demons decided to attack you unexpectedly, this time from the sky. He released the flame again, but it did not stop the enemy. He flew skillfully and struck from there. The dragon roared with pain. On his muzzle still a fresh wound left with the fire of sin. Suddenly, he waved his tail sharply, and the man, squeezing, barely had time to notice the danger and rushed. Yuki realized with horror that something terrible would happen. The tail of the enemy hurt him into his back. Blood splashed into the air when the main character shouted. At this time, the girls and maids in the house quietly made puzzles, comfortably resting on the floor. Liu and Layla were very worried about their mentor. They recalled how before the departure, the bishop demon strictly ordered not to leave this place until he returned with Leifi. Layla, with anxiety, noted that there were many earthquakes outside, and people were cloudy. The girl was nervously squeezing the edge of her dress. She cried because she was afraid that Yuki could suffer, but Erna reassured her friend, and went with him, so the main character had to be fine. She noticed something, and gently smiled. We gradually calmed her with her, and tears have disappeared from our eyes forever. Erna assured that she was sure that her brother and sister were all right. Meanwhile, the demon lord lay on the ground without a hand, with damaged wings, and his katana was powerless. The children hugged firmly and fell asleep together. At this point, when he turned to him, calling his master, he rose with a tangible weight in every movement. Katana was glad to see that Yuki was alive. At that moment, he opened his eyes tired and looked into the sky. Then the protagonist, twisting with pain, got on his feet. The weapon lying nearby reminded the boy of the wound received, and carefully warned him to remain stationary. The Lord Demon was barely audible and apologized to the end, they say, unable to do it. Meanwhile, blood from the mouth, rugged blood. Following the battlefield, Yuki said he had not finished. He is aggrieved. He boldly clenched his teeth with the flames of sin. Without the left hand and 2 wings, the protagonist squeezed katana in his teeth, preparing his fists for a fight. He decided that he could not think of vacation until he won. The dragon shed with pain, and blood was poured from his wounds. Trying to fly to Lefai, he lost his orientation and crashed into the rock loudly. The majestic dragon looked at him calmly and called it unreasonable. Then, angry, the Carnation ordered the girl to stop because it was he who killed her husband. Leaf, with a self-confident smile, asked whom he killed here. Suddenly, Lord Demon appeared behind the dragon, jumping it suddenly. There was a bloody trail behind his back. Carnation turned in surprise and saw the main character, who, despite his pain and tears, stood confidently and indomitable before him. The rival loudly gazed, exploding with anger because he was tired of this human guy, and then sharply pushed Yuki with his tail. However, the guy got on his feet again. The angry dragon strictly ordered him not to get up and not to approach him. The rivals were opposite each other. Patient Gas, with excitement, stated that the main character was worse than the dead. So the dragon decided to crush him on the powder with his roar, and already began to pull the hero into his mouth. But the idea did not work. Some invisible force knocked the soothing device out of the way. The owner of the demons, holding the blade in his hand and smiling in predatory glad. Finally, his plan worked. Sveng. Yuki mentioned that everything that falls into the sphere of influence of the owner is subjected to his will. He himself helped the host. It turned out that a pair of carbon monoxide was contained in the air. It is invisible, odorless in taste, lighter than air. But if you breathe it even a few minutes, the head begins to ache and nausea. But there is another important detail. This element begins to poison a person even when it reaches only 1% in the body. The protagonist used the magic of the wind to create a transparent shell of fresh air, and therefore was able not to use magic further. The guy mentally noted that Lei Fai had noticed it, and immediately left. But Joauga did not pay attention. He seems to have his muscles instead of his mind. The owner of the demons slowly approached the lying dragon, who trembled and tried to say something. The opponent was frightened by the man to stop, and Yuki had already translated katana from his mouth to hand. The battle seemed to end. Suddenly, the protagonist was in the darkness. A little time passed, and he gradually began to come to his senses. Above him, the calm face of Lei Fai was rising. Yuki turned to a girl by name, and then she saw that he had already woke up. The protagonist lay, bowing his head to the knees of the Supreme Draconizia, and she gently supported his head with his palm. He slowly asked if he lost consciousness. Somewhere in the valley, his overthrown enemy lay without movement. Leaf answered yes to his question, and added that she was a caring girl, because she made her knees a pillow for him and gently put his head, calling to be grateful. The guy raised his hand with delight, called the girl the best, and confessed that the feeling of her soft knees was just fabulous. In addition, he sincerely thanked her for his care. Turning and leaning to the knees of the big dragon, the owner of the demons confessed that he had just rated her wings as a possible pillow, because he could not determine what was more convenient. Lifa noted that Yuki seemed to become as always. When the hero finally stopped nervous, he looked carefully. He found no wounds. Then he wondered if the girl was involved. She smiled and said that he was now on debt to her, although it was quite easy for her to cure him. It turned out that the great dragon also dispelled carbon monoxide, so the guy was able to breathe again to his breasts. But Li Fein was a grateful smile. Although the wounds of the Lord Demons and healed, his forces were almost on the verge, because he put it into full, protecting it. Now he had to rest. Yuki, worriedly looking, asked if he was able to defend the girl so well. Having held her hand on the head of the protagonist, Lei Fei has sincerely confirmed. The enemy was overcome, and she is proud of him. The guy thought that such a reward was quite worth the effort. But the girl with sadness confessed that she really was very worried. Then the owner of the demon laughed and asked if she was about to give it to him next time. High Dragoni glanced at him. The rays of the sun broke through the thick leaves. Yuki turned to a majestic dragon. To her quiet surprise, the protagonist suddenly admitted that he likes. The bodice blushed from unexpected words. The guy sincerely confessed that he is not worthy of her now. But that is why he tries to become stronger every day to ever be on her level. He reached out to her face. The owner of the demon asked if she would remain near him. Right now, and until the end. Lei Fei approached the smiling Yuki and said, Once you want it, then... After that, she leaned to his face, closed her eyes, and gently touched his lips. Lefi promised to be near him to the very end. Their agreement seemed to move to a new, deeper level. The girl was embarrassed, because it was an oath of a dragon clan, which she did not know. Yuki, smiling again, asked her, but later, Lefi still agreed. The protagonist, without hiding joy, immediately asked if she became his wife from that day. Hydreigon clumsily got used to her new role. The guy smiled with a happy, even a slightly frosty smile. And this is a new, unexpected meaning of his words completely knocked the girl out of the pantalic. She ordered the owner of the demons to stop, because she has not yet lost her shame. Going to Lefi, Yuki happily stated that they could now have children. However, the girl was discontinuing and confessing that his words were scared of her. Now this couple will stay together forever. Sleeping, he was silent. The housewife was apologizing for her. He apologized again, sincerely assured that he was really sorry. Sitting on his knees, the girl confessed that he was worried about him. The guy, excitedly, apologized again. It turned out that Katana, barely noticing him on the verge of death, rushed to rescue and came across a loving couple who kissed. In order to make guilty, the demon lord promised to devote to her all day and asked what she would like. Then she decided, now she just wants to sit here near him. Yuki was surprised that this was enough. Suddenly, the girlfriend returned to her, gently calming her so that she would not worry. Erna remembered how she was surprised when her brother returned home seriously wounded or completely exhausted and could sleep for several days in a row. The girl confessed that she was very worried about him more than once and wanted to just hug. She also extended her hands to the main character, and 3 ghosts rose behind her with the same intentions. Lefi approached them, surprised by the behavior of her husband and condemning his eyes. However, the guy did not understand what was the matter and did not see anything wrong with it. However, the Lord Demons liked when he was called a man. Opening the tablet, he saw a new skill. Sustainability. Thanks to her, if his health fell below 20%, hostile attacks were much less harmful, and all the characteristics were multiplied by 1.5, so the hero could continue the fight further if he had a desire. The second ability was called Monarch Ozrak. Now he could heal all the enemies in a certain radius around him, slowing down their movements. How strongly this ability is depended on the difference in the forces between him and the enemy. Yuki was glad how much he strengthened. It turned out that the main character gained the ability to intimidate the monarchs through the title of the Lord of Demons and Dragons. In addition, his power was influenced by the past, especially the murder of the King of the Dragons. The guy thought about his new role, not imagining what to do if he did not want to become the ruler of the dragons. And the girls closely monitored every movement. Among other things, the Demon Lord also received the title of Satellite of the Supreme Drakon. His description stated, he is a brave man who took the Supreme Drakonitsia from his wife. Apparently, such crazy here is not afraid. It was interested in Yuki. He wondered how such titles appeared and thought that probably it depends on the will of the local system. At that time, the girl was comfortable near him on both sides, and the 3 ghosts were built cheerfully above his head. The protagonist decided to understand the reasons later. For him, the main achievement was the increase in the level of dungeons, the processing of the dragon's body into DP points, and also raising the rating to the 10th level. This boy became wondering what the status now has Lefay. The level of the most powerful dragon reached 987, and another mark appeared among the titles. Now she is the wife of the owner of the demons. Yuki, proudly in surprise, noted that his wife was really very strong. However, he was glad that now at least some figures appeared in its characteristics. Sitting in yoga with children who slept peacefully on his knees, the main character felt the soreness of this moment. It was difficult for him to look at it. It was even more upset that all his DPs accumulated along with Lefi have now disappeared. But at the same time, looking at the end result, he felt real pleasure. It was at this moment that Layla came to him. While the maid carried the sleeping girls, you spread the blanket. Lee smiled at Yuki. The maid said that the gentleman was extraordinary, and unexpectedly remembered the wedding ring. But he only laughed and began to jokingly pull her for his cheeks, hinting that she was inventing. The girl immediately apologized. It was a wedding ring, made specifically for the Lefezio's high dragon. Lying in bed, the girl asked Yuki not to strain or waste his strength, because he did not fully recover. Suddenly I woke up as if a leaf that broke from sleep. Meanwhile, Leo shyly looked at the couple's bedroom. It seemed that the mighty demon was already taking a place in the dragon's bed. Meanwhile, the main character, who is called N, you can keep katana and materials with a serious, concentrated face. The guy decided to try to combine his sword with parts of Lafai, hoping that he would be able to strengthen the ability to give magic. Then, the owner of the demons opened information and began to study the features of the explosive flame roar. Then he returned to Anna and asked if she would not be against it if he gave her a new magic. Katani was liked. After improving the Flame of Sin, it has received new, unique properties. Now it enhances magical and physical strength to the maximum. At the same time, the sword remained a magical artifact of incredible quality, retaining unique television and ability to vampirism. Moreover, Anne was awarded the title of Dragon Killer, because she was the sword that it was. Yuki was glad that Katana had already reached the legendary level, the highest peak in the world of weapons. The protagonist is glad. If you add to the strength a ring, given by Lefay, then thanks to the magic of self-healing and strengthening of magical power, he will become invincible. His health reserve has already been selected up to 20,000, which caused the guy a sincere laughter. Now no attack will be able to overcome it. Inspired, he immediately wanted to test new skills with Anne, and Katana obediently fulfilled his order. As soon as the demonic ruler became stronger, he immediately took advantage of it. Brutally killed Matkora, whom he hunted with Riar, who was anxious about his frantic behavior. Using wind magic by Ina, he speeded up his flight. The guy, smiling insanely, was incredibly rejoicing in a new force that was now in his hands. Yuki suggested that the wolf daily destroys everything living in the forest. From this idea, Rear had harder the heart. However, the protagonist discovered that he was a little hurry. Finally, an evening time has come. I read a happy leaf, relaxing on a soft chieftain. She became a vast world, full of adventures, which even many years could not have been explored. At that moment, the girl saw her husband returned home with N, who had settled on his shoulders. Yuki proudly said that today they won the mantle detachment in Alachorn. Remembering the acquaintance, Dragoni realized it was the protagonist who discovered her what true freedom was and how it is to live. Without Bishop Demon, Leafy would just live on the top of the mountain, doing nothing. The guy smiled at his wife. The girl smiled sincerely and warmly. She realized that the world was beautiful when she was able to approach those she loved. Through the thick leaves, dawn light began to break through. The protagonist confidently asked Dreer if he was ready. He briefly and decisively replied, "Yes." Opening the panel and stepped forward, the guy said loudly that these pets now belong to him. The guy ordered the general to appear. The hero announced that he was their ruler, and greeted with everyone with a smile. He wants them to live in this dungeon, hunt for a monster and drive away foreigners. But there are too many dangerous monsters and traps around. Therefore, he leaves for the main reel. So far, they will have to obey all its orders. The guy said he relied on Riar. The girl attracted attention. The hero asked why they were looking for him. He thought they came to meet his new comrades. The girl confessed that she was afraid. Suddenly he would create some nonsense, and another girl will appear at home. Erna noted that everyone around is so state and strong. She introduced herself and gladly said that she was very pleased to meet. The girl gave one of the monster name, Smooth and Shiny. She asked the monster whether she would lift it. It nodded back. Erna said that he lifted her so high, and the spirit intercepted. The hero called the girl a real brave, and in response, she noted that they were the same with him. The young man was embarrassed from this opinion. The girl said that she should learn good manners from her. He asked if she wanted him to sleep all day. She hurriedly told him to remove the girl, and if something went wrong, she promised to pick her up from below. The girl stated, "If the monster drops it, she will certainly destroy it." The main character stated that they were late, and now the ball belongs to her. However, the guy was flying in the sky, and the girl noted that it was unfavorable. He just laughed and said that it was fair for him, because football is quite different here, because it is another world. He asked her why she was so fervently talking about she could defeat everyone on her own. The girl smiled and said that the game just started, so she still had every chance to win. The fans cheered the team, urging not to miss the goal. They monitored with voltage. The girl stated that his cruelty against them had passed all the limits allowed. The hero wondered what she would do if everything happens. She asked him to hold on firmly. They decided to interview the owner of the demons. Asked what he does in his spare time. He said with a smile that he was increasingly like to just lie with his wife on the bed, using her instead of a pillow. Those who try to go to his forest are driven by his commanders and intricate traps. Because of this, the attackers have now become smaller. The hero asked why the guard baked from the royal guard came to him and why he was seeking. The girl noticed that he immediately realized who she was. However, This should have been expected from the owner of demons, who previously destroyed the insidious ideas of one of the devils in the kingdom of Alicia. That's right, the girl was interested in what she wanted from him. In response, she just said she came to talk. The girl assured that her words were of great importance to him. She had an important information about the enemy, who was soon preparing to attack them. The hero asked the price because something is rare, especially if you have visited the guest directly from hell. She replied that she came to talk to him about uniting against a common enemy. The girl said she brought them tea. The guy thanked her. Demois immediately recognized Layla, a representative of a clan with sheep's horns. She was a demon that has knowledge. Lila explained that it was her nickname from her youth. The girl said she left the world of demons to find research materials that can only be found among people. Since then, no one has heard about her. Layla asked why she chose the fate of the maid, and how it happened that she was at such a low stage of life. She replied that a lot happened. The other girl continued to question, but Layla only repeated, there were really many events. The girl wondered who was the demon lord, and why he came to the main character. The woman replied that she wanted to discuss with them the lands that their king ruled. The guy noted that now in the underworld, such tension is dominated as if the civil war was about to break, and he does not want to interfere. The girl also suggested that the enemy probably already learned about him and the dungeon. She added that, in view of all that they had already achieved together in the Union, would it not be wiser to unite with them too? The young man asked Layla what she thinks about it. The girl replied that since she left hell, there seems to have changed nothing. The hero thought he would not like it if he came to revenge here. They were reproached for wanting to turn a deciduous look into weapons. The girl explained that they were both enemies, so she came to ask for help. The young man wondered what he would turn for him. He was told that they would follow their movements and report everything. The girl apologized. She added that she could not help him. For such issues, it is better to go with her and discuss everything with their kings. The guy asked why he didn't come here personally. She replied that the king could not leave the country until she is in that condition. The hero asked if she could wait for him to discuss the issue with his wife. He did not mind anything if the guest stays overnight. The maid in response said that she would prepare a room for her. The girl said she refused. She explained that she meant quite another. She just didn't want to go there. The hero confessed that only a journey alone with her is able to heal his wounded heart. He apologized, explaining that he thought she would be pleased to get such praise. The maid wondered how long he was going to stay in hell. The guy replied that he didn't know exactly, but he plans to be there for about 3 weeks. If he does not like it, he will return immediately. The hero reassured himself that he always had a spare way to quickly return to the dungeon in the event of danger. The girl asked if he was confident, because it seemed to her that he would easily find common ground with the king there, and be able to negotiate everything. The guy assured that she should not worry about the protection of the dungeon. The girl will handle everything. He listed everyone who was dear to him, and confessed that he did not want to have to fight these people most. The hero confessed that the most important thing for him is to protect his wife. The guy confessed that the word love puts him in a dead end. The maid reported that he had already left. The girl also reassured everyone. He was Layla with him, so everything would be fine. She believes that the hero's strength is unlikely to be a great threat, but excitement does not leave it. The girl wondered why he wanted to help every counter. The maid laughed and noted that the girl did not like when the guy pays attention not only to her. The main character replied that, in her opinion, the maid should not be chatter, but to take care of the order in the house. The maid assured that everything would be done properly, because now she also has the responsibilities of Layla. The girl returned to the hero and warned, if he tries to do something wrong, she would tell LaFay immediately. Today, they decided to stay at the hotel, and tomorrow to go to another city. Gilaria advised the protagonist to rest a little. The guy asked the girl whether she was sick of the frantic speed of his pets. She honestly replied that she was really bad. The maid said that in the city, instead of ordinary carts, they use special ones who pull different strange monsters. The guy asked Anna whether she likes the stories she tells Lila. The girl replied that Layla always invents fascinating stories. She promised to tell a lot of interesting things on the road. Gilria apologized to waiting for them. Naya noticed the boy and immediately stated that it was he who was watching them all this time. The hero began to deny, trying to take away suspicions. The girl called him a brawler. She wondered if this girl was her daughter because they were extremely similar. As a caring father, the guy asked if she liked. The girl confessed that it made her extremely happy. Naya wondered if they were really relatives. She was answered that such questions were better not to ask. The hero noted that the girl had an extremely large staff. In the girl's hands was a list of what LaFay needed to convey. She said that this list was their main tool. The witch always carries it with him as soon as he grows up. She explained that it is much easier to manage magic. The hero wondered if she was already grown up. The girl wondered if he meant that she was still small. Yes, the girl was asked how old she is. She replied that she was 15. The hero noted that she still had a lot of potential for development. There were details about this guy in the list of things to tell the girl. Louise said that witches usually do not grow tall, but it seems sweet. The hero said it was time to get out because the carriage appeared behind the carriage. The guy explained to the girl that everything was not the way she thought. Someone pushed the carriage, and it was because of that she fell. He just couldn't leave it unattended and grabbed it to help. The hero stated that they were only pathetic, worthless robbers. The girl asked if she needed to turn. He replied that her main task was to protect Layla. The guy used magic and rushed to the earthen dragon. He turned to Layla and boasted that he had incredibly strong magic. Layla did not stay and praised him. The girl was surprised how he was able to use such powerful magic without even reading the spell, and confessed that she also wanted to learn. She jokingly added that he did not mind meeting such a strong guy. The guy noted that if bandits appeared here, then it became dangerous in hell. The girl replied that they were not there before. They have recently appeared. The hero realized that he could not leave everything as he is. It was the duty to make hell safer. The guy noted that thanks to the bandits, he did not have to miss. The girl in response with a smile said it was a real pleasure. He asked Layla if she once was in the capital. She replied that she had repeatedly visited this city for research. The guy wondered what she was studying. Layla replied that her interests are very wide. The girl added that it covers various research and scientific works. The hero confessed that he did not even suspect the fantastic scientific abilities of Layla. And she only answered with a smile that she was just very inquisitive and decided to try herself in research. He asked if this means that as soon as she loses interest, he would just leave them. Layla warned that she would only answer one question. She was not for entertainment with them. The man guessed that the demonic bishop himself was in front of him. He solemnly introduced himself, saying that his name is the Finale and he was the ruler of hell himself. The Finale said he was glad to meet you. He suggested that the hero was already aware of their situation from Galari. Lord Hadida noted that, knowing the fatigue of the hero after a long journey, will not waste time and go right to the case. He said he was able to plan and perform secret operations, but because of weak physical data is not suitable for battle. That is why he wants the hero to become a symbol of their country's military power. The guy said he wanted to make him a duck. He asked why they consider him strong and where they know it. The hero wondered what benefit he would receive from this agreement. The demon assured that the answer to the first question is quite simple. The girl was able to evaluate. He sent, returned, and reported. She could not see anything. So their difference in levels is huge. He said that once this guy won him, so he has exactly a great force. First of all, it will receive the necessary information. The hero knows only that he was born in the maze, and almost nothing is aware of the world. That is why he can be given not only knowledge, but also fulfill his desire. The demon assured that he could fulfill his desire. The guy said he dreams of gold, silver, real treasures. The ruler nodded, they say. He understood everything. He assured that he would organize excursions for him and even offer a guide. Hearing that he had recently married, he decided that the newlyweds would spend the honeymoon here. The demon stated that he could get him girls, because he heard that the hero is famous for his love. But it seems that his wife seems real thunderstorm. The guy thought the demons were hostile to him. However, there was no point in acting. He was also promised a good reward. Finally, the hero asked the last question, whether the demons that appeared in the capital are really subordinate to the Lord. The demon denied, they say. He did not give any such orders. And even if he told, that guy would still suspect his intentions. The hero decided that if he did something suspicious, he would be killed immediately. So he said he agreed to cooperate. The young man decided to first consult with his maid for all the details. The ruler allowed him. He said he was glad to have a hero on his side. The man said he made them wait. The hero apologized, explaining that the conversation was delayed. But the guy refused to help them, because there were very little demons like him. He introduced him to the owner of the Mountainers and the king of dwarfs. He also introduced to the lord of the forest, the queen of elves, and the ruler of the animals. In addition, he presented the protagonist as the ruler of the dungeon and the true master of the demons. The man stated that he was not going to accept such a greedy and worthless ruler of demons. He was supported by the gnome, adding that he also did not trust this creation. The king noted that there are exceptions to everything, and it is he who is one of them. The girl stated that the rulers did not understand anything, and the only thing she is afraid is that she cannot see their true intentions. She said that if he promises that he could be trusted, then she would, without hesitation, will obey all his orders. The king remembered that she has the skill of evaluation. The protagonist noticed that her level of assessment was 9th, so she could see all his characteristics. She wondered if the owners of demons and dungeons could leave that place and go to hell. The guy thought that he would be pleased to stay away and would not go there. The hero reassured them and said not to worry. He left it with his wife. Now it was the most reliable place in the world. They have made a conversation about the Supreme Dragon, the same legend. The girl said that the elves are always happy to form an alliance with him. Gnome also supported this idea. In the meantime, the guy remembered how extremely powerful his wife was. The man laughed and noted that externally unlike the real one. Then the king asked if he could make friends with Yuki. A man said a real friendship is when you can even beat. But you still stay together. Not just something that is easy to accept. He said they needed to have a real duel to determine who is stronger. The king stated that once they had come together, it is time to start consulting. The girl said that the queen of the elves gave her this thing. It serves as a sign of trust and a symbol of the union. If you show this artifact of the elf, it will certainly show a reverence. The guy said that he gave him the elves and gnomes Alexera. The girl said that at the meeting he decided to help as a bishop of the dungeon, providing military support to the ruler of hell. Another meeting was planned soon to finally reconcile all the details. Layla wondered if he really wanted to support them with his army. The hero answered the refusal. He explained that the demons have repeatedly thrown him with unpleasant surprises, so it is better to get rid of them as soon as possible. The guy gave her a gift, a special device with which she could turn back from the dungeon. The girl was surprised to see a teleporting device. The guy explained that it is very easy to run it. It is enough to fill the device with your mana. He called him a true beauty. The hero emphasized, if something goes wrong, she should run immediately, turn into a person, use a necklace and return home. Yes, Lilith also needed this thing. She said she would not give up if she was offered. The girl asked not to tell Ms. LeFay. Thanks to Lily, they made a lot of money in negotiations. The girl noted that, in her opinion, the hero should rely on the help of others. The young man confessed that he very much wanted Layla to be near him during the negotiations. The girl noticed him and immediately shone. The guy asked her whether she realized that her personality items work poorly while checking. The girl replied that these things were given to her by the church. The hero said that he knew her, because in the capital they were united by a common cause. Nell introduced the hero to her girlfriend. The hero smiled and said that he was glad. The girl explained that Ronya often speaks sharply with others, so she asked not to be offended by her. Ronya replied that it is not true, just people usually do not understand what it means. Nell explained that this does not mean that she was telling them something bad. Ronya stressed that they were guilty of themselves, and the guy just thought she was incredibly stubborn. The girl gladly congratulated Layla and asked who was standing next to her. The guy introduced the companion, explaining that he was his daughter. He reminded her not to forget about her weapon and added that the girl was a reflection of the soul. Weapon. He improved it using a fragment of a deciduous eye, so it can be assumed that she also has partially her mother. The girl confessed that she had never heard of such a weapon. The heroic confessed that she just tried something new, and it accidentally worked. The girl cheered that she was another of her stupid ideas as always. Nell added that sometimes the main character seems to her a little crazy. The guy asked why he was constantly exposed in a bad light. Anne said that no matter how he was told, he is still a good person. The guy was surprised, because recently the girl also disliked him. Nil handed a letter to the boy. She wondered how he had things when he got warmer. She thinks of him daily. She does not pass a day so that he does not appear in her thoughts. Recently, she dared to escape from the castle to share her feelings with him, but her father's soldiers were immediately found. She believes that he would definitely meet him, but by that moment, she would be very grateful if he came to her. She lives in anticipation of that meeting when she sees him again. Nell said she would stay here a little, so she asked me to write a letter in response. She said that if he does not write, she would still write, and then the girl will certainly be upset. The guy asked the girl that she had forgotten here. She replied that nothing wrong would happen if she told him, but warned he should keep it secret from all others. She was sent there to find the one who stands behind a number of mysterious dinners in the capital. There are almost no people left in the city who can act freely in hell and also cause trust. That is why they chose it. The guy thought that the hero was sent directly to the center of the enemy. He said that the owner of the demons himself invited him here. The guy also saw in the capital of demons, which is why the owner of the demon called him, to track together and get rid of this scourge. Nell said she had heard of a strange connection between two groups in hell. but she could not think that he would go to their side. And the characters only answered, "If someone is at odds with the current ruler, then for them he is also an enemy, so she should not worry." The girl wondered if the guy could then share some information with her. She wondered if he was sure of his information. The hero replied that he did not possess all the information. He was not the intelligence officer of the ruler of hell, but also the finale himself revealed to him. The young man confessed that he trusts the girl, so he is ready to share with her all his secrets. She thanked him. He joked what he could call him a beauty brother. She smiled and answered she was holding on. The guy suggested meeting there next time. He gave them a magic ball and noted that she may need in the future. The girl noted in surprise that these technologies were quite unusual and did not know that he was capable of such. The hero explained, "White light is needed for communication, and red turns on when there is a danger." Nell noticed the ring on his fingers and wondered if he had some special power. He replied that this ring gave him Leifi, because he took her as his wife. The girl was surprised to learn that N was actually a sword. The guy warned her to prepare. Something was approaching. He noted that he had already seen something similar somewhere earlier, just like in the capital. Lila said that even after use, this substance continued to absorb Manu. It enhanced the magical and physical abilities of man, as well as increased the supply of mana. When these creatures absorb it, they will no longer be able to stop the recession of the man and will eventually reach a state where they will be much more energy than they can withstand. Something like this happened about 10 years ago. Then the questions with the tender and all the production of substances were solved very quickly. The current owner of the demons forbade it. The guy said that this substance gives just an incredible ability to recover and strength. He was explained that she shows nothing else. He explained what it means. All such monsters should be the first level. The girl eagerly interrupted, reminding that now is not the time to talk. The hero asked how they managed to fight such creatures 10 years ago. Layla said they were cut into pieces and burned. Those monsters were formerly people, so they had the same vulnerability. The young man realized that they would not be able to destroy them so simply. The girl used the witchcraft of the dark depths of the muffin. The hero surprised how the distance between them suddenly decreased. Finally, the dead were able to stretch the long rest of the limb. When he was asked about his state of health, the protagonist replied that he was all right with him and he is okay. The guy was surprised how the monster was able to lift his limbs simply by breaking his own bones. Every time the girl became more and more difficult to hurt him, he noticed a strange thing on his feet. This protection against the magic of a girl. He changed and adjusted under the course of battle. The guy thought that the former owner of this body would not be capable. He was horrified. The monster seemed to be able to adapt. The girl used magic to save those who were turned on the runny nose. Once upon a time, this guy always came out through magic. He said that fighting with him without Nell is true madness. The girl said the recovery is not too good. The hero noted that they did so perfectly. Suddenly, someone shouted that this guy was crazy. The hero ordered Lily to run after him. The guy assured that he was all right with him, but he still thinks that they should be parted. The girl agreed, but remembered that they had not yet paid for food. Lila reassured her, they say, paid for everything in advance, so there is nothing to worry about. They were comforted. That's what they expected from her. So if so, they offered to disperse. Nell noted that the hero is incredibly strong, even more powerful than before. She is confident that if they come against him to full force, they are still defeated. The girl could not believe that he was stronger than her. Remembering their previous conversations and the fact that he knew this girl, she came to the conclusion. He played a key role in the Civil War, hiding behind the clown mask. Now she realized what real demons really look like. The girl said the king would do his best to avoid this person. She confessed that she was trusting him, though he did not know what to expect from him. Nell reassured her. There is nothing to worry about, because he was their friend. If she talked to him more, she would have seen that he was not an enemy. The girl reported to him. In it, she described everything she was noticed. He assured that, as they agreed, he would transmit false information about the elven forest. This will help her win a little time. The man was interested in the fact that the main character has so many titles and titles. The girl confessed that she was worried about the title of King of Dragons. She wondered if he was aware of everything before her. The bishop only shrugged and replied that he did not say anything. He had no evidence. He noted that the girl could not notice all the features. She agreed and added that she had not met such people for a long time. She confessed that if she could, she would like to maintain a good relationship with him for a long time. He can still agree to her. The stranger stated that he should bring the demon important news. He asked for him to listen to his story and not to pay attention to the girl. The man said that Yuki met with the human hero. Together, they came across an artificial dead and defeated him. He wondered if there was a girl who appeared on their Earth a few weeks ago, a human hero. He was told that yes. However, this meeting was not special. Most likely, it was just an accident. The man decided that both would come in handy, because they were able to defeat artificial runny nose. He said that the hero's team does not consider them enemies, but has a dislike for another faction. Therefore, he plans to leave the hero for the care of Yuki. He realized that the artificial creature was inanimate, was already preparing to attack them, and now it was necessary to at least properly put the guards to win a little time. And then you need to quietly send a special detachment to different places so that the enemy knows nothing about it. The girl was surprised to notice how much he learned from only one report. The king, however, replied that he had the talent to work his head. He confessed that it was simply to sit in defense and not to demonstrate his true emotions for him extremely exhausting. Leofi asked how much they would have to fly, because she was already tired. He replied that there was a little left. She joked that he was saying as if they were completely lost. The guy just laughed back. The hero called her Agate. She was glad that he noticed it, but he only explained that he came up with himself. Finally, they got to the right place. The girl remembered that it was here that they had often spent time with friends. The guy replied that yes, but now he has changed here. He added a few new details. The heroes claimed that they had already given the Oath of Dragons, but these were only words. So he decided to hold a real ceremony in his special style. He asked if the owner of the demons would take Lefizio for his wife, to be in joy and sadness, in health and illness, and not leave her until the end of life. He replied that he agreed to love her and be near the end until death was divorced. The girl confessed that he scared her. In response, the hero explained that in his edges such customs, so he does. She added that his second voice sounds just awful. Life said that all these formalities between them are nothing. He only had to finally open up and say what he really feels. The guy told that they were fooling every day, constantly arguing because of the little things, and sometimes it is difficult for them to get to know. However, he tries to support peace and harmony in their lives as a real man. He promised her that they would be together and continue to love each other. The girl confessed that even if they competed during quarrels, she swore. She wants to live with him until the very end of her days. And while she is alive, harmony will prevail in their family. She is a caring wife. She asked him to swear to the whole world, which would always be so. He stated that she had written down half of her promise from his words. The girl in response assured that she was saying sincerely, and wondered what to do next, after promise. The heroes decided that once on their fingers, shining wedding rings, it is worth completing it with a kiss. The king said that yesterday was really difficult for the boy, and asked if he was not tired. However, he noted that the guy looks quite cheerful. He said that he slept firmly that night, and his dream was really wonderful. The Lord said that he heard of his refusal to help with the succubs. The hero was surprised, because he thought he was called to talk about yesterday's events, not just because of that. The king said he would talk about it a little later, but at first he wants to express one request by the hero. He said he wanted him to take part in the tournament. This is their ancient holiday during which demons compete in strength. In addition, this year there will be a meeting of the Alliance of Four Ras, so everything promises to be brighter and louder than usual. The demon sends a huge number of its supporters to the tournament to get more fans. That is why he wants him to participate and defeat all rivals. The hero thought that he was mocking, because there were powerful demons, and to defeat them all seemed incredible. But the king reassured him. He should not worry, because he already checked everything. There is no one more stronger than the hero. The guy said he was abusing his power. The man suggested telling him everything that knows about the skills, style of battle and weapons of his rival. And the hero confessed that he was already beginning to be a pity of his subordinates, because with such information, no one would have lost him. The king confessed that he was interested in learning all this, and the guy regretted that he did not give up this conversation. He said the meeting would be 2 days and the tournament will be 5 days, but there are many people here. The girl said that, once the capital is celebrating, and she should have a little fun. The guy added that she did not want to work constantly. He thought that next time he wanted to come here with everyone. The hero noticed that the girl took 3 pieces of meat at once, and surprised it was too much for her. But she confidently replied that it was not. The meat was delicious. He asked if she would eat. The girl replied that it was delicious, so she ate a lot. She also offered to make friends because she also loves meat. Mel said that she met a person who treats everyone friendly, promised help, and suggested meeting in the near future. The man wished her to be careful and expressed his hope that a new acquaintance would really support them. The girl confessed that she wanted to see how he would compete in the tournament. The guy reassured her in response. Let him not worry, he will definitely win, and his glory will disperse throughout hell. The guy snatched the meat. The hero stated that he would give him only 70 points. He said they would see later, and if something happened suddenly, she should look for him. The girl confessed that she thought at first that she was that young lady, and glad, learning that everything was fine with her. Lila noted that they have not seen themselves for a long time. The guy was surprised. Another person who knows her. The girl said she perceived her as a younger sister, because during joint communication, she taught her many things. The hero asked the girl to calm down. But in response, he accused him of taking his sister's innocence, disappeared with honor and humiliated dignity. The girl also reproached him for working as a maid. The young man said Lila offended him. She answered it as if she had just a very rich imagination. The girl immediately recognized in him the owner of the demons, the one she met in the dungeon. The hero asked if she was in common sense, and Lila confessed in response. She was worried about her own future. She assured that she was not really daughter Lyle, but only her girlfriend. However, the girl confessed that she always considered herself a child of Lord and Lady. She said that only a madman without sense and a drop of common sense, which blindly holds her beliefs, can preserve the clear mind, meeting the beauty of Layla. Layla noted that it was impolite, and added that the main character was really a very good person. You apologized, and sincerely said that you were sorry. They kindly turned her baby and reassured not to worry. From such a nickname, she was almost angry and promised herself that one day would be as beautiful as Lila. She assured that this had not happened before. The girl added that this is also worried. M exclaimed that it was just outrageous and hurt her. She wondered if Lila was going to return to the academy. The girl replied that she was tired. It was a closed place, so it was not suitable for serious research. Now she thought of conducting research with the main character. The girl promised to pass everything to the old and assured them that they could safely rely on her. The guy suggested that at least once return home, because maybe someone is worried about her. The girl just waved her hand and told not to worry. As much as she remembered herself, they always belonged to the clan of Lambhorns, those who always walked forward, guided by curiosity. But if she really wanted to go home, she would definitely talk to Lou at first. She escaped from home, but she was seized by strangers. Her parents are probably very worried about her now. The guy confessed that she was hearing about her flee from home for the first time. Lila was discouraged, they say, completely forgot about the promise of no one to tell about it. Layla decided that the girl came to see the tournament. She said that everyone around was saying that this year the festival would be incredible, which is why she decided to come. But most of all, she was pleased with the opportunity to see Layla. The girl wondered if she walked. She replied that she was really alone, but took with her a few charms. Lila noted that the mascots of the owner impress her as always. She added that they would stay here for a while and live in the castle, so if something is needed, let them turn to it. The girl was surprised that the conversation came about the castle of the Bishop Demon. Lila explained that she simply accompanies the main character. The guy noticed Naya, who also visited the festival. She explained that she came today, and added that they did not have to stay together with girls. Naya looked at the second protagonist and immediately called him a real beauty. She wondered why he did not go with her, and in response, he just said he was already married. The girl began to persuade him, but the hero immediately refused, explaining, as he still works with the employee, and besides his wife has a very sharp sense of smell. She still learns everything. Naya replied that she first asked permission from his wife. The guy denied, they say it is not necessary to do it. The girl laughed and clarified that she only joked. Lila noted that the guy seems to be happy to talk to her, but the hero denied everything was not the way she imagined. The man explained that through the Lord Demons from Hell, they could not monitor everything properly, and the figures increased sharply. In his opinion, they have already reached the desired maximum. He would like to test them even more. But all plans are destroyed through the demons that strengthen the guard. They were previously told that this demon was really dangerous. The man asked if he was really sure that he wanted to give everything for their plan. He replied that it was the only thing he could help. Although he sought to explore them even deeper and check in a real battle, now there is no such opportunity, so he passes them to him. He regrets that they cannot be sure of their perfection, because he wanted to give the leader only the best. The monster was in a hurry, because the time remained less and less. The king said that it is only necessary to put on this object, and the color of his eyes and hair changes instantly. He fears that enemies can recognize him, so he asked to wear this thing. The hero thanked him and explained that to activate the artifact it was necessary to pour a little mana. He was surprised and confessed that he liked. Layla laughed quietly. She said he now looked like his wife. The hero assured that he did not do it intentionally. He just wanted to add bright colors to his life. 24 demons were destroyed in one day, and he dealt with 12 artificial dead. And then the enemy broke into the castle, grabbing more than 20 artificially created dead. Their plan was obvious, to carry out a full-scale attack on the fortress and its owner. But the finale provided everything in advance and ordered them to return to the castle in time. With its help and support of the forces of the castle, managed to destroy all the undead and grasp many demons. Their task was one thing, to return alive to their comrades to become even stronger and rise again. Their leaders insisted, it is necessary to survive at any cost, because the final goal is to subordinate the whole army. He said he heard in the finale, someone had to control the dead from the shadow. Looking around, the guy made the right choice. He said that the fear is so weakening and overshadowing the person that the one who hides behind the mask is well understood in his business. The king stated that his plan was brilliant, so he remained in the castle. He was surprised that the enemies never guessed it. The guy wondered if he realized that everyone was losing his head while he was calm. The man explained that he was engaged in exclusively mental work, and in addition, it is difficult for him to imagine the ruler who is fighting on the front line. He said that the corridors have long been empty. He was informed by the prisoners. The owner thinks that they will soon find those who are looking for and destroy, so he will soon need the help of heroes. The young man asked for permission to rest a little. In the yard he was advised to strengthen himself, to train more, to eat meat, to build muscles. All the demons around seemed powerful, and he was weak and weak. The girl fed the main character. Lila confessed that she apparently had already tried the dish that she offered the hero. The girl also assured that the food seems tastier when you share it with someone, and so she suggested Lily to taste together. The man asked if this girl was his baby. He added that she is very similar to his daughter and about the same age. The man said that children are a real miracle. It is enough to just be near them, and in the heart immediately becomes calmer and warmer. She introduced herself as a sinful fire. The man asked if it was a real name, whether she invented him to seem more powerful. He asked her whether she loves meat. She replied that when she eats it, she feels joy. Divorce noted that even a little girl knows, meat is the basis of life, because it is from it that our muscles grow from it. The man said that you should eat well, move a lot and give yourself a rest. And then you will grow strong and strong. The girl, calling him his uncle with a fluffy beard, cheerfully assured, if she eats well he will grow quickly. The gnome laughed. The man noted that she was waiting for a brilliant future. The guy stressed that it was so grown up because he raised her. And the woman wondered, why is her so strong, muscular body? She asked to look at her and stated that this is the perfect woman. The girl reported that the main character would participate in the competition. It will reach the arena, where the opponent will be selected by accident. The previous tournament will be held in the format of the royal battle. About 40 participants will come down on the field at the same time. The hero noted that 40 participants were a considerable number. He was explained that there were even more people who wanted to try out, so he had every chance of going through the preliminary selection. Several managers have already gone inside. If he needs something, let him just call the bell that she gave him. The guy warned that if something goes wrong, you need to return to the dungeon immediately. He asked the girl to take care of Layla. The girl noticed that he was involved through the recommendation of the bishop. She asked him to touch the ball and put her manu to confirm her registration. He was held to the waiting room and reported that he could bring anyone with him and just wait for the right moment. He liked the atmosphere in that place. The registrar reported that 40 people are involved in each battle, so there are 3 duels. The girl said that the winner of the finale will personally visit them in the afternoon. The owner himself will also be present. They only need to wait. The guy thought that it was unlikely to be thought of 2 leaders of different factions at the same time. The girl turned and announced the beginning of the first battle, inviting all the participants to enter the arena, and noted that she is much stronger than others. He agreed, but warned, you should never underestimate the enemy, and better always be alert. The girl confessed that she repeatedly told him that he had relaxed too much and stopped being careful. The girl declared the beginning of the 3rd battle and invited the participants to enter the arena. The guy assured that it would not work here. Instead, he suggested meeting Lala and dinner together. People were interested in a man in a mask. Some from the crowd concurred that he had recently been summoned to the finals. Another man admired that his abilities are truly incredible. It was this person who remembered the tree. They wondered why he was here. The man thought he came to destroy them or had some other plan. The man replied that he had no ideas, but they had already knocked out all analysts and now waited for their report. The other replied that if he causes them, then he would be eliminated without hesitation. The girl wondered if he was crazy. The protagonist noted that he was told not to attract attention and asked what he had guilty of. The girl replied that he concluded all the opponents in less than a minute. That's what he distinguished. The girl noted that through him the whole hostile side rose to her feet. However, the king envisaged such a development and has already made its move. She said that people are missing, so work at her now. The king, all of them, confused their heads. Many believed that it was a great honor for the king's sake. She thought so too, but she was not at all happy because it could be performed from reproduction. The hero apologized to the girl, but she replied that the apology would not change anything, and honestly expressed everything she thought. Their affairs moved quite successfully, so they decided to act faster for the sake of victory over the enemy. The king said he had sent a special person there and would be glad if he was able to win. They said that he was so rapidly completing the battle. Everyone was looking forward to a new clash. The man advised to enjoy the tournament. This time there were many unexpected discoveries. It seemed to him that he looks more like the owner of the demons than the guy. It annoyed him. In addition, he could not see his characteristics. The man noted that the finale did not affect his facial expression. The king replied that he had all the same stupid mind as always, so it would be better to hide him at all. He laughed and joked that only he lets himself handle himself. The king noted that with this approach, he probably had few friends, and he considered everyone around his comrades and communicated with them sincerely and openly. The man said that it is no one respects him because of this, because he is only a reason for mockery for the ruler. The king in response stated that he could rely on his faithful servants. The man answered with doubt that he was not sure of it. After all, he hired a Bika, whom he just had to find. The king did not even want to listen to him and replied that he was indifferent to conversations. For him, all people are only pawns in another's game. He was angered by the fact that they laughed so brazenly at him. The girl suggested shaking her hands before the competition began. Gojam admitted that he did not suffer to see how a real pain, suffering, and humiliation would appear on the opponent's face. The finale added that he was also interested in looking at his expression after the duel. On the one hand, one who only won everyone with a loud cry, without even getting weapons, and on the other, a warrior who has participated in the battle 10 times. Palgro turned to the boy, asking if he was scared and whether he wanted to say something. The hero apologized, explained that he was so difficult to breathe his nose that he heard nothing, and asked to repeat the question. Everyone wondered who this main character was because his opponent won one blow. He did not even have time to approach. The presenter called the main character an incredible rival because he was not afraid of anyone, and even with the audience competed. Yuki looked at his thing and understood. The moment came to use it. For the first time, the guy saw spatial magic with his own eyes and immediately realized what its essence. The man praised him for his wit. The hero looked at the man standing before him. It was a demonstration with expressive appearance and good features. The guy thought that this demon was really great. The man asked the hero why he called him, and Yuki remembered what he really wanted. He asked to look at everyone who tried to attack him from the crowd, and if the enemy appeared among them, he immediately disposed of. This man was sitting in the 3rd row when viewed on his part. The hero noticed that he had glasses, and a group of children was brought nearby. He wanted to add something else, but forgot what exactly, so he apologized. The man just smiled and assured that everything is fine, because he was already enough information. Now, he will take care of him. The demon smiled. A dark aura bubbled around him. He noted that the main character has a sharp eye. The guy noted that the finals had some strange subordinates. The girl who announced the results reported that the main character again became the winner. She said Epsilon won the eye again. Some began to encourage him, and others, on the contrary, sought as faster the defeat of the protagonist. The guy noticed that everyone was split into 2 camps, but he was indifferent. He was more interested in the fact that the killer coped with his task. The protagonist wondered that the girl was thinking about the tournament. She replied that there is too noisy. Yuki laughed, agreeing with her. Anne said that they could not tolerate those who laugh. The guy just smiled and replied that she would not worry. He was indifferent to the opinion of others. He asked her to imagine that he was just playing a role in this story. The girl noted that he should behave more seriously, because he is a demon. The hero agreed, Recognizing that she was right, he believed that he could not reveal who he really was. The hero was approached and invited to enter the arena. He was offered to sign some papers, but he categorically refused. The Eugene wondered if the Bishop of Demons should really look like. The main character confidently replied, "Yes, that's right." The girl who commented the battle noted, "On the one hand, a fighter who can put the opponent with one blow, and on the other, a real killer who skillfully controls the ball." The protagonist asked the man whether he was familiar with the Nile. He nodded and asked if he, not, was the same demonic assistant that the hero was talking about. The guy was surprised that the man knew everything, but he only replied that he only heard about his sword. The man confessed that he was ashamed to see the hero on his feet, but at the same time he was grateful to fate for the chance to fight with such a strong rival. After these words, he slowly pulled the sword from the vagina. Yuki replied that he had no reason to fight. His rival only sighed and said that this was his annoyance. The guy understood that in any case it was not necessary to fight with him in the middle of the tournament. After all, he was extremely strong, having a sword at a maximum 10 level, no higher. In addition, there were many honorary titles behind his shoulders. The hero could not understand whether his rival is a man in general. He thought about his past and thought about everything he had done before. Yuki thought it could be a common distracting maneuver, and all his features, only masking. However, it is likely that it is actually the strongest of all. In any case, the hero had to win him. He turned sharply to finish the fight. She understood everything right away. The girl noted that Epsilon finally pulled out her sword. The hero struck a powerful blow. The man did not expect everything to happen so quickly. The guy rushed, but the man cleverly cut the stone. Yuki was incredibly surprised when he realized that he could cut even magic. The man confessed that his main enemy is his own carelessness. The protagonist sighed lightly because he managed to evade. He realized that the usual skill of possession of the sword would not be able to defeat the enemy. Although his own level was much lower, it was necessary to invent some trick to have a chance to win. The protagonist realized that he could grow his wings. He turned to H and told her to take advantage of magic. She immediately obeyed. The guy created a flame of bright red. The man confessed that it was annoying him. In response, the hero said that discussing it is not his business. Anna wondered how much the main character was injured. The guy replied that the wound was not serious. After that, he asked the girl how much they had of mana, and they said that only a minute remained. The guy replied that this is not enough. The man confessed that he had never seen such weapons before. He wondered if she was smart. The guy said he just guessed. The man replied, "No, it was no guess. It's a feeling." He felt that there was a special connection between him and the sword. Such a sword is a real jewelry. The main character called it his treasure, and he will not even dare to touch his charming daughter. The man asked if he could go down, but in response he heard that he was not fulfilled, because then he would be defeated immediately. The old man replied that if everything is that way, then he would have to make him go down. The hero believed that having reached the highest level of possession of the sword, it was possible to strike even at a distance. Once again, he wondered if his opponent was really a person. The man noticed that the boy still managed to evade, although it took a lot of strength. The old man was amazed. The main character had only one look to learn how to repel attacks. The guy realized that he had to choose his blows now. He thought he had just released the magic through the sword, but he could not do it. He was convinced that by this point, no stroke reached the target. The enemy skillfully evaded every attack, using his special abilities to anticipate the opponent's actions. He also understood that it was significantly inferior to him in the number and in the experience of fighting, but he had the advantage. His inventories were much larger. He decided to release all the spells immediately. The guy launches them a lot at the same time because he understands that the old man will not be able to evade all attacks. The hero ordered a spell to pick up the life of the old man, who was already standing with one foot in the grave. The man noted that he should respect the elders more. The girl was passionate about it was an incredible battle, and she became wondering who would eventually win. The young man made another blow. This time he believed that the enemy would not have time to evade. He believed that only if it would use the simplest attack. The protagonist summoned the help of a huge earthen dragon. He laughed, thinking that he could not dodge the magic Amin. The guy confidently stated that he did not lose anything to this man. The protagonist stepped on his chest and confidently declared his victory. The man realized his defeat and noted that at first everything went for the best. The young man thought that if he were younger, he could hardly win this victory. The hero reached out to him and said with a sincere smile that he was very glad. He thought he had learned a lot. People are weak with body and live for a long time. So, to compensate it, They are constantly improving their skills. This is what becomes their advantage. They pass on their knowledge from generation to generation. Demons and semi-people are strong, due to their durability are their trump card. The guy noted that the real power is not determined by the numbers in status, but by knowledge and skills. He sighed heavily and admitted that he had been tired. The hero told the girl that he felt as if he had got into a nightmare. She agreed with him, emphasizing that the old man really turned out to be an extremely strong opponent. It still boils vital energy. The guy confirmed her opinion, adding, "It looks like this grandfather is not going to give up or die." The girl wondered at the hero how he feels. He replied that everything was fine now and it would be even better. Seeing the girl, he asked if everything was fine with her and whether nothing happened. She replied that she received an urgent message from Layla. He wondered why such haste. The girl replied that the bullet was shining red. Nell assured that they were nearby and ready to support, but also asked to remain neutral. Ares, the leader of the winged people, considered himself stronger than people. He was surprised to ask why they thought he would agree to their proposal. The girl said she heard, "Demons always stay with the strongest." The monster explained, "He bows to those who surpass him, and if a person treats him with respect, he is also ready to listen to it." Nell asked if she could tell everything as it really was. Ludicril did not understand what it was about. The girl assured that she was much stronger than him. One of the monsters called her a little one and accused her that she laughs at him. The man noted that she was too confident. He wondered if she really believed that she was able to defeat them all. She, without a shadow, answered that she was in force. Nell warned, if it comes to a fight, he would not spare himself or them. She explained that that is why they should agree to her proposal. The girl knew that for a man with wings of a duel was a matter of honor. She said that if she could not win, then the rest would definitely have no chance. He asked if she realized that he would not be able to defeat him in honest duel. Nell replied that she was ready to take risks, even if it costs her life. It was for this reason that she came here. And if she wins, he wants them to remain neutral. Malavin laughed loudly and praised her for bravery. He noted that it has no fear, and he likes it. So he agreed to remain neutral. The man stated that the leader went crazy. In response, he said sharply to silence, because it was his decision. The leader turned to everyone and strictly ordered. No one even dared to touch the girl or her comrades with his finger. From now on, they have become part of their family, brothers and sisters. Lutuin promised to give them a room and arrange a small holiday in the evening. The girl thanked him sincerely. The leader asked to understand his words correctly. She and her comrades considered only close to each other. Now she understood him. The girl fell on the bed and sighed, saying that she was terribly tired. She was told that everyone worked well and the meeting was successful. The girl replied that she made every effort. Now add that she really was very worried. Thanks to us, they can now hold the demons a little. The girl explained that they would remain neutral. This will help reduce the scope of war when the two sides come together in the battle. Already, this position is of great importance. Nell replied that they still need to make efforts. The girl boasted that she coped well. Nell, in response, noted that if everything came to a real duel, she would hardly remain alive. Makina wondered if he was really so strong. Nell replied that only Romero was able to defeat him. The fact is that, although he was already a grandfather now, he was once known as the best of adventurers. He had the highest rank in Oracle Calm. She still had to go through a lot to get closer to his level. Makina confessed that she would like to help a little in battle. She added that during the clashes with the demons was only a burden for others, and nothing could do it. Nell noted that these people do what she is not capable of, and that is what she is very grateful to them. The leader announced that the victory remained with the girl. She thanked him for the interesting duel. He was told that he was losing his position. Ludorl noted that this is a useful experience for him. He was genuinely surprised to learn that there are also strong personalities among people. The girl said Nell made a lot of effort and won all 3 duels. In response, Nell gladly confessed that Romero was incredibly grateful for training. The leader called her a human girl and noted that she demonstrated her capabilities. He said it would convince others of her words, and soon the feast will start. So he advised to rest well and gain strength before the holiday. Nell said that if everything, she would not restrain herself and thank him in full. The girl plunged into a peaceful dream. She rejoiced that she had prepared everything in advance. Nell thanked her, and Makina called her savior. Rania said that in all this is the merit of Messine. The girl smiled in response and noted that she can only find the right one. Ronya noted that the heroine had gone with booze, and wondered if she realized that they came not to rest here. The girl in response said that everything is so delicious here. They looked at the attackers and thought they could be, because the wings of strangers were not human. McInnes stated that it was obvious. Demons were in front of them, and suggested that you turn to the leader for explanations. The girl looked out the window and immediately noticed that something unusual was doing on the street. A real massacre broke out on the street. Messina noted that they were not the only ones who came here with the intention of killing. The girl confessed that she did not follow the other zone, and apologized, admitting her guilt. Nell jumped out the window, saying that the apology would not change anything. Now actions are needed. She was offered to activate a ball of communication, but Nell replied that first the leader should help. She sincerely hoped that everything was fine with the leader. After all, he said that it is much stronger than her, so you should not worry. The girl asked them to stay in shelter for her, but warned, if something goes wrong, let them run away and look back, even if you have to leave it. One of the winged men wondered if they organized an attack on their own. Nell calmly assured that they were not involved. The leader explained that they had concluded with that neutral agreement, so the attack was definitely not their hands. Then he suggested looking closely at those who attacked. They recently approached them with a proposal to join. It seems that after the refusal, they decided to just liquidate them. The leader asked them for drawing into this mess. Nell assured that they were allies now, so they would solve this problem together. The leader supported her opinion. He said that nothing was visible at night. She wondered if they had any light sources, or at least glowing magic. In response, they said they see in the dark, like birds. The girl replied that in this case she would take the problem on herself. She used the sacred light. The leader was genuinely surprised. In front of them, a luxurious estate stood. The girl returned and turned to the main. Suddenly, he was attacked from behind, one of the winged sword in his back. The girl, along with another monster, rushed to run straight to them. Nell turned to Makina, and she immediately understood without words. Ludacryl turned to another, asking why he did so with his father. Ronius recalled that during their first meeting he was not welcome to them. Begarus explained that his father simply did not fit into his plans. He told the girl that she was disturbing him. The leader realized that his own son brought the murderers to their home. He said it was, and it is not a killer, but a real brave, the brothers with whom they will create a real country of demons together. And his father is not suitable for this role, so he will become the ruler of the winged people. The leader called him his foolish son. He said that they were seduced by demons that whispered to him pleasant promises, and he believed them. The leader said he would have to give him another lesson. The girl turned to him. He looked back and told her to go. He advised to pick up his comrades and leave this place as soon as possible, because this battle is not for them. He said he relied on her and called her a true heroine among people. The leader turned to his subordinates and ordered them to take others to a safe place. They confidently responded that they would execute the order. Leaders asked only one thing: to survive, so that they once again gather at one table. Nell noted that they were already on the verge of their strength, and asked where the reinforcement promised. The girl advised Ronius to use communication stones. The girl ordered the sacred arrow to break through the enemies. People began to support her and did not allow the enemies to break through. Ronius said that they had gone to be scraped because the stone broke. Nell wondered if there were red and white among the stones. The girl replied that both stones were broken. Makina assured that he would be strong enough and will cope. After that, she called to herself the next. Then Ronya was asked about stones. She replied that she could repair everything, but she took a few more hours. The girl said it was worth contacting her if you need help. Nell asked in the Regra, what is the situation with their enemies now? He replied that he had already put the barrier and caused confusion among the opponents, so they are currently lagging behind, and there are no threats. He added that soon everyone will understand what is happening, so they will be found earlier or later. This is just a matter of time. And the closest settlement was in 2 days of walking from here. The girl realized that without help from the outside, they did not survive. She added that Ronnie was doing her best to restore communication. The leader wondered if they could really rely on those whom they are going to call. The girl assured that as soon as he saw their signal sign for help, immediately hurried to them. She said that he was several times stronger than her, and before his arrival, they only need to stay. The leader was in surprise to ask if she was in mind that only one warrior would come to the rescue. One of the partners noted that when it is true, he was a truly powerful warrior. The leader added that if she does not deny, he would like to hold a training match with him later. His subordinate also supported this idea. The one who was sent for intelligence reported that a hostile detachment was approaching from the southwest. He said they would be here in about 10 minutes. The girl was surprised how it was so fast, and asked if there was a place where you could hide. She was told that in a few hours there was a valley. There you can hide. However, because of the large number of wounded far or quickly, they will not succeed. The teacher built an obstacle that cannot be overcome. She was asked what she was doing. She also asked her subordinates under the supervision of the leader to take care of the rest. Girls turned to Nell and begging her to stop. Do not make nonsense. The girl said that if Rania really wanted to help her, then she should repair the ball, because only her can. She reassured the girls, they say, there is nothing to worry about. Nothing would happen to her. They will not be able to kill her. So she urged them to flee. Nell said she needed to be sentimental at least a little. The demon asked if it created this barrier. The girl nodded and confidently replied that she would not miss any of them. She was convinced that she was defeated. Her attack could not be completed by the commander. There were too many enemies. Even when her back resting on the wall, she could not dodge all the arrows. There was no time for reflection. It was necessary to act and defeat the enemy that stood in front of her. It must be evaded from the sword. Too much effort spent on creating a protective barrier. Unfortunately, someone came to the demon. The girl's affairs were bad. She was seriously injured and lost a lot of blood. The barrier disappeared, but it seems that the demons did not rush to persecute others. It was for the better. Demons were able to track prey, and now no protective barrier from tracking would no longer help. She had to run, hide, break. She had to survive. Nell is a real heroine. She couldn't just die here. The protagonist greeted her and noted that the girls had a bad thing. She told him that he was late. The protagonist noted that she looks awful. Then he called her a ruthless killer. The girl in response sharply ordered him to silence. The guy said that Ronya was very worried about her and barely held back tears. Others were also worried. The girl was glad that everything was fine. The hero reminded her of the conversation, where he asked to call him immediately, if necessary. Nell replied that there was no time for it, and apologized. The guy explained that first you need to pull the arrow, otherwise the medical potion would not happen. The arrow will remain inside, but it will be very painful. He asked her if she was ready for that. The girl confidently stated that she was ready for everything because she is a hero, and will be able to withstand any trials. She laughed and noted that he had the same color as Lafai. The guy said he was going to participate in the tournament, giving himself for a silver-haired demon in a mask. The protagonist reported that he had already dealt with the girl. She thanked him and said that she could now fight again. He called her stupid and explained that the elixir was treating, but not returning strength. The protagonist reassured her, saying that she would not worry. Then he will handle everything. He advised the heroine to rest. The guy stretched her mask, suggested that if she wants, he can try on her and become the owner of the demons. Then he praised her. The girl thanked him, smiling, and confessed that she was very happy. The main character apologized to Anne and explained that she would have to be a little in inventory. Anne nodded and agreed. The protagonist stated that everyone was waiting for a terrible and painful death. The nightmare spell covers enemies in a certain radius with a terrible dream. Under his action, the opponents begin to break themselves and roll from unbearable pain until the magic is dispelled or their effect is over. The girl reported that there were only a few battles, and the next, the semifinals. The boys were mad at rage. All but their commander, they became a prey for worms. Only their leader remained intact. He was Flint. The hero could not calm down. He thought it was necessary to make him suffer even more. The girl announced that the winner was found. The guy couldn't hold back the excitement. Now that he turned into an evil, greedy, and self-confident owner of demons, he even dyed his hair, tries the role of the villain, and wears a mask, so there are no restrictions. People began to call Godzim loudly. He was told that he could refuse. The man replied that he understood it. The Lord laughed and said it was a wonderful sight. Gogum asked if his hands were on the right. The Lord assured that this was not his business. He was as surprised as everyone else. However, the spectacle was truly exciting. The ruler asked him if he would try to escape again, as he did more than once. He replied that it would be bad if someone was injured. Jim was angry because he thought he was going to escape, and ordered him not to say that. He stated that small tricks did not come to him. He assured that it is no focus. Ordinary smoke, nothing special. He should become a target because friends seek revenge. And the hero replied that he already knew everything. He was told by his people. He noted that he should choose his performers more closely. The man began to thank for the warning, but did not have time to arrange how the hero suddenly attacked him. Jim goes, he does not be anxious to wait, that's so impatient. He said he may be even better, because he was the same. The guy thought of the damn magic sword. His strength is far superior to the guy's own weapon. He is best kept as far away from this sword. The man rejoiced that the guy noticed his live weapon. She desperately asked him to drink her with her blood, The guy considered himself strong, but God asked if he did not want to compete with him in willpower. The hero decided to attack him using magic. Jamast was wondering if he was skilled in witchcraft. He was genuinely surprised when he learned that he also had some level, because he had not even guessed that he could not use magic. He stated that he would win him even without any magic. The hero noticed blood, but she was not where he struck. It was some kind of damage. If so, then the Gojum was a well-sufficiently pitiful sorcerer. He thought he needed to leave a break in his own defense. A man with a delight said that feeling pain is fine, because it is a sign that he is still alive. Gogum confessed that he was terribly bored. The guard stated that the main character should be grasped. He rushed immediately, but was not allowed to escape. Godzim said he was sorry because of such a difficult meeting. However, he still needed to see the hero. He quit the call. "Come back and fight me." The subordinate asked the chief whether he was not injured. The man replied that everything was fine with him. In fact, he was more annoyed by the fact that the subordinate dared to intervene. The subordinate apologized and stated that he was ready to submit to any punishment. He genuinely repented of his arrogance. The man added that if he is fighting this sword for too long, he may soon say goodbye to his life. Gacham ordered him to simply remove the clutter. The subordinate nodded and promised to execute the order. The guy assured that even if the path is far, he would certainly take care of her safety. The man said he was glad that everything was fine with her, but he was annoyed that he could not help her in any way. The old man replied that you would not do anything, because the main character himself was busy. The guy explained that Nell and his friends were here quite by accident. No one even guessed that winged people would also join the resistance. He asked the man that he was going to do next. The old man said he, along with 2 satellites, would go back to the country of demons. But first, Mrs. Roney and Mrs. Mahanan have to return home and report on everything that has happened. He said that they were both asked to convey the words of gratitude, and the guy added, "If you see them, be sure to pass." The man thanked the hero for salvation, and assured that he was always ready to help in response. Let him only say if something needs. The hero only modestly replied that he just fulfilled his duty and sees nothing special about it. He suggested that the old man show him how to properly own the sword. The guy said that the man was a friend Nell, and therefore they would certainly meet again. He would have had nothing to mind if the next meeting had to go to work out immediately. The hero confessed that he wanted to learn how to master his child's strength. The man agreed to help him in this. He confessed that no one could imagine. This girl was actually a smart weapon. Moreover, he considered her the best of all possible. The hero reported that they have finally agreed, and now it's time to go home. The guy apologized to the finalist for his disqualification. The man in response only waved his hand. They say, nothing wrong, because he had already worked enough. He wanted to ask him for another service, but decided to wait for the next meeting. The hero thanked him for the care of a girl and hospitality. The guy noted that the girl was already feeling better. In response, she struck him and reminded him. First, it was necessary to knock. Lafai asked him if he realized why she was on her knees. She asked him at least a little thinking about her actions. The girl was amazed by the fact that she had no matter her. Lefeus was angry that he had drawn some woman in the dungeon again, but did not refuse when they tried to seduce him. Nell noted that the hero was good with everyone, and then suddenly realized he is talking about her now. The guy asked how to deal with such a situation, whether he should pretend to be inaccessible, and said that the leader of the beasts and another girl tried to seduce him, and he did not refuse. The protagonist confessed that he is only interested in those who remained in the dungeon, and above all in the world, he loves only his wife. He said no other woman was just interested in him. Leophyte warned him so that he would treat the women more cautiously. The guy in response assured that he would do it. The girl hoped that he understood her hint. She gently called him her dearest man and wanted him to be brave and in fact worthy of her. He promised to listen carefully to her and do everything possible. Then Leif joked about her skill of flattering, added that if it were about marrying Nell, she would have forgiven him. The girl assured that it is not too late, but the guy just waved. They say she invents some nonsense. She asked whether he sent her to the dungeon. He was surprised that she considers all the girls there by his potential brides. Lei Fei explained, since someone has already confessed to him in feelings, and now he also came with a girl, she decided that it really was. The girl said Nell was also in love with the main character. After that, she did not resist, rushed to the side and shouting begged to keep it secret. The husband asked his wife why she married him. The girl smiled and replied, because you always bring goodies. Then he wondered what she feeds Aaron when he was not there. Lifa assured him that there was nothing to worry. They had given a great advice without him for a whole week. The girl said that every day the whole team learned to cook together. Erna promised to show him what she learned. The elevator added that she had already talked to Nall before his arrival. She said that a few days ago, Nell was suddenly teleporting to them, competed and exhausted. The girl was all in the dirt and terribly exhausted, but fortunately there was no scratch on it. Lefay realized that he had healed her and moved it immediately. Nella asked the girl for an unexpected visit. Lefay confessed that she was really surprised, but asked not to worry. The main thing was alive. The girl stated that it was all the fault of Yuki because he did not consult her and did not warn her. Nell laughed and wondered why she poured salt instead of sugar. Leofi only realized that she had confused everything again. She first offered to do everything again, and then changed her mind and said she would eat everything as he was. The girl confessed that the main character saved her life. Lefay said with a smile that the council, her husband, was useful. Neil picked up that she heard about their wedding. Lefay, without hiding joy, warmly talked about her husband. The girl is wondering if she likes Yukim. She insists that she does not deny it. Leifin said that Nell always came to life when it came to him. It was visible to the naked eye. And in response, the girl noted that the other always goes with an indifferent expression, as if she was indifferent. Nell confessed that the main character did so much for her that she simply could not fall in love. She sincerely apologized, confessing that such words could not be said to her wife. She was overwhelmed by her feelings, and she was confused, not knowing how to do the right thing. Liv wondered if Nell was remembered by Rice's 3 daughters, but she shakes her head. No, she does not remember. Then the girl added that there are 2 more maids, but she also knows almost nothing about them. In addition, there were other girls who dreamed of becoming the wives of the protagonist, and she believed that this is how everything would happen in the future. Leifei said she didn't mind, but this did not mean that she was indifferent to him or what was happening. She just loved him sincerely and rejoiced at every moment next to him. She said that if Nell wanted to marry him, she had nothing against him. The girl was surprised that the hero himself wished exactly such a completion. Leifs also had a similar opinion. She sincerely believed that there should definitely be a person he would love if the other was unattainable, because she never lived in that dungeon. She told her not to rush and think about everything, and tomorrow when everyone woke up, they would calmly talk about it together. Nell thanked her and confessed that she liked her side. Leifei noted that if you think carefully, it is not even a relationship. All living things are primarily guided by instincts. They always reach for the most attractive males. He wondered in irony whether it suits her. The girl explained that this is how they came to their decision, but the final choice remains with the main character. She also noticed that Nell seems to have some doubts. But honestly, she is not one of those who can just take and stop love. So she promises to stay with him forever. As she said, they had to live long and happily, but it should be remembered. Nell was a man and even a heroine. Before getting acquainted with him and the rest, she was indifferent to his affairs. However, Nell was a heroine, which meant that her life could be broken at any moment. Her life and feelings were to be clear to the head hero, because he was once a common man. Yuki said that he had a crazy wife. However, he confessed that he liked it. The hero confessed to her in love and said that besides her, no one needs it, though he did not feel any enmity in Nell. Leifei suggested going to talk to Nall until she waited elsewhere. The guy stretched her sword, and the girl said in surprise that she thought his enemies took him. The hero reassured her. They say, "It is not necessary to cry. With the sword everything is fine. He is quite close." Yuki wondered why she fought then. She replied that if it were not for the dagger, she would not even be sure of whether she would survive in all this, and therefore thanked him for his weapon he created. The guy said she was exaggerating. The girl replied that she was really very scary. At that moment, she was ready to accept death as a real character, but Yuki saved her like a real prince on a white horse. She felt relieved to see his face. At this moment, the girl realized, he no longer considers the heroine, and his own feelings will only give him a hassle. She thanked him and confessed that she liked. Her feelings were grateful for saving her life, so it is not necessary to worry about the words of Leifei. The girl believed that everything was fine. She, as always, hides her true emotions, because she did not hope for something more. The guy confessed that she did not understand what she was talking about. He was almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. He was pleased to hear she confessed to sympathy. Although his feelings for her were not as strong as her, he still appreciated her so much that he was ready to destroy any demon that would harm her. He suggested that she was used to keeping her feelings with her. After all, she is a heroine, and he, on the contrary, is a lord of demons. The girl confessed that she wanted to stay with him forever. He asked the girl if she wanted to live with them a little. She agreed. The hero told her that he could stay as much as he wants. The young man said that he learned to communicate with others skillfully, taking the example of the same master of demons. The hero died that he was ordered not to return home for dinner, but he was already hungry. The girl supported him, agreeing with him. Leif has allowed them to turn back. She asked them to close their eyes and assured that everything would be fine. Nell passionately said that everything looks incredibly delicious. The guy was surprised to find out that she had prepared all this. She smiled and added that not without help. The girl remembered that he had passed almost a year since they met, so he could consider it a kind of holiday. He asked if she refused to go with him to the demons to learn to cook. Levi replied that she learns very quickly and can now help with household chores. The protagonist picked her in his arms and gently said that his wife was the best in the world and the best. He promised to never let her go, so she had to prepare for it. She asked him to stop because she felt they were watching them. Levi explained that they celebrate Nell coming, so you should not stand aside. She needs to join them. The girl reported that Nell would sit next to Erna and sincerely thanked them for it. The guy suggested raising the glasses for the anniversary of their meeting and happy next year. The girls called Nell to join the game. The guy asked the girl whether she was running away from home. The guy realized that her father was a leader, and he was forcing the girl to marry. She dared to escape, but on the way, she was grabbed by an evil man. But during the first conversation with the hero, the girl told him a completely different story. The hero advised Leo to go home. The girl insisted that she wanted to stay. The guy did not deny her decision, but gently reminded that it was worth thinking about how her father would feel. The guy stated that if something happened to Aaron, he would take the whole world from his knees, but he would still find her, and her father will also worry. The girl replied that she already knew it. The protagonist suggested to hold the girl, adding that she was responsible for the fact that she remained with him. The girl wondered if she could return if she was forced to marry again. The guy replied that he had nothing. The girl wondered when she became so indispensable for him. The hero explained that she is an indispensable employee for him. Without her help, all homework would lie on his shoulders. The man warned her that she would be morally preparing, because next week they went on the road. The hero thought he should help them, and now he asked to let him leave. She was here in full safety. He suggested divorcing without quarrels. The man explained that they are mocking them because there can be no monsters around, and there can be no safety in language. And he added that all these creatures obey him, because he is not a man, but the Lord of Demons. The leader did not say the word that the hero was the same Lord Demon who once stolen his daughter. The guy assured that it was not necessary to shed blood. Everything can be resolved. However, the man replied that he would kill him just in this place. He said he was very glad that Leo was okay. The man confessed that he had already considered her dead when he heard that the demonic lord was holding her hostage. But the girl assured that everything was fine with her, and it was unbearably easier for her husband. Lao said that no one had stolen her. She came here at her own request. The girl realized. Her father had already intervened in this case. The man asks for apology in Yuka and sincerely thanks her for the care of her daughter. The guy acknowledged that he was partly guilty because he did not even know her escape, so everything was done. The protagonist made the girl apologize to his father for concern to him. The man was surprised to confess that he did not even imagine how wise and the news demonstration, and felt shame for his own short-sightedness. The man noted that in this case they both told the extra. The main thing, now, all is well. He added that thanks to his expensive potion there was no scratch, even the hardest wounds healed. He confessed that he was guilty of many, even his daughter. The hero replied that once he had already decided everything, then she suggested that Leo stay with him. After all, she was used to everyone in this place and did not want to go anywhere. The man answered that this was a completely different question, and Leo said she did not want to marry. Her father assured that the best man in the whole village is not looking for, and the girl interrupted him sharply, ordered to silence, because she did not want to marry at all. They apologized to the guy for having a showdown. The protagonist noted that he does not consider it correct to interfere with other people's affairs. In his opinion, he is already an adult, and she has to decide who to marry and how to live on, and he can handle everything else. The man stated that it should not be so. Among the wolves, it was men who decided the fate of their descendants. If she runs again, he will not forgive it. The guy realized that there was no other choice. The hero apologized and explained that he would not give him this girl. He just wanted to emphasize that she works for him and is not going to go anywhere. The man thanked the care, but firmly stated that he still took her with him. Leo asked them not to quarrel because of her. The man returned to the protagonist and stated that he was challenged to the duel. The girl tried to stop her father and asked why he did so, but his father replied that she would not understand him. He just wanted her to be happy. Her father strictly ordered her to silence and addressed the hero. Beat. How does a man look? Lil asked Yuki forgiveness. He in response noted that if the match really makes him change his mind, then he apologized to nothing. The girl wished him good luck. Lifa joked that if he loses, she would laugh for a long time. Nell advised not to overdo it. The hero asked how their picnic passed. The guy proposed to start. The man replied that he would not be his opponent. He just wished Lenota good luck. He said he was very grateful for the salvation of his comrades. But it's too much. To steal his own bride, he will never be forgiven. The guy announced him a challenge and suggested that you come together in a duel. The hero was convinced that he escaped from some game. The line turned to the girl and told her to look carefully at how he would defeat the owner of the demons. There was no shadow of fear in his gaze. Leaf's eye noted that Leo is very popular. In response, Nell said she did not like it. Leo screamed that he would not even dare to call her his future wife. The guy noted that she was just shy. He then added, "The behavior of the demon lord is directly asking for it to be damaged." The girl said that it was because of this, and did not want to be with him because she considers him stupid. Lynetta said the hero was just catching from him, getting a wooden sword. He was certain in his victory, but in fact, the hero had already overcome him. The guy noted that Yuki was too strong. The man said that in this case, he would have to deal with this on his own. The guy said that Lu and he himself knew how strong he is. He was asked if it was a hint of surrender. The man said he was unable to do so. He sincerely wished his daughter's happiness, and as a real father, he could not just lower his hands. The guy believed that he understood him well, but he never learned to listen to others, though he remained a good person. The protagonist wondered whether the interlocutor is aware of the true meaning of these words. He had already made permission from Lewis and began to proclaim the oath. He promised that in all circumstances, even if he had to give his own life, he would protect you. The man asked if he was really serious. But the guy assured, "Believe me, people for me is indispensable." He swept the blood of his mother, father, and ancestors, that this oath is more expensive for him in his own life, and if he was broken, he would disappear forever from his family. The man said it was his last will and asked her to keep his promise. He explained that if his daughter shed tears through him, then according to their oath, he must die. The man promised to return a year later. Yuki replied that Liu was always glad to guests, and Liu's father assured that when the time comes, he officially recognizes it to the bride. It seemed to him that he was not understood at all. LaFace stated that it was a certificate ceremony. Nell also said that he was declared. Other girls have already started greeting Loa with happy news. The guy explained that he just wanted her to continue to work on him. No proposal was discussed. In response, Life noted that it was already late to justify something. It was necessary to think about it earlier. Leo confessed that she was experiencing true happiness because she always believed Yuki worried about her and never leave. She confessed that it was worth the first to make him a proposal. The guy thought he was now experiencing a real take off of popularity. He wondered in Leafy that she would say about it. She replied that he was her husband and strong enough. So, according to local customs, he could have as many wives as she wanted, and she was indifferent. It would be people or someone else. He turned to Nell. She replied that she met him later than Liu, so he had no right to interfere with him. The hero was surprised that it would not bother anyone. It seemed to him that even with several wives in his life, nothing changed. The man thanked him. Yuki replied that he was no longer afraid of the forest. Father Leo noted that it is quite unusual to marry Fenrir. He advised her to protect her health and avoid quarrels. The girl asked to convey to everyone greetings. The man turned to Yuki and reported that the political situation in the neighboring country is increasingly aggravated. Although he did not think that someone would dare to go to his forest, but decided to stay alert. The girl noted that today she was far from the first meeting for the marriage. She said that there are no differences or degrees between them. All are equal, so it is worth living in harmony. Nell smiled and said that she was pleased to hear it from the bodice, but reminded, of all present, only she is a legitimate wife. The girl said that now they should be rejoicing, because now they are one family. Nell noted that on the face of the protagonist, everything is visible as if on a palm. LaFay said with a smile that he liked to twist them on his shoulders. Liu assured that the next time she would surely ask him about it. She wondered why, after bathing, he always looks so carefully at her hair. The girl jokingly said that if she has her hair, she would not be able to look away from him. The protagonist asked what was happening, and the girls scared him so much that he jumped. Lafayette has recently helped him earn money, so now he may not work for some time. But the girls behaved strange that day. He has no idea what games they play. The wife also behaves somehow unusual. His past was useless, but it was still. And only he remembers it. Bodice, I asked you about a guy who was tormented by nightmares. His past made no sense. He confessed that he wanted to tell me about the place where he was born. The girl thanked him with a smile, saying that the taste is wonderful. At this point, Nell realized that a real vampire was in front of her. The guy confirmed, yes, she is a vampire, though it looks like an ordinary person. She said she also wanted to taste his blood, because Erna assured that she was delicious. The girl added that her taste was even better than juice. The hero realized that she was a vampire, because no drink seemed to her tastier than the blood, so he agreed to share with her his blood. He didn't even find words to describe his feelings. The girl whispered quietly that 3 stars were woven into his blood. The guy confessed that he was pleased to hear such praise from her. Now I ask him if he will allow her to try her blood. She confessed that she just wanted to find out if she was really tasty as she was talked about. The hero also noted that they are not people at all. He could not imagine that everything would end that way. He said, if she does not like it, it is better not to spit out or blink. Leafy replied that she did not deny, but it would be glad if they had chosen quieter and more distant place. Nell was not yet aware that she had decided to such an act. This is Lila, a student of Elder from the clan of Ramies. Now she serves as a maid in the dungeon of the Master Demons. She has not yet completed her observations, but has already decided to write a report. Its master is a demon lord named Yuki. It only takes this title for a year, but has already become famous for its great skills and deep knowledge. So, it is quite possible to say that the dungeon itself creates an experienced administrator to protect himself. Although it has few subordinates, each of them has extremely powerful abilities. For example, one of them understands human language from the beginning and can look like a little girl. Her weapons are a living creature that also looks like a girl, but at will turns into a sword. In addition to her, 5 more people lived in the estate, with 3 of them were the wives of the ruler. One of them is a carnivore, a legendary dragon that everyone knows as a lord of all dragons. Lila remembered that she forgot to cook breakfast. She turned to Nell and wondered why she was still sleeping at such a late time. She replied that she just couldn't fall asleep. Lila promised to prepare her herbal tea that will help you fall asleep. The girl thanked her sincerely. Now the person who once was the heroine for all mankind has become the second wife of the ruler of demons, and recently something worries it. She returned to Lilaya and asked if she would allow her to stay here forever. The girl wondered if she had any doubt. Nell replied that she was absolutely confident in her feelings for the main character. She really likes it here. She is treated well, and they have fun together. That is why she does not want to leave here. Lila agreed that she was right, and she did not know if she would remain there forever. She came there just out of curiosity. If the hero loses interest in her, then she will have no more reason. Everyone likes to spend time with the main character, and she also rejoices in their company, but believes that nothing can make her stay here for a long time. Each of them has an unforgettable past and a mysterious future. It is at the same time frightening and captivating. It was so cozy and nice that she didn't want it to end it. Nell confessed that she was right. She really had to love herself and start appreciating her life. Lila said she would like to hear about her own heroic adventures next time, but the girl denied it would be boring. In response, she was assured, on the contrary, it will be very interesting. Suddenly, the protagonist turned into a child and shouted unexpectedly, not understanding what was happening. Lefay laughed and easily pat on his head. She joked that he not only behaved as a child, but even does not even reach it. The protagonist asked her to stop insulting him and urged to calm down. He thinks only one thing. Yesterday, before bed, when he took his inventory, he noticed a mysterious potion there, which probably could make him a baby. The thing was really good, so it was a pity. He decided to drink it, not particularly worried that he could die. The hero assured that he did nothing at bedtime and does not understand what was happening to him. And Lefay insisted he exactly did something. Liu said he was cute and all the girls agreed with her. Finally, the main character again became himself. Leaf, it seemed to me that it was boring. Layla explained that the action of potion on the boy was only affected by time. He was glad that he finally returned home without his old body. Seeing what they were dirty, he called to wash everyone. Nail said that Leify said that it is quite natural for the couple to go to swim together, but she is not very aware of local customs. Leo also confessed that she was a little awkward in this situation. Life wondered if the main character was also going to take Layla for his wife. He was surprised by this issue, and asked why she was talking about it. The girl explained that all four were sitting together now, and it seemed to her that Lily could be unfortunate. The guy confessed that he loves them all. Leifei remembered how a naive sincerity woke up in his childhood. The protagonist noted that it is not easy to find courage to say. He was surprised that it was during the experiment that she poured her magical power into one of the poles. The girl only shrugged, they say, she could completely forget about it. But he drank it himself. So he was guilty first of all. The hero, however, denied that it still does not remove responsibility from her. She is also involved. Nell said she wanted to go home. The guy asked if she wanted to leave, because he may not have enough curiosity for her. The girl just smiled and said that he did not joke. She said she'd already sent a letter, but she wants to understand everything personally, because her loved ones are probably worried. The hero assured that they would go there tomorrow. She was surprised that he also decided to leave, though she could handle herself. But he explained that he wanted to tell her about their situation. The girl thanked him, and in response, he suggested using special speed transport. She denied, they say, it is not necessary to rush. The young man jokes that it was fun. Then Nell said that if you ride a normal pace, the journey would be much more enjoyable. The hero thanked his pet and assured that they would return with a return device, so you should not worry. He asked to supervise the house during their absence. The guy said they would go on the cart and be able to rest a little. The girl added that it would be more pleasant than to endure constant shaking. The hero met with the commander. He noted that the girl's words and behavior are visible. She knows nothing about what happened in the capital. The girl immediately wondered what happened there. The man said that they would not be discussed here, so they decided to go to the estate. The hero remembered that they have not seen themselves for a long time, and now he was with a girl with a husband and wife. The man complained that he had his head again. The guy suggested that he drink a magic potion. On this, the man only shrugged and replied that nothing special could tell him, except for happiness. He noted that now that the protagonist became a partner of this girl, all this applies to him. The man invited everyone to sit down and promised to explain everything in detail. There was so much uprising that thousands of people joined them, and neighboring countries were in a hurry to take advantage of the moment of weakness. On all borders, clashes began. Trade routes are looting, and officials, wherever do not throw, too inexperienced to deal with problems. Espionage and corruption bloom everywhere. The girl thought she would have stayed in her country better. But the guy assured her that it is not necessary to say so, because she fulfills her mission of the hero. Nell thought that with them, she also sincerely wished that life would never end. The protagonist confessed that he was guilty of forcing her to spend the whole month in the palace. He had to find another way to contact her, not be limited to letters. The man said that the absence of the hero was kept secret, but for some reason people still learned about it. They could not report every step of the hero, but it was pointless to explain something to people. Even worse, the current government did not have enough power to keep dissatisfied in obedience. People were vividly discussing the hero's return. Someone claimed that his subordinates had already confirmed this news, and now she just left the border town to the capital. They discussed that it was a city where the king's dog is ruled. Another man replied that there was no point in talking about it because his plan was already launched. While she is thinking of returning to the capital, where she returns, she will not remain. The hero asked the girl whether she became easier. She still couldn't believe what was happening to her. She felt awkward. The guy noted that the local hotel looks pretty chic, although, of course, it was not serious compared to the castle. Van wondered if there would be no objections if they stop in the same room, because they are now married. No one denied. The hero replied that he was not in the room right now. He would have to wait a little. He said that a flock of monsters was approaching, and they can get here in less than half an hour. The man ordered the guards to gather, because they went to the estate of the city ruler. Nell asked from which side the monsters were moving. The guy replied that they were approaching from the same direction where they came from themselves. As soon as it was quiet, there are no signs of danger. The girl promised to protect the city, and asked him for help. He replied that he could rely on her. He was insanely indignant that someone dared to break their peace. There were many different races among those present, but their actions did not look agreed. The hero pulled the mask on his face and said that it was better now that no one guessed that he and the owner of the demons act together. Otherwise, it will only complicate their lives. He noticed that they would mostly go to the crowd of goblins, and among them there are other creatures. Although there were a lot of monsters, the efforts of the team should be enough to stop them. The guy said he would act quietly and unnoticed somewhere in the rear. He asked the girl to demonstrate what she was capable of. The hero stated that the enemy was hiding in the city, and it was not a monster at all. He assured that he was watching him closely, so there is no reason to worry. The guy believed that the opponent was unlikely to dare to attack, but it was not necessary to relax. The girl confessed that she was scared. The hero reassured her, "With your physical data, even the fall would not hurt you." At this point, someone noticed how they fell and called the light, opening the gate. The girl confidently asked her to trust her and created an impenetrable barrier. The guy noticed a magical barrier. This power was her special ability. She said that you could now fight for full force without worrying that the city was injured. The hero stretched out a girl with a strange liquid. It was a potion. Taking it, the girl sincerely thanked the savior. The guy turned to his weapon and apologized to woke her up. She said that everything was fine. Now asked the hero what he did. He replied that he considered it enough. He filled everything with his magical power. The guy explained to her that when the enemy appeared, you should wave your hand and imagine as if you let the spells write. The girl remembered his explanation and understood. In other words, she had to appear now a magical blade flying in the air. She believed that the hero went too far because his power was simply incredible.